Oh, geez. Okay, good morning, everybody. We are now on air. So I would like to welcome all members and guests to the July 14th, 2026 Council and Committee meeting. I will remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. Please ensure that your phones are on silent mode. For those attending virtually, please mute yourself when not speaking. When called upon to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself. For staff in attendance, please use the Microsoft Teams raise hand feature to be called upon and remove it after speaking. With that, I call the July 14th, 2026 Council and Committee meeting to order. Roll call, all members of the committee are present with the exception of Mayor Martin and Councillor Columbus. At this point, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. 2, approval of the agenda and changes to the agenda. Committee has the agenda before them. We do have 3 changes to the agenda. Please add a deputation from Harish Rajput, re 45 Peel Street. Add a deputation from Paul Vihoff, re item number 9.3.5, repeal of bylaw 81-26, 45 Peel Street, Simcoe. And please add a deputation from Karen Scott Booth, re item 9.3.5, repeal of bylaw 81-26, 45 Peel Street, Simcoe, Ontario, CDS-26-109. Add a deputation from Brian Gibson, re 9.21, curbside waste collection program, service considerations for condominiums, seasonal areas, private roads, and garbage container disposal, PW-26-039. And we're going to move the staff report, curbside waste collection program, service considerations for condominiums, seasonal areas, private roads, and garbage container disposal, PW-26039, to follow the deputation related to that matter. May I have a motion to amend the agenda? Yes.
Madam Chair, I had also sent a note, and I apologize, it was last evening, if we could move the report related to 45 Peel to be following the deputations on the same topic. There are a number.
The clerk and I, the deputy clerk and I spoke about that this morning, and I think we decided that we were just going to leave it as is. Thank you, though.
Can I not ask that that happen?
Yeah, you can ask.
Okay. I'm quite confused.
Do you want to make a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion on the floor. Is there a seconder? Councillor Vanden Rishi. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, we will move that report. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so may I have a motion to amend the agenda? Councillor Michelli. Seconded by Councillor Brenton. All those in favor? And that is carried. And then can I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented? Councillor Veary, seconded by Councillor Vanden Rishi. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Number 3 on the, sorry?
Shouldn't that last motion be to approve the agenda as amended, not presented?
Okay, another one. Yes, you're right. May I have a motion to amend the agenda? Councillor Veary. Okay, seconded by Councillor Vanden Rishi. All those in favor? Okay. To approve the amended agenda. Yes. Okay. Ready to move on. We have no early closed session item. Consent. We have 11 consent items today. Councillor Veary and Councillor Brunton have requested to pull the item 4.8, Cultural Master Plan CDS-26-099. The consent items are as follows. 4.1, temporary road closure. I'm not going to read them all out. You have them there. I don't need to read them all out. Yeah, they're on the screen. There are a lot of temporary road closures for special events that we have coming up this summer and in the shoulder series. Shoulder season, sorry. And so may I have a motion to receive consent items 4.1 through 4.7 and 4.9 through 4.12 as information, and that the staff recommendations contained in the reports be approved. Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Vanden Rishi. All those in favor? And that is carried. Councillor Veery, please go ahead with item 4.8.
Okay. So it's the culture plan that I requested and, or I guess the report about it. Appreciate staff's work, appreciate the report, whatever. It's not really exactly what I was looking for. So what I was hoping that we would do is, the report's fine, but what I would like to do is not have it be left to the parks master plan and not be it left until 2030 and not do this. I'd like for council today, I'd like to move that we actually ask staff to come back with a business plan and an NBI for discussion during budget for consideration. There's a couple of reasons for this. One is right now we are dealing with the transition with the art gallery with Linwood, so it's a good time to actually have a plan going forward before we settle on that. But also with the new accommodation tax, there's a lot of tourism benefit, a lot of community development benefit with a cultural plan. And so if we're looking at accommodation tax and implementing that and where the funding is going to go, that may be something that leads into covering a cultural master plan or pieces of that plan. So what I would like to do is, like I say, I don't want to make a decision that we're going to go ahead with the plan as proposed or the cost or anything like that, but I'd like a more robust business plan that, you know, indicates some potential funding within internally or where we can go find it in time for budget discussions. That's my motion. So to move it up so we have an MBI, not at budget, but one of the MBIs that comes forward for consideration when we look at all the MBIs.
Okay, so are you making a motion?
I am, yes.
Okay. Now, can I accept the motion prior to Councillor Brunton speaking? Okay, it's up to you, Councillor. Okay,
Okay,
all
fair
right.
enough. It's
We'll
on the
put that
table,
on
so whenever.
hold,
Okay, sure.
and we'll
Yeah,
go to
sounds good.
Councillor
Yep.
Brunton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm on page 4 of 6 of that report. Excuse me, and I'm at the finance comments. And I've read that, I've read the report, and I've asked myself, is this something we need, or is it just something we want in the budget? And when I saw the 150 or 110,000, I said to myself, hold it here. And I found it very difficult to spend any money on this. I kind of feel like we're doing this. Are we not? What are we here for? And it's just another, I feel like we started into, I'll use the mat tax and the short-term rental. We got into that. Next thing you know, we're up to a lot of money. And I've read this, and I guess my bottom line is I just can't support spending any money on this. I feel we look after it the way we are. So anyways, that's it.
Okay, thank you for your comments. So with that, we'll go back to Councillor Veery. And your motion?
Yeah, so I'm going to continue on. So I'm just looking here. You know, cultural tourism, specifically in Ontario, is worth you know, depends on who you ask, but between millions and $1 billion. And so I'm looking at an opportunity here to, again, grow our tourism sector in a way that, no, Norfolk County has not had a plan. We don't have any kind of lens that, when we make decisions, weighs in impacts or benefits to arts and culture. We don't really have a plan for how to grow it, how to support economic development in that sector through small business or through arts and local producers, makers, creative enterprise. We don't do anything really at a strategic level that supports the growth of that sector. And so that's what the municipal cultural plan is for, is to support the growth of an arts and culture sector, not just what we do in terms of having a gallery, but in terms of how do we benefit that. And it's in culture and art and you know, heritage too is an economic driver the same way that manufacturing, that agriculture, that commercial enterprise. It's one of these other pillars that we keep putting to the side because I think that there's not a lot of understanding about the economic value of it. And so here we are on the cusp again of making new decisions with our art gallery, which has really been our arts and culture focus in Norfolk, has been just the gallery. And here we are with a tourism opportunity to maybe invest, or maybe that's private investment, we just don't know. And that's what the cultural plan does, is it says, what are the opportunities for private and public partnership? What are the opportunities for other government involvement? Just the same as every other industry. And so that's what I'm trying to get at here, is that we now have an accommodation tax, hopefully that gets implemented, that may offset some of this. It becomes a project they want, that MDC board. But we don't know until we know what that opportunity is. So what I'm asking is for staff to come back with a new budget initiative for consideration by council. Doesn't mean it's going in the budget like in the rest of our budget initiatives. I just want to have a robust plan and not wait till 2030 and pass this down the road again. We just had an open studios weekend in Port Dover where people just open their studios up to the public. And they come in, they buy artwork. And that's an economic driver in Dover because it's not just the artwork, it's the lunches, it's the dinners, it's the other shopping that people do while they're there. And if there's an opportunity for us to be invested in, not necessarily paying for that tour, but how do we treat that as an economic development driver? How do we treat that as an opportunity for community development? That's what I'm trying to get at here. And we're not going to do it without a focused municipal plan.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Okay, just a minute. So Councillor Vanden Rishi is seconding the motion. Okay, so at this point in time, just a second, you're gonna speak to it, no questions? You have a question or you just want to speak to it? Okay, so there's no other questions at this point in time, so then we're in debate, so Councillor Vanden Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I think there is merit in reviewing this. I think there's merit in diving a little deeper, getting into the weeds here about what the possibilities are. I like the idea of the sense of what can the whole of Norfolk offer. There's many other tourist tours that happen. There's the bicycle tour that takes place all through Norfolk. I think there's lots that can be had by investigating this. I think we have to start to look to the future. We have to start to look for more initiatives that can happen in Norfolk County as a whole. So I'm in favor of this, and I think this has some merit. And since we are just taking it to the next steps, we are not investing the dollars at this point in time, I think it has merit and value. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to, Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I'm not going to be supporting the motion on the floor. I read through the report, and the report sort of lays out that we want to spend a minimum of $150,000 to hire some consultant to go looking for more ways to spend money that we haven't found yet. To me, that's not a priority in the current situation economically across this country or in this county. And, it will fall into a 10-year capital budget at some point. We can deal with it at that point when it does sort of maybe fit with the economy a little better. But as of right now, I don't see why we would have to rush it into next year's budget. So I'm not going to be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with Councillor Van Passen. I just think the timing right now is not good. And, when we go around and we seem to be on this track lately of, spending a fair bit of money on consultants and the like. And I always think when we do those kinds of things, they should be on items that really move the needle. And I don't think this is going to move the needle at this time, so I can't support it.
Thank you. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I am going to support it, and I say that because in reading one of the other consent items, it refers to the budget process for 10, which is staff doing the work now so that the next term of council has all of the tools that they need to be able to make the decisions for the next budget. And so I do think this is something that the next term of council, whoever it is that's sitting around this table, should have the ability to take a look at. So I have no problem at this moment in time with staff putting together, as Councillor Very has suggested, a bit of a plan that comes together in an NBI that is then looked at by the next term. So I'll support it to give the next term every opportunity to make a decision that seems right for them.
Thank you very much. Councillor Very?
Yeah, so just to be clear, I'm not asking for any funding to be committed. I'm not asking for a consultant. I'm not asking for anything other than a plan that would show potential costs and potential opportunities to do this, maybe without hiring a consultant. Just because staff put in here that a plan could cost this, there's nothing to say that we can't make it part of our economic development work plan and do it in-house. There's absolutely no request here for a consultant of any kind or any kind of expense. As far as moving the needle, fair. I'm looking at the Ontario Arts Council right now. Cultural tourism generates roughly $11.4 billion in spending in Ontario a year. And it creates $5.7 billion in direct value added to the provincial GDP and supports 77,000 full-time jobs. So it is significant. And that's just tourism. That doesn't speak to anything else that culture does in terms of, you know, do we get people that are artists that can sell their work to build a studio that increases assessment? These types of things, right? So again, not asking for money today, just asking for staff to come back with some options, which may be a consultant, which may be it's in the economic development work plan, which may be nothing. I just don't want to stop it today.
All right, are there any other discussions? None? I will support this because I think going over the last few months in terms of our issues with the Linwood Arts Center, the archives, that we've kind of been playing a little bit of catch up. And maybe if we did have a little bit more of a cultural master plan, we would have had some of these decisions laid out for us and we would have had a plan to go forward. And I do agree, I do empathize in terms of the timing, but at this point in time, we're not asking for any funds. No funds will be coming onto the levy or anything like this. We're asking for a staff report. So with that, I will call to vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay. Now. So with that, we need to receive the staff report, the report CDS-26-099, Cultural Master Plans to be received as information. May I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Councillor Vanden Rishi, seconded by Councillor Duthie. All those in favor? And that is carried. Communications. We have 6 communication items today. We have a letter from the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, a letter from Minister Robert J. Flack, in regards to which I hope everyone did have a chance to read. It's very important, the changes to strong mayor powers during the election. Letter from the Minister of Environment and conservation authorities, and obviously that is regarding the amalgamation of the conservation authorities. So with that, are there any questions of the committee? Seeing none, may I have a mover to receive communication items 5.1 through 5.6 as information? Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All in favor? And that is carried. Presentations. We have 3 presentations today. Our first one, item 6.1, is before? They want to go before. Okay. That got changed around. Okay, we've had a change apparently. I will draw an arrow up to the top. We're going to have our presentations after the staff report. So, Matt, you got a little bit of time to wait. We will now hear the staff report related to the audited financial statements and the year-end performance measures. Amy Fanning, Treasurer, and Kevin Kitchen, Manager of Accounting, will present the report.
Hi, good morning, Deputy Mayor Hoffman and members of council. I'll just pull up the presentation here shortly. Amy and I are here to present the financial results and the year-end performance measures to accompany the 2025 audited financial statements that will be presented shortly by our auditors, Millard, Rouse, and Roseborough. The format for today's presentation will be a brief staff presentation on the staff report, followed by Matt McAnally from Millard's providing a walkthrough of the audited financial statements. There will then be time at the end for questions of either Matt or staff. First, a few opening remarks. As per the Municipal Act, Norfolk County is required to have an annual external audit for our financial statements. The 2025 year-end audit went well and resulted in Millard's issuing a clean audit opinion on our consolidated financial statements. This means that the financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the county as at December 31st, 2025, and the results of our operations and cash flow for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian Public Sector Accounting Standards, known commonly as PSAB. We'd also like to mention that the 2025 financial information return, which is another ministry annual reporting requirement, will be filed along with the audited financial statements per ministry direction. As Matt will present shortly, on the statement of operations, there is an annual PSAB surplus of $57 million. Often there is confusion when with the differences between the PSAB surplus and the operating surplus. This is because the format of the annual budgets for levy and rate does not match the presentation of the audited financial statements. Here in this chart, we summarize the changes in the accumulated surplus. The levy and rate operating surpluses are approximately $10.2 million of the $57 million PSAB surplus. So what makes up the remaining 46.8 difference between the PSAB surplus and the operating surplus? A significant portion of the 46.8 million is the $44 million difference in the net investment in TCA, our tangible capital assets. This is the net amount of the assets capitalized during the year, less the current year net amortization, less the increase in unfinanced capital, which are capital projects awaiting financing, plus the decrease in our debt. Another part of the $46.8 million difference in the surplus is the $23.5 million for net reserve and reserve fund transfers. These transfers are an integral part to the county's accumulated surplus and represent the net change between the total reserve contributions plus investment income, less funding used for capital projects. The last part of the $46.8 million difference is the $20.7 million decrease in our unfunded liabilities. Unfunded liabilities consist of unfunded asset retirement obligations, unfunded post-employment benefits, and non-vested sick leave, and represent non-cash transactions. Now that we know the difference between the $57 million PSAB surplus and the $10.2 million operating surplus, I will hand the presentation over to Amy for her to highlight where staff have allocated the $10.2 million operating surplus.
Thanks, Kevin. As Kevin showed on the last slide, the levy operating budget ended the year with a surplus of $9.7 million. This is about $1 million less than last year. That surplus represents approximately 7.1% of the 2025 net levy requirement and is within a reasonable range. The most significant driver was related to salary and benefit variances, followed by taxation revenue and interest and investment income. The rate operating budget ended the year with a surplus of $0.5 million. Overall, that's within a reasonable range and represents approximately 1.5% on the 2025 net rate requirement. Detailed listings of the budget surplus drivers have been included as Appendix A and B of the staff report. When looking at this slide, the pie chart shows how the operating surplus has been allocated. You will notice that the green labels represent the levy-related results, and the white labels represent the rate-related results. Council's reserve and surplus management policies guided the allocation of the year-end surpluses this year, as they do every year, with the exception of the $1 million that was transferred to the roadway construction reserve in order to complete additional rehab works, and that was in response to the harsh winter conditions that occurred in the county this past winter season. So this was approved by Council via report PW 26016 a little earlier this year. You can see by the largest area of the pie chart that a key priority was debt mitigation. More than $5.2 million was allocated to projects that were originally intended to be funded by debt. This includes soil remediation and fire truck replacements. Using surplus funds, when available, reduces future borrowing requirements and lowers future debt servicing costs. Additional funding was directed toward the contingency reserve, fleet reserve, social housing reserve, general capital reserve, and the county library reserve. On the rate side, the wastewater reserve will fund the slight deficit that occurred in 2025, and the water reserve will receive the noted $655,000 surplus. Overall, these allocations improve the county's financial flexibility while helping address future capital pressures and will help to keep the county's assets in a better state of repair. The key takeaways from the 2025 financials: as we reflect on the county's 2025 operations through a financial lens, it is clear that 2025 was a year of financial success. The 2025 surplus will provide significant benefits for the future of the county, including improved emergency preparedness, reduced debt, stronger reserves, which are all important to help solidify our future. Although reserve balances have improved substantially, much of that balance remains committed to previously approved projects. And the asset management plan continues to identify an estimated annual infrastructure funding shortfall of $33.6 million. Water and wastewater infrastructure requirements alone exceed $400 million over our forecast period. Finance staff remain committed to supporting Council in its work to combat these concerns through continued completion and renewal of financial policies and processes, working closely with each department and continuing to highlight the financial impact of decisions before they're made. The overall message today is positive. Norfolk County continues to move in the right direction financially. However, sustained focus on prudent budgeting, reserve growth, debt management, and infrastructure funding will be essential to maintaining long-term financial sustainability. This concludes our staff presentation today, and now we'll hand things over to Matt McAnally from Millards, who will present the 2025 audited financial statements.
Thank you. Welcome, Matt. Come on up.
Thanks, Amy. Through you, Madam Chair, through the chair to the council, I'm Matt McAnally. I'm a partner with Millards here in Simcoe, and it's my pleasure to present to you all today the 2025 financial statements for the Corporation of Norfolk County. So starting on page 1 of the financial statements, this explains that the financial statements have been prepared in accordance with public sector accounting standards. Management has determined that estimates and judgments used in preparing these financial statements, as well as controls in place at the county, including formal policies and procedures and the careful selection of employees, are reasonable to ensure the financial statements are presented fairly in all material respects. It also states that Millards has performed an audit in accordance with Canadian generally accepted auditing standards on the financial statements. Continuing on to page 2, the independent auditor's report. This report describes the results of our audit, which, as Amy mentioned previously, I'm pleased to inform council and the ratepayers of Norfolk County that we have a clean or an unqualified opinion for the year ended December 31st, 2025. This essentially means that after our testing of transactions, controls, and examining evidence to support balances contained in these statements, we feel that they're a fair representation of the financial position and the operations of the county for the 2025 year end. This audit report also goes on to explain management, council, and Millards' responsibility pertaining to the audit and the financial statements. But I don't want anybody cutting off my mic before I get into the numbers, so I'm not going to bore everybody with everything or the full report. Turning to page 5, getting into the numbers. A logical place to start is the county's statement of operations, as this represents how the county performed for the year ended December 31st, 2025. Taxation revenue, or the tax levy, increased from prior year by $8.9 million as a result of an increase in the tax levy and an increase in supplemental taxes and growth when compared to the prior year. This positive variance from budget was due to the growth combined with the county having fewer property tax write-offs than what was budgeted for in 2025. Federal transfers seen an increase versus prior year and from budget due to the county spending other municipalities, the line down under revenue. Other municipalities, the line down under revenue. Which decreased from prior year but was in line with budget due to no longer receiving Haldeman's share of the health unit costs in 2025. User charges increased $5.1 million over prior year and was in line with budget, budgeted increase in rates charged in 2025. And the final revenue line item, other income, this increased $2.6 million over prior year, driven largely by higher investment income due to higher investment balances throughout the year, as well as developer contributions and contributed assets increasing $500,000, and Norfolk receiving restructuring cost funding from the Grand Erie Public Health Unit in 2025 of $1.6 million. Further details pertaining to this health unit transfer is included in note 21 to the financial statements. Moving down to the expenses, General government increased 2.5. This was mainly due to an actuarial valuation for employee benefits that was completed in 2024 that reduced expenses in 2024 by 1.5 million. So that's largely the reason for the swing there in 2025. Protection services increased slightly over prior year due mainly to increase in salaries. Transportation service expenses increased 6.3 million over the prior year, but was in line with budget. This was just due to an increase in winter control costs of 1.8 million, light winter in 2024, not so much in 2025, and an increase of 2.3 million from completed infrastructure and road projects in 2024 that now hit the books in 2025 through a higher amortization charge. Environmental services increased significantly by 11.5 million from prior year, and this is due to a revised future remediation cost estimate being received by the counties for their asset retirement obligation pertaining to their 2 shared landfill sites with Haldeman. This increase in the estimate is also the major reason the expenses in 2025 outweighed the budget expense by approximately $20 million. As previously mentioned, the health service cost declined due to the Haldeman Norfolk Health Unit being merged into the Grand Erie Public Health Unit as of Jan 1, 2025. So that's the decrease there. Social and family services increased 4.5 million from prior year this was a result of increasing payments to child care operators, Ontario Works increase in caseloads, and an increase in Norview direct care hours. Those costs are all 100% offset with provincial funding, which we also seen accordingly had an increase in revenue in 2025. Social housing expenditures decreased approximately 1.8 million from prior year, which related to the timing of payments on social housing funding provided to the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corp for their repair and renewal projects. And finally, recreation and cultural services increased 1.8 million over the prior year, again, due to amortization for completed projects in prior years and further repairs and maintenance in 2025. Overall, an increase in total revenues to 319 million, offset by an increase in total expenditures to 262 million, resulted in a surplus for the county of 57 million for 2025, up slightly from prior year's surplus of 53 million. This surplus is largely the result of government funding received for capital projects and investments continuing to outperform their expectations, offset by a higher liability accrual for the county's asset retirement obligations. This approximately $57 million surplus generated excludes, as Amy mentioned, it excludes amounts spent by the county on tangible capital assets such as roads, bridges, sanitary projects, and other major capital projects throughout the year, as well as the commitment of funds to operating and capital reserves to ensure the county is able to meet future planned and unplanned financial and infrastructure requirements as they are required. So turning to page 23, I'm going to illustrate the county's accumulated surplus at year end. Note 10 to the financial statements helps explain where the surplus has either been spent or is planned on being spent in future years. The difference between the total accumulated surplus at the bottom of that page for 2025 of 840 million and 2024's 783 million represents the county's 2025 surplus increase of 57 million. Of this surplus, 44 million has been spent in 2025 with respect to the county's investment in tangible capital assets. So that's at the top there, which is the change in the top category of net investment in TCA. The remaining surplus has been allocated to reserves at year end or towards unfunded liabilities. If we look under the reserves category, the capital replacement reserves for water and wastewater have increased 6 million to just over 60 million at year end. Also, capital purposes reserve balances have also increased significantly in 2025 to represent approximately $92.5 million at year end. And that was compared with a capital reserve balance of just $75 million in 2024. These increases have been offset by unfunded liabilities increase of approximately $21 million, and that was largely due to, as Kevin put, a non-cash increase in the estimated asset retirement obligation at year end. The building up of these reserve funds through yearly surpluses has allowed the county in the short term to significantly increase their investment income, which exceeded $20 million in 2025, while they wait for these reserve funds to be utilized on future capital projects. The eventual utilization of these reserve funds will allow the county to have further flexibility when addressing future capital needs and be less reliant on external debt or external government funding when future capital needs and upgrades are ultimately required. Now, to illustrate the balances held by the county comprising this $840 million at year end, let's turn back to page 4, which is the statement of financial position. So these balances are at a point in time, being December 31st, 2025 and 2024 comparatively, and they represent the county's assets and liabilities at that time. I'm going to go over some of the variances here. Investments have increased approximately $58 million due to the county's reserves being strengthened this year and their investment income and performances contributing to this increase. Taxes receivable decreased approximately $500,000 from prior year, which is a positive when compared to the tax levy increase, and was a result of the county reducing their tax sale process from 3 to 2 years, putting a little bit more pressure there, and strengthening their collection process. Accounts receivable increased $1.5 million over the prior year due to an increase in repair and renewal social housing funding from Haldeman County, and that's just due to timing of payments around year end. Moving down into liabilities, accounts payable increased $5.4 million over the prior year due to timing differences within general accounts payable and accrued expenses, and just a general higher value of projects ongoing at year end, which includes holdbacks payable. Deferred revenue increased approximately $10.2 million, resulting from the county's Port Dover wastewater treatment plant having unspent capital funding of approximately $6 million at year end, and other Ontario community infrastructure funding unspent at year end, totaling $3.2 million. Update estimates of the total cost to close and maintain the landfill sites were received in 2025, which resulted in an increase in the county's asset retirement obligation of $21 million during the year to approximately $50 million at year end. This estimate contains significant assumptions surrounding inflation, discount rates, estimated time for post-closure of the site and the rehabilitation, and anticipated costs, which are all further detailed in Note 2 to the statements and Note 7. The long-term liability balance, your long-term debt, decreased $6.8 million in 2025 due to yearly repayments and the county not issuing debt during 2025, as Amy mentioned, to fund their completed capital projects. Note 8 further illustrates the composition of this debt. However, to summarize, a little bit over 70% of this debt is held at below market interest rates of 3.5% or less, with the rest of the debt being between 4.3 to 4.9%. Moving down into non-financial assets, the increase in prepaid expenses relates mainly to the ministry funding for the child care programs being advanced to all daycares prior to the beginning of the 2026 calendar year. So just the timing of the payments there. This resulted in an increase in $1.1 million to those prepaid expenses from that. Tangible capital assets increased by $31 million due to $65.5 million worth of additions during the year, including the purchase of the Gilbertson Administration Building, dressing room upgrades to multiple arenas in the county, work on the Long Point Causeway Bridge, and other major road reconstruction projects throughout Norfolk. And that was compared with amortization on those assets of $33.5 million. Overall, the total accumulated surplus at the bottom of the page there was $854 million as at December 31st, 2025, of which $840 million relates to the county's tangible capital assets and reserve fund balances, which I illustrated in Note 10, and $14 million relates to the excess of market value over cost for the county's investments as at December 31st, 2025. These unrealized gains on the county's investments are only allocated to a reserve fund as they are realized. So the movement the movement of unrealized or remeasurement gains is further detailed on page 6. But again, they're not included in that accumulated surplus of $840 million. Page 7 details the changes in net financial assets. And if this amount is in a debt position, as it was in 2019, I know I'm going back a little bit, but it's a measure of future revenues required to meet past obligations. So these net financial assets are able to be utilized to fund the future. It remained very strong at $130.7 million, so almost $131 million in 2025, and that of that, $58.4 million of this cash generated was used to reinvest into investments, $6.8 million was used to repay debt, and $65 million was used for the purchase of tangible capital assets, so your infrastructure funding and that. Now, although time doesn't allow for me to go through the notes in detail, you can thank me later, I wanted to point out that the notes on page 9 through 34 are an integral part of the county's financial statements and should be read in conjunction with reviewing the statements, as they provide additional information about the amounts contained in these statements. We've also issued an audit findings letter to members of council, which states that we did not identify any significant control deficiencies or accounting issues that you need to be aware of through the process of our audit. In respect to the county's trust fund financial statements, I'm not going to be going through those now, but Millards has issued a clean audit opinion on those statements as well for the year ended December 31st, 2025, and a corresponding no issues audit findings letter for those trust statements. And lastly, before I end, I would like to thank Heidi, Amy, Kevin, Al, and the entire corporate services team who assisted in this financial statement audit process. Everybody was great again this year to work with.
Great, thank you very much. With that, are there any questions for Matt? Councillor Vanden Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, and thank you for the report. I've read it. Just goes to show that staff is doing a great job at what they're doing. And my question would be, is there anything that you could see be improved, or I would say something that could assist you when it comes to auditing? Is there anything that you see that could be bettered so that makes the flow a little easier, or do you feel that, and I know you're going to say the staff is doing a great job, and I agree, when numbers go in the right direction, you know what, somebody's doing something right. So, and that's fantastic. But is there anything small or anything that you could think of?
Yeah, through the chair to you, Councillor. Not really. I mean, when I first took over as partner on this engagement, I feel like we are already making strides to move this engagement into better footing. And the internal staff at Norfolk County are preparing all reports now. It used to be with some of our assistants, we were kind of crafting financial statements together, and it used to be kind of a joint process. Now, Norfolk County has internally taken on all of that process. They meet deadlines with respect to when we say we want to start the audit and when they want the audit started. There's little to no delays with regards to receiving information and receiving accurate information. There's little to no adjustments from our audit. So you're getting, I guess why that's super important is you're getting accurate information throughout the year, and council's making decisions based on information that is based in reality and that doesn't get majorly adjusted at year end through our audit process. So that's always a strength of good internal health at the county's finance.
That is
team.
absolutely fantastic to hear, and maybe that could reflect on your bill, since we're doing so much more.
I'll see what I can do.
So I'd like to commend the staff. You're doing a fantastic job assisting even more so than in the past. So absolutely fantastic, and thank you so much for your report.
Thank you. Are there any other, Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. If I go to the sort of the end of this, I think it'd be like page 36, and there's some charts there. Historical chart, 2016, 17, 18, Norfolk County was running deficits. 2016, 17, 18, our operating reserves were negative numbers. From 2019 on, we've turned a corner on that, and that line keeps going up. How important is it to continue with those lines moving upwards rather than being negative numbers?
Through the chair, Councillor, I thank my lucky stars every day that I report on historical information and not kind of future-looking and forward-looking information, but I guess looking at December 31st, 2025 and prior, I'm happy to say that the reserve fund balances are there should infrastructure funding and unplanned capital expenditures come up and need sort of that money. Whether or not to say that's enough or it's too much, I think is a little bit outside of my realm. But having a county that has those reserves at their bequest if needed or at their fingertips is probably, or not probably, it is better than a county that doesn't have that. I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, no, I've always wanted to hire an accountant who only had one hand, so they couldn't always say on the other hand, right? But maybe I could just sort of throw that same question, if I'm allowed, to our treasurer, and maybe have her comment on the same question while we're at it.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor to Council. That's an excellent question, Councillor, and I know we talk a lot about all the positive momentum that's being made, and that's what you're seeing in the dramatic change in the direction of all of those charts. So you can absolutely see where we started to get a better handle on things and where we started to improve things and where information started to get better, and those are all positives. And you'll see the balance in our reserves. I think it's noted like 200 million-ish, and if we take out the non-capital purpose ones, you know, we're north of 150 million in capital purpose reserves. Amazing. Our capital plan, though, is $1 billion. So, while it's an extremely positive step and the momentum is in the right direction, those are all wonderful things, having those balances is incredibly critical and crucial to the long-term financial health of this organization, because we know that we're embarking on significant capital and infrastructure needs going forward as well.
All right. Any other questions for Matt? Okay. Thank you very much. And with that, could I get a mover to receive the presentation as information? Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Michelli. All in favor? And that is accepted. Okay, so we kind of jumped ahead. So the report CS-26-102, read 2025 audited financial statements and year-end performance measures be received as information, and that the 2025 consolidated financial statements for Norfolk County be received as information. Are there any other questions to staff at this point in time? Seeing none, do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Duffy. All those in favor? And that is carried. And before we move to the next one, I just want to say it is wonderful news to hear that not only are our staff doing a fantastic job, that we have a reputable business in our community who has given us a clean audit. So that is something that staff and council should be proud of. Thank you. Okay. The next one, we're going to have, we're going to do 6.2.1, December 31st, 2025, investment update, CS-26-120-177. Kevin Kitchen, Manager of Accounting, will present this report.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the committee. The purpose of this information memo we provided is the annual update on the investment activity for Norfolk County as at December 31st, 2025. The county's total investment return for 2025 was about $20.7 million, or 6.3%. The short and medium-term investments brought in about $10.4 million, and the legacy fund portfolio brought in about $10.3 million. 2025 represented a very successful year for the county's investment portfolios, attributable to higher interest rates, solid performance of the Canadian equity market, and elevated investment balances leading the sizable returns. Here to speak today on the legacy fund portfolio are Paul Van Lith and Ian Murray, our new investment services provider, CIBC Private Investment Counsel.
Welcome, gentlemen. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paul and I will definitely stay on time. We had a heck of a challenge getting here today. We had another artery to the 401 in London, Ontario closed today. And yeah, so we have 3 arteries, and basically 2 of them you can't get to the 401 right now. So it was a challenge, but we made it. Pleasure to be here and to address council to talk a little bit about how the portfolio has been doing. You know, it's always a very interesting time in our world, and certainly that nothing could be further from the truth right now. But financial markets have been very, very resilient. You know, we saw great returns in 2025, led by Canadian equities. It's not often that we get to say that Canadian equities are the star performer, but that's what we saw in 2025, with Canadian equities making 31.7%, which is an incredible number. If we now look to like the June to June numbers to see how we're doing in the last 12 months, Canadian equities again are the top performer at 32.87%. We've got US equities, and again, if we recall, a year ago when we started this process, we had talked about US equities, and given what was going on in the US and the climate around tariffs and that, we decided to not have any exposure to US equities, which has worked out because the Canadian market is over 5% ahead of the S&P, and then international equities where we have some exposure, the EFI index is up 25%. So again, very strong numbers. One of the things that Paul and I get asked a lot about these days is that, you know, from our clients is that a lot of people are feeling the pinch out there, right? That, you know, if you think of people that 5 years ago had a mortgage at 1.4%, they're renewing those mortgages at 4%. We all know what's happened to the cost of groceries, the cost of gas. You know, there's estimates that a family of 4 is spending $18,000 a year on groceries. So consumer spending in Canada has been tight, and we've actually officially had 2 negative quarters of GDP growth in Canada. So a lot of our clients are saying, you know, Ian, that seems to be this huge disconnect between the portfolio and how the economy's doing. So, and the reasons for that are that despite the challenges around consumer spending and GDP growth, we've had excellent corporate earnings, and we've also seen lower interest rates, right? So if we think in Canada, a couple years ago, people could walk into a bank branch and buy a GIC at over 5%. Well, that GIC rate now for a variable GIC is 2.3 or 2.4%. So a lot of Canadians who were being risk adverse and in GICs a few years ago have had to move to Canadian dividend paying stocks because they can't make it work at 2.3%. So we've seen a wonderful flow, liquidity flow into dividend paying stocks, okay, which has been great for the TSX. But that also, you know, going forward, we also have to be cognizant of the fact that that creates some potential valuation challenges, right? So, you know, obviously my career has been a lot longer than Paul's career, but, you know, for the vast majority of my career, you could buy Canadian bank stocks at a 10, 11, 12 times earnings, right? Now, if you want to buy Canada's biggest bank, the Royal Bank, you're paying 18 times earnings. So we have to be cognizant going forward that although markets have done very well, and although we continue to see there being an appetite for risk assets out there, given where interest rates are, we have to be cognizant of valuations when we're looking at markets. Also, you know, what are potential other risks to these wonderful markets? Well, the main risk would for sure be inflation, right? The market's in okay spot here as long as interest rates stay at these level. The market would not like to see interest rates move higher, okay? And that's the key thing that we're looking at. We don't want to go into a period of what we would call stagflation, where we see the economy stagnate because of inflation levels. And so we had a very good inflation report out of the US this morning. It was the best monthly inflation report we've seen since 2020. Obviously, a lot of that was helped out by the price of gas, but even the ex-food and energy number was positive. So those are going to be key things going forward, is that to continue to see interest rates, because the market's benefiting. There is an awful lot of cash out there, you know, and when we talk about valuations, we also have to be aware of the fact that when we look at the Canadian and the US markets, that the public market for equities is about half of what it was 25 years ago. Through mergers and acquisitions, there's just a lot fewer stocks to invest in Canada than there was 25 years ago. So the argument can be made that we have too much money chasing too few stocks. And that's a reason why you can justify the fact that valuations or PE multiples have gone higher. So, you know, very pleased with how the portfolio's done the first 12 months. You know, we've had a couple of the original kind of fixed income type investments that we bought have matured already. They got called away after a year. So these are investments that we buy for the county in replacement to things like GICs and bonds, okay? So they're not quite as conservative as GRC or bonds. They're 100% principal protected, but they're tied to a measure. So we saw those investments do very, very well. One of them made in the first year, when it got called away, made over 8%, and the other one was just below 8%. So at a time when GICs are in that 2.3 to 2.5, to have conservative fixed income investments do that well is great. On the equity side, the PPNs tied to Canadian equities have been an absolute home run. We have two $3 million notes tied to Canadian banks. You know, one of them is up 86% in a year. The other one's up 65% in a year. You know, we have another one tied to a diversified basket of Canadian equities that's up over 65%. So we've seen great returns. And considering again that your principal's not at risk, right? That the original principal is always protected. So, you know, one of the challenges going forward will be, when do we want to make some of those gains real? Because as soon as we make those gains real, that new level, the portfolio can never drop below that level, right? Because again, the new principal is then protected. But yeah, we have wonderful participation rates in some of these notes. The one tied to Canadian equities, we're getting over 200% upside. So when you think of the fact that you have no downside to your original principal and you're getting over 2 times the upside in those equities, it's, you know, it's very attractive. So Paul, any comments, thoughts you would? No? I think you covered it. No? So yeah, so again, portfolio looks very, very strong. Yeah, year to date, very pleased to see how things have gone the last couple of months. but it goes to show how things can change. In June, although Canadian equities, again, year to date are doing very well, in June, we had a correction in energy stocks, which is a major component in Canada. So in June, we actually saw US and international equities perform the best. In international equities, they're very reliant on other countries' oil in Europe, places like Europe. So we saw a great recovery in international equities, up 3.05% in June, whereas Canadian equities only made 0.5%. So we actually did better in bonds, the conservative bonds, at just over 0.5 than Canadian equities because of the correction in energy stocks. So again, first 13 months have been great. The returns, we're very, very pleased with returns. You know, probably on the surface would not have guessed that the markets could do this well, given that we are in an official recession, very minor recession, but an official recession in Canada. But again, lots of liquidity out there still that could find its way into the markets. Whenever we have a pullback in the markets, right, whenever the markets believe that there's some bad news like the war in Iran that could cause a 12-15% pullback in the market, as soon as the market pulls back 5%, there's new capital there to buy the market, right? So pullbacks are a lot less than we've seen in the past. And yeah, so just hopefully the next 12 months are as good as the previous 12 months. And Amy and them will be very pleased with what we're doing for sure.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Vanden Rishi?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I'm very low risk. Like you're not going to see me out there in a lot of high risk. Maybe my husband, not myself. Anyway, at the end of the day, when I listen to what's going on in the world and what's especially going on in Canada, we're hearing that many businesses are considering leaving Canada and moving south. Is this a concern, or will this eventually have an effect on the marketplace and, of course, our returns?
That's an excellent question. Obviously, productivity in Canada is not what we would like it to be. You know, if we think about GDP per capita, there's 38 countries in the OECD. Canada's like 36th or 37th, right? We're ahead of Luxembourg, which has 20 wealthy people living in castles. It's not really a real economy, but so productivity has been a real issue. Stats show us that businesses and individuals are leaving Canada. Last year, we had 55,000 high net worth or high earning potential individuals cut tax ties with Canada. And businesses are very much doing the same thing. We're expecting over 100,000 to cut tax ties with Canada this year. So, you know, with Canada's resource base, I think there is an opportunity going forward to, if we utilize our resource base, if we do have things like pipelines and things like that, there might be an opportunity to see more attractive tax things for both individuals and businesses, because there's no doubt that the tax situation in Canada is creating a situation where capital is leaving Canada.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Brunton, sorry about that.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Councillor Vanden Rishi watches the same program I do, BNN, on, and I find it very interesting. But on there was a gentleman a while ago, and he talked about the bank rate and at 2.25, and he said it could go up. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, again, yes, inflation is not going away. There's despite a good number in the U.S. today, which was mostly because of the price and drop in the price of gas after the potential deal in Iran, that the biggest risk to what Paul and I do with regards to equities for sure is interest rates, right? Mm-hmm. We've had several bank meetings in Canada where we've held rates stable. The idea of raising rates in this environment when there's so many people that are living so close to the line because of things like mortgage renewals, right? I was talking to a client the other day, and their grandson had his mortgage come up for renewal and went from $2,500 to $3,400, right? 1.4 and a 5-year to 4. So that $900 a month is money just out of the economy, right? And just that's probably that young couple's cushion, right? But so the idea of rates going even higher is very difficult to stomach when our economy is struggling like this. But ultimately, inflation's an evil, evil thing to the economy. So we have to continue to watch inflation, the price of groceries, gas, all those things, because again, the percentage chances of a rate increase by the end of the year have been increasing. Now, Paul and I are both very hopeful that that won't be the case, because it's a very, very tenuous time for the economy to try to think about dealing with higher rates. But again, those inflation statistics, we have to, so that's why there was a lot of relief, or a bit of a sigh of relief today in the market because of the US inflation number.
The other thing you mentioned, and I watch it closely, is you mentioned Royal Bank. It's shy of $300. Like, what's the scoop there? Like, are they gonna? Do you see some of these banks splitting or paying a special dividend? Or?
That's something that Paul and I have talked a lot about. Is that, you know, whenever the bank stocks used to get to 100, they'd always cut them, right? Because bank shares are things sometimes that people like to give to their kids or grandkids as gifts because they've done so well over time and they pay dividends. So we always used to talk about, you know, people would want to buy a board lot, which is 100 shares. Well, it's not so easy to buy 100 shares when it's, you know, as a gift for somebody when it's $300 a share. So I'm not sure why the banks have made the decisions that they don't cut their shares anymore. Like, even our stock's 165, and I would have thought that they would have cut that. You know, BMO's in the mid 2s, Royal's 300. Yeah, so I'm surprised that they don't cut them anymore, but it just seems that that's something that we've moved on from.
Thank you.
Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ian, I'm not going to try to get any free stock advice from you like Councillor Bratton's trying to do. But I am just curious, you had mentioned earlier when you were answering Councillor Van Andriesch's questions that Canada's productivity level has been going down like over a long period of time. Yeah. Is there any main reason you think that that's occurring?
Yeah, so probably that's an excellent question. So probably the main reason has been lack of capital invested in Canada. Capital's been leaving Canada, not coming to Canada. And new capital increases productivity, right? So we've had a significant increase in immigration at a time where we've had very little investing in Canada. So that's basically why GDP per capita. Now, there was just some revisions made in the last quarter where we actually went from second last to third last. We bumped slightly ahead of Mexico, but it wasn't anything that we did. It was the fact that their number got worse. But yeah, so between immigration and very little new investment in Canada, that's what's hurts productivity and hurts your GDP per capita.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. And my second question kind of is with regard to the portfolio. How significant is the recent drop in the value of the Canadian dollar to your expectations?
So the decrease in the value of the Canadian dollar will be very front and center in the trade negotiations for a new trade deal, a new Canada, US, Mexico trade deal. There's no doubt when meetings start that the US will accuse Canada of not, supporting their dollar. We've seen, the very quick rise. The US dollar went from 135 to 142. And for a lot of that happened at a time when oil was going up in value. So that's concerning because typically, although what's no longer an oil dollar, we typically get support in our dollar from the price of oil, right? So certainly that makes things like, for people that still travel to the U.S., much more expensive. People that, Canadian businesses that use materials from the U.S., you think about the number of times that certain vehicles go back and forth from Canada to the U.S. So it puts things like that when we're dealing with tariffs still on automotive. We have to be really careful on things like our auto sector when we see something like that happen with the decline in the Canadian dollar.
Thank you, Ian, and the portfolio is doing great. Ian, Paul, keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would just like to reiterate what was mentioned before. Paul and I love dealing with Amy and her team. They're truly a pleasure to deal with, and we're very fortunate to have the opportunity to work with them.
That's wonderful to hear. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, with that, may I have a mover to receive this presentation as information? Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Vanden Rishi. All those in favor? And that is carried. So the recommendation is that the information memo regarding the December 31st, 2025 investment update be received as information. May I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Vanden Rishi. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Okay, going on to our third presentation, item 6.3, Shane Turner, Municipal Compliance Solutions, Re-Administrative Monetary Penalty, which short form is AMPS. So Shane, if you'd like to come to the podium, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, just push the button on the microphone there. There you go.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name's Shane Turner, and I've been working with staff in the Bylaw Enforcement Office to develop and implement a new way of dealing with bylaw enforcement infractions. I believe staff are going to help with the slides, is that?
Yeah. It's on.
Oh, okay. If we could move to the first, or the second slide, please. So the current process, which dates back to 1980, for adjudicating minor offenses in Ontario, including bylaw enforcement offenses, is through the Provincial Offences Act. Because it's provincial legislation and it's uniform across Ontario, it leaves little room for uniqueness and being able to respond to the nature of individual communities. The Provincial Offences Act is, as mentioned, is a piece of legislation that applies to all provincial offenses, from parking tickets to speeding tickets, through the Highway Traffic Act. So there is a significant impact on the provincial court process. In recognition of the ability to, or the need to reduce that impact on the provincial court system, as well as to allow for municipalities to develop a process that fits their community, the Municipal Act was amended to allow for administrative monetary penalties. And I'll refer to them, Madam Chair, now as AMPS.
Yes.
It's a little easier that way. So if we can move to the next slide, please. So AMPS moves the bylaw enforcement matters out of the provincial court system into a more of a dispute resolution process that allows for more open discussion. It's less formal and less intimidating. It's also knowing that it's moved out of the legislative framework. The province still needs to ensure that there are certain processes in place for accountability and transparency. So what council is asked to do in each municipality when they're transitioning to AMPS is to develop an administrative bylaw, which we've worked on with staff. That administrative bylaw sets out the process, as well as the process for issuing penalty notices or tickets, as well as the screening and hearing process. It allows the municipality to charge administrative fees and it also allows the municipality a bit more control over setting what the penalty notices or fines are. And it also requires, again, in the interest of accountability and transparency, it requires a set of policies to be approved by council. Those policies are attached to the report, CDS 26140, that speak to issues around conflict of interest, financial management, financial hardship, and political interference. If we can move to the next slide, please. So the process, the investigative process or the enforcement process itself leading up to the issuing of a ticket really doesn't change that much. Staff still have the discretion to work with people to try and get compliance with your municipal bylaws. But at a certain point, you'll find that there are just certain situations that can't be resolved by negotiation, and staff are faced with having to issue some form of penalty. So when they get to that process, if someone's issued a penalty notice or what we would call a ticket, the person receiving the ticket has two options. They can pay it, or they can choose to dispute it. Under the Provincial Offences Act, those two options are available as well. However, having to dispute a ticket through the court system is often viewed as being formal and sometimes intimidating, whereas the adjudication process through the AMPS process allows for a more of a discussion and change of information. So if I were to receive a ticket, I have the option of paying it or I have the option of disputing it, which typically first involves a discussion with a screening officer. And that screening typically is done by through an email exchange. And that would give the person that's received the ticket the opportunity to describe why they don't want to pay the fine or why they think the fine should be reduced. The screening officer then reviews that submission and renders a decision. The decision is to, there's three options in rendering a decision. One would be to confirm the penalty notice as held up, or as issued, I should say, sorry. They can I'm going to use the term withdraw it or cancel it, or they can reduce the fine. So they've got a bit more flexibility than what is offered in the provincial offences system, where it's essentially pay or take it to court. And it focuses more on dispute resolution than the guilt or innocence that often comes into play in the court system. So if I like that screening officer decision, I can choose to pay it. If there's an outstanding balance, it has to be paid. If I don't like that decision, then I can request a hearing, which is the second step in the process. So if we can move to the next slide, please. So hearing meetings are required to be in person, face-to-face, but they don't have to be in person. Most municipalities in Ontario now conduct their hearings virtually, but it is real time. So the hearing officer will ask the same sort of questions that the screening officer has. So tell me your rationale for not wanting to either pay the fine or not pay the entire fine. The screening or the hearing officer has the same options to render a decision as the screening officer does. The hearing officer's decision is final and binding, and if there's any money that's still owing, if the fine amount hasn't been canceled, then any defaulted fines are either applied to the vehicle license plate if it involves a parking ticket, or it can be sent to collections if it involves an individual, or in some cases could be applied to the municipal property taxes. So if we can move to the next slide, please. So the benefit of AMPS, as outlined in the report, is really focuses on customer service and that the ability to be less formal and intimidating. It relieves pressure on the provincial offences court system to allow them to deal with more serious matters. There's an enhanced level of discretion by the screening officer and the hearing officer to resolve the issue. Staff have more control over timing in terms of being able to move through an early resolution process. In some cases, some municipalities have significantly reduce their wait times from months to weeks. Anecdotally, I can tell you that there are some municipalities, I can't speak to Norfolk County right at this particular moment. I know staff are in the room if it becomes a question. But some municipalities are facing upwards of 9 months to 12 months to get a matter before the courts. The AMP system allows a lot more flexibility to reduce those times. As mentioned, the hearings are held in a more or a less formal atmosphere. Another significant benefit to the community is that officers, once a ticket is issued, the officers are able to reduce the amount of time it takes them to prepare for court. In most instances, an officer doesn't have to attend a screening, certainly not the screening, and most often not the hearing, which means that the bylaw enforcement officers are now out in the community more and not tied up in court. And there's also an element of public safety in that the AMP system allows municipalities to tailor their methods of service for issuing tickets or serving those tickets, which now allows the officers to reduce the number of incidents where a situation might get contentious or, if I could use the word, hostile with members of the public. If we could go to the next slide. The financial comments are written in great detail in the report. I'll just highlight a couple of things. The costs are expected, any costs expected in 2026 will be minimal at best, and staff are proposing that they will report on the CAI, Norfolk terminology, as part of the 2027 budget process, if there's going to be any anticipated costs, which are probably yet to be, well, they're yet to be determined, but probably will be minimal in effect. So I'll leave it as that. I think the last slide just simply sums up what I said earlier, which is that staff believe that this is a significant step forward, and I can tell you that most municipalities in Ontario feel the same way. So I'll leave it in your hands.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Vanden Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you for the presentation. I think it makes common sense, I think, to be able to change the structure. When this process, has anyone else implemented this? Is it in action right now anywhere else?
Oh, certainly.
Okay.
Well over 100 municipalities in Ontario.
Correct. Likewise, is there any statistics to show that at least the fines are being paid? Because when we see the amount of money of unpaid fines, it's staggering.
Yes,
Do you feel that this process could improve that and that we could see returns in it? Because right now, I feel that so many people get away with not paying their fines. It seems like you can be in court, you can have this, you can have that, but yet people still don't pay their fines. This attachment to your renewal of your license and or to your municipal tax bill is a great idea. I think we had those tools or have them, but it seems like we're not, it doesn't seem to be effective. Do you feel that this system would be more effective than what we have?
Through you, Madam Chair, what I can tell you, first of all, I'd like to say that there would be a comprehensive figure from all municipalities. What I can tell you, though, that most municipalities that I've talked to or worked with are seeing a positive return on their fine revenue based on the fact that certain things can be resolved earlier. The other part of it is that sometimes people will say, you know, if I could just get a few bucks knocked off my fine, in very simple terms. And that's a discussion that can be had because it's in a less formal process. They're more open to paying. The property tax issue is a tricky one. We've had that tool for some time, but it has very limited capabilities or applicability because if I receive a ticket, but I own a house and with my wife, but she didn't receive the ticket, that ticket can't be applied to the taxes. So what needs to happen on top of what's already happened is that the province needs to expand municipal tools to collect. I can tell you right now that there's probably well over $1 billion in unpaid fines in Ontario.
I know it's intimidating to get a fine or penalty of some sort. But at the end of the day, I really want those people to realize that they have a responsibility to pay it. So this system will help. Like you say, I think the simplest idea is if I get a few bucks knocked off, I will pay my fine up quickly. When this procedure or this, when you have the hearing, is it part of the hearing that you pay up right after the hearing, or is this another like 30 days, 60 days? What was the desire in that?
Through you, Madam Chair, each municipality can structure their own process within reason, of course. The provincial legislation does require some accountability and transparency and access to fundamental justice. Most municipalities, they offer as part of the hearing process, they can tailor that the payment schedule, or they could say you've got 30 days, 15 days, whatever it might be. So that is something that's flexible, and if staff believe that the system needs some, for lack of a better term, tinkering, that's not a legal term, but we'll call it tinkering, then that process can be adjusted by coming to council and requesting that change.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Veery?
Thanks, Chair. I have a question. So with all those outstanding fines, does AMS give us any new tools or better tools to retroactively go back, or is this all going forward?
Through you, Madam Chair, the AMS process moves forward. Any outstanding fines that have been issued now and have gone into default are still under the Provincial Offences Act, so the tools there remain the same. But more directly to your question, Councillor, the AMPS process does not really give us more tools to collect. It gives us tools to adjudicate, but the collection process is what's really at the heart of some of the challenges in Ontario. And I mentioned the $1 billion in outstanding fines. I can tell you that number is about 10 years old.
So to follow up, so I guess that's where I'm going, is if we make this switch, are we effectively writing off that outstanding debt?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, absolutely not.
Okay.
That outstanding debt is still collectible through collection agencies or license plate renewals. So it's not off the books unless the municipality decides to, which I would urge that you don't.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just before I go to you, Councillor Van Passen, Amy, did you want to add something?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to note that all the collection activities that are currently underway would continue with all of our current collection processes. And so we are seeing some increased collection. So our numbers have come up recently in POA in terms of collection, and we are seeing some success there. And I also wanted to note that we are cognizant of our limited abilities under provincial legislation right now with tax rolling, and that's our manager of revenue services, Rob Fleming, has done some good work with some of his peers in writing some letters and doing some advocacy to the province through our municipal associations as well. So we're hopeful that we can continue that work, but all current outstanding collections would continue under all of our current existing policies and processes.
Madam Chair, if I could add, just based on Amy's comment, just recently the Ministry of Housing introduced some changes to the Planning Act that would allow for AMPS to be used for zoning bylaws. So the process of AMPS is somewhat in the forefront in some legislators' minds at the province, and now might be a good time to boost that advocacy.
Okay. All right. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Could you give sort of rough idea on like our current system through the court? We need a court clerk and we need a prosecutor, and the bylaw people need to be witnesses. And under the new system, is there like a big savings in staff time or pay scale of that staff, or like what kind of comparison is there between the two?
Through you, Madam Chair, the process for processing the ticket once issued is still going to remain the same. So that's the staff in I believe it's in the Provincial Offences Court office, will still process those tickets. Just the ticket's going to look differently. So on that front end. In terms of prosecution time, I believe, and again, I'm talking about experiences from other municipalities. I don't have the specific numbers in terms of the number of trials right now for Norfolk County, but what staff and other municipalities are seeing are savings in legal services based on the fact that you don't need to have a prosecutor in court any longer. That prosecutor can, if it's a contract, that's a dollar savings. If it's staff time, then that's something that they can, that's extra time that they can divert. The County of Norfolk is proposing that the screening officer and hearing officer be contract positions. That's the proposal, which means then that the municipality will only pay for that service when it's absolutely needed. And over time, as you start to understand how many screenings and hearings you would have, which is going to be a fraction of the total cost, you start to realize a certain cost predictability in knowing that, say, 5% or 10% of your tickets are going to go to a screening or hearing, and it's basically on a per hearing or per screening basis. That allows for staff to not have to absorb that workload, as well as, and I should note this, the hearing officer itself actually has to be an independent third party. The screening officer can be staff. The hearing officer has to be an individual appointed by council. The screening officer, if a municipality is challenged with being able to offload that, that's when the ability for a contract service. So I think what we're going to see here is that if the system is more user-friendly, you're going to see less people disputing, which should equate into less time for those screening officers in the first place. The dollar value of what those savings are is going to be something that staff are going to have to monitor over the first, say 6 to 9 months of the program in order to be able to predict what those dispute resolution percentages are. I can only speak anecdotally because I can't speak for other municipalities, but I can tell you every municipality has seen a drop in the number of tickets disputed. The one comment that I can make is that from a savings perspective is that when I was the Director of Municipal Enforcement of the City of Waterloo, when we implemented AMPS in 2019, we saw the number of hearings compared to the number of trials we had for parking alone had dropped 90% in the first 6 months of the year.
Yeah, 'cause I'm sort of hoping that, if we fail to collect a $100 fine, I'd rather have only $50 invested in the staff time to get there instead of having $200 into a $100 fine that we can't collect. Right? So.
Mr. Fleming, did you have something to add?
Yes, through the chair. So just from a costing perspective, bylaw infractions, although they do come through POA, there's really 2 cost impacts that we would experience on provincial offenses as a result of moving to an APS system. The first one is prosecution time. Obviously, we contract that out, and anything that comes through a trial request, we have to pay directly for the prosecutor time, and then the judicial resources for sitting on trials. We have estimated, based on averages, that would be a savings of about $13,000 per year, which would be equivalent to the screening and hearing officer costs under the APS system. So we're not anticipating material changes as a result of that. But I think what Mr. Milson will touch on when we review the report is that there's really benefit on the bylaw side and the staffing associated with that side. Just to give some context as well in terms of the number of tickets that we process and requests for trials for bylaw matters, it's in the neighborhood of about 100 a year compared to multiples of that for other related tickets. For context as well, our outstanding fines and provincial offenses are about 8.2 million. Of that number, only a small fraction, about 180K, relate to bylaw related charges. So right now, we're not, so from a workload perspective on POA, we're not really anticipating material changes from existing staff like clerks and our collection team. But what we're really looking at is the benefits to be realized by the building or the bylaw services in the enforcement perspective, as well as maybe some long-term benefits as more items become applicable under the APS system going forward.
Great, thank you very much. Councilor Michele?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shane, thank you very much for your presentation. And just coincidentally, I sit on another board where one of my colleagues is a councillor from the city of Waterloo, and he has mentioned the exact same thing that you said, that this the flexibility of the AMPS system really makes a big difference. People find it much more user-friendly, and they are much quicker to attend these screening opportunities rather than going through the regular court system. So he spoke very highly of it, and obviously you are too. So it seems to me to be a much more flexible system that actually does save money. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. May I have a mover to receive this presentation as information? Councillor Mandan-Rishi, seconded by Councillor Veary. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. So 6.3.1 Administrative Monetary Penalty System, AMP CDS-26-140. Jim Milson, Manager of Bylaw Services, will present the report. The floor is yours, Jim.
Thank you, Chair. It's a pleasure to be with Council and Committee this morning. And thank you, Shane, for your presentation. Rather than repeat the information that you've just heard, I'd like to briefly focus my comments on why staff are recommending this transition and what Council is being asked to approve today. As Council may recall, in March of 2024, Council directed staff to investigate moving from the current Provincial Offences Act process to an administrative monetary penalty system for parking and other municipal bylaw offenses. Since that time, staff have worked closely with Municipal Compliance Solutions, Shane Turner, along with several municipalities already using AMPS to develop a program that is tailored specifically to Norfolk County. The recommendation before Council today is really about establishing the framework necessary to allow that transition to occur. Specifically, Council is being asked to approve the new administrative monetary penalty bylaw, establish the hearing officer bylaw, adopt the mandated governance policies to ensure that the system remains fair, transparent, and independent, and authorize staff to secure screening officer and hearing officer services through an external provider. One point I'd like to emphasize is that this report is not about increasing penalties or creating new offenses. The existing bylaws remain in place. What changes is the method by which those penalties are reviewed and resolved. From an operational perspective, staff see several important benefits, some of which Shane has already mentioned. First, residents will have a quicker and more convenient process to resolve disputes without having to navigate the provincial court system. That makes it less adversarial and I think much more welcome by the public. Second, the program gives officers another compliance tool that can often resolve issues more quickly while still preserving procedural fairness. And finally, reducing court preparation and attendance allows our officers to spend more time in the community responding to complaints, conducting investigations, and working proactively with residents to achieve compliance. If you've had a chance to review the report on page 5, you'll see one example there that I used regarding some of the time that the officers spend on just 3 of our larger type investigations, or more prolific, I should say. And there's an example there of some of the savings in time that can be generated through using this process by having officers spend less time preparing and attending court matters. So at your leisure, you can review that again. But financially, staff anticipate that the program, as was mentioned, will be close to revenue neutral over time. The goal is not to generate additional revenue, but rather to provide a more efficient, customer-focused enforcement process while making better use of existing staff resources. Should council approve the recommendations today, staff will spend the coming months completing the implementation work, including software configuration, staff training, public education, administrative forms, and the appointment of screening and hearing officers. Our target remains implementation during the first half of 2027 to get all of this done. Finally, this report establishes the administrative framework only. Staff will return to council with a future report recommending amendments to approximately 14 existing bylaws so that it can make use of the new AMPS process in a phased and orderly manner. This concludes my presentation to council and committee. Staff, along with our consultant, will be pleased to answer any questions from council that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim. Are there any questions for Mr. Milson? Okay, I think between you and Shane's presentation, it's been explained very well, and I've been doing some research on this for a couple of years now too, so it makes great sense. So with that, may I have a mover to receive, sorry, no. Yeah, the recommendation is on the screen. So do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Member, Councillor Vanden Riese, and a seconder? Councillor Michelli. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, at this point in time, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. I'm just going to try and see how fluid we can keep with the agenda. We can't do deputations yet, and we can't do closed session yet, so we'll see about maybe going into staff reports and maybe having a little bit of an early lunch. But anyways, 10-minute break. Thanks.
Hey, Norfolk County. The next municipal election is happening this October. Keep watching to find out everything you need to know to cast your vote. New for 2026, Norfolk County will use a hybrid voting system, offering both in-person and online voting. Online voting will be available from October 9th to October 23rd, and eligible voters can vote on a computer or mobile device from anywhere with an internet connection. During the online advanced voting period, we'll have several online voting assistance centers set up to help with online voting. These locations will also offer the opportunity to vote using paper ballots as an advance voting option. In-person voting will be held on Monday, October 26th, Election Day, at poll locations across the county. Avoid delays. Check the voters list early to ensure your name, address, and school support are correct. It's easy to update your information online. Eligible voters will receive information by mail. Remember to bring your ID when you vote to confirm your identity at the polls. Visit norfolkcounty.ca/vote for up-to-date information, links, and resources. You can also call 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK or email elections@norfolkcounty.ca. Visit our website to subscribe to get elections news sent right to your email inbox. Norfolk votes. Make your vote count.
Hi, I'm Marissa with Norfolk County. As you've probably heard, we're making some exciting changes to waste collection in our community, and we want to ensure you have everything you need to know. Starting this August and September, every residential household in Norfolk County will receive 2 new waste carts along with a small kitchen container right at your home. For reference, I'm 5'6", and this is what the carts look like in comparison to me. First, we have a 240-liter garbage cart. That's enough space for 3 to 4 bags of garbage. And a second 120-liter green cart for your organic waste. And inside, you will find the kitchen container to make sorting easy. Garbage will be collected every other week, and organics will be collected weekly. Collection on the new carts begins September 28, 2026. We know every household is different. If the standard 240-liter garbage cart is more than you need, You have the option to downsize to a smaller 120-liter cart, which holds 1 to 2 garbage bags. If you'd like to request a smaller cart, simply visit norfolkcounty.ca/waste changes to submit your preference. If the standard size works for you, you don't need to do anything at all. Your carts will arrive automatically ahead of collection day. This information is for residential homes. If you're a commercial property, a residential farm, or just want more details about the program, visit norfolkcounty.ca/waste changes.
Hey Norfolk County, I'm Chris, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes to show you how Norfolk County manages stormwater in our towns and communities. Stormwater isn't just rain or melted snow. It's any excess water that runs off hard surfaces like roads, driveways, and rooftops. But where does that water go? And why is managing it important? Norfolk's stormwater systems include pipes, ditches, catch basins, and ponds that work together to manage this runoff. Stormwater systems like ponds slow the flow and allow dirt and pollutants to settle and release cleaner water into the environment. Without proper management, stormwater can flood basements, damage roads, and carry contaminants like oil, garbage, and salt into our rivers and lakes. That's why Norfolk County created a dedicated stormwater team in 2024 to better understand and maintain what we already have while planning for the future. This stormwater pond in Port Dover helps to reduce flooding and improve water quality. Over time, sediment and pollutants build up within storm ponds, limiting their ability to hold water. This creates an ideal environment for algae and invasive plants like Phragmites to flourish. This fast-growing species can block out the flow of water and crowd out native vegetation, reducing the habitat that local wildlife depends on. To restore this pond, we're removing the excess sediment and transporting it to a licensed site. We're also clearing invasive plants, reshaping the pond's banks, and upgrading the outlet that controls the flow of water. This work will improve water quality, allow the pond to hold more water, reduce flooding risks, and provide a healthier habitat for plants and wildlife. Stormwater management isn't just about what you see on the surface. It's also about the infrastructure underground. We use special tools to locate, map, and inspect the pipes and infrastructure that connect the ponds to the wider stormwater system. This helps us to understand how water moves through our communities and identify issues that need our attention. It's likely that you or someone that you know has been impacted by flooding, erosion, or drainage issues. All of that connects back to stormwater. Stormwater management isn't just about pipes and ponds. It's about protecting the communities and the nature that surrounds us. As Norfolk County grows, so does our responsibility to manage stormwater, and that's our job. With smart planning, hard work, and community support, we're building a cleaner, safer, and more resilient future together.
Welcome to Norfolk County, where land meets lake and opportunity grows deep and wide. Located on the north shore of Lake Erie, in the heart of southwestern Ontario, Norfolk spans 1,600 square kilometers, making us one of Ontario's largest single-tier municipalities. Our roots run deep in agriculture, food production, and advanced manufacturing, industries that shaped our past and are powering Ontario's future economy. Home to over 70,000, we are bold, diverse, and fiercely local. From Port Dover to Long Point, our folks are putting down roots, sometimes in sand, sometimes in soil, but always in a place they're proud to call home. Big land, big vision, unmatched potential. That's Norfolk.
Hey Norfolk County.
Hey Norfolk County.
Hey Norfolk County. Hey Norfolk County.
Hey Norfolk County.
Hey Norfolk County.
My name is Bowden Winicki.
My name is Lindsay Kaliokoski.
My name is Alex Ryan. I work as a park student.
I work as an economic development coordinator.
I work on roads department in Delhi.
I work as a supervisor for waste management.
I work as a committee coordinator in the clerk's department.
Okay, what's the first question? What I love about my job is the people.
All right, what do I love about my job?
It's really the community. No day is the same.
It is because I get to work with a bunch of great guys.
It directly impacts
really positively the residents of Norfolk County.
I love the people that I get a chance to work with. Every day is different. The mix of things is what makes me happy and keeps me going.
First and foremost, the community. The people of this community are so welcoming. Is the amazing team I get to work with every day here at Norfolk County.
Opportunity to help people, to help my community.
One of the things I love the most about my job is my team. I love who I work with and what I do while I'm here.
I get to work on projects and in programs that support our community, that help make lives better for the people who live here, who work here, and who come here to visit.
Every day you feel like you've accomplished something on the way home, and you're working with a bunch of great people who are equally as committed to the community and serving our communities.
The pace here is very good and great work-life balance.
They put wellness on the forefront, so I'm part of the Apple Committee, and there's lots of opportunity at Norfolk County.
Flexible work hours, great work-life balance, great staff, great friends, and of course, what's not to love about Norfolk County? We're Ontario's garden.
I love helping people, I love helping residents, and that's what makes Norfolk County a great place to come to work.
I chose to work for Norfolk County because I grew up in Delhi, so it's close to home, and I've enjoyed working for my community and my friends and family.
Definitely 100% the people. There are lots of community champions, and everyone's been so kind and welcoming.
Because I was born and raised here, and I wanted to help give back to my community.
I love giving back to a community that I grew up in. I love my team, and I love that I can leave a legacy here in the communities.
When I had the opportunity to come home and serve the public, I jumped at that opportunity.
I started my career as an area planner for this place. It's interesting that at the end of my career, this opportunity came up to come back and make Norfolk a better place.
Is being able to live and work in the community that we're a part of.
I did choose to work for Norfolk because I'm an engineer by trade, and I like to solve problems.
And realized how rewarding it was to be able to contribute to initiatives within the area that I've always called home.
I love it here. You should consider joining the public sector, joining the municipality, because it's so diverse. There's something for everyone. Local government is the closest to the people. We get to work with our residents day in and day out, and there is something for you in every department for Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County. Do you know how your property taxes are spent? Let's take a look together. First, we need to start with Norfolk County's budget. Every year, staff and council confirm the funds required to be collected from the property taxes paid by you and 35,000 other Norfolk County taxpayers. These funds contribute to Norfolk County's levy and capital budgets, which lay out how your tax dollars are used. The capital budget is also funded by the rate budget, the funds paid by residents known as ratepayers for water and wastewater services through their monthly water bill. The levy budget is used to deliver programs and services for residents ranging from emergency services like fire and EMS, waste services like garbage collection, recreation services like arenas, trails, and parks, maintenance services like snow removal and road repair, and human services like homelessness prevention and health education programs. Our levy budget also supports our libraries and museums, administrative services for council, and the many staff who keep Norfolk County operating. Services like recreation programs for children, adults, and seniors, and our Ride Norfolk transit program are also paid for with property taxes and supplemented by user fees. And across Ontario, a portion of each resident's property tax bill goes to our local school boards. About a third of the property taxes collected are allocated to the capital budget or reserves for future capital spending, which includes other funding sources like the federal and provincial government, reserve funds, grants, debt, and development charges, as well as funds from the rate budget. Together, the capital budget goes toward longer-term projects, such as our investments in water and wastewater facilities, as well as building and renewing our parks, roadways, pools, arenas, and other things we use every day. So the next time you hear someone ask, "Where are my property taxes going?" you can tell them to look down, look up, and look forward. Your tax dollars are at work all around you every day. When you visit your local park with your family, drive to work on cleared roads, register for swimming lessons, get rid of that old couch you've outgrown, or contact Service Norfolk about that pothole on your street that needs to be fixed. Your tax dollars are also being invested in initiatives to improve the lives of Norfolk County residents in the years to come to make Norfolk County a better place for future generations. While Norfolk County's budget is prepared once a year, your feedback helps us make decisions and plan for the future. We are committed to listening to you so that our budget reflects what is important to our community. Learn more about Norfolk County's budget at norfolkcounty.ca/budget.
Today we're announcing an exciting partnership with Scotland and Norfolk County Economic Development, and we're transforming transport trailers into mobile ambassadors. We're showcasing Norfolk's story of opportunity, excellence, and quality of life across all of North America, and Scotland is the ideal partner with an amazing logistics network and will help us share our story all across North America.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Okay, we are now live. All right, we're moving on to item number 9 on our agenda, staff reports. The first one on the agenda is 9.1, Emergency and Social Services, 9.1.1, Fire Department Apparatus Replacement Schedule, ESS-26-009. Gord Stillwell, Fire Chief, will present the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to committee. The purpose of the memo in front of you today is to provide council with information regarding the Norfolk County Fire Department's apparatus replacement strategy and the rationale for maintaining a 20-year replacement schedule. We're confident, we consider our fire apparatus as critical assets in the support of delivery of emergency response, fire suppression, rescue operations, and public safety services throughout Norfolk County. So with the information contained in the memo, we want to outline the industry standards, risk management considerations, operational requirements, and procurement realities that help inform the department's replacement planning. So it also provides comparative information from our neighboring municipalities and highlights the importance of maintaining a reliable and compliant fleet to support firefighter safety, emergency response effectiveness, and our insurance grading requirements. And it also allows for sustainable long-term asset management. So the information presented is considered with established best practice in North America. It's not a Norfolk County specific practice. Staff recommend continuing with the current apparatus replacement framework to ensure ongoing delivery of safe, effective, and fiscally responsible fire protection services. And one last point I'd like to provide to committee for consideration is with the information provided today, it's it's not simply about replacing a fire apparatus at a certain year, because age is not the deciding factor. There's many things, as we contained in the report, of what's going on and how and why we need to replace at a certain amount of time. But it's more about maintaining safe and reliable fire apparatus and keeping our fleet healthy, which we currently have. The healthy fire fleet helps maintain our staff confidence as well within the department, knowing that we're committed to providing them with equipment they need to stay safe with while serving our residents in Norfolk County. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Gord. Councillor Vanden Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thanks, Gord, for the information in your report. How's it working in the sense of it takes a long time to get a fire truck?
Yeah.
Right? So how much in advance do you have to start looking, or I know you can't procure, but at the end of the day, you can research and things like that, how long fire trucks take to be built, and can they be acquired closer to home type of thing, and of course it's a bid process, but how much in advance do you do that?
Well, currently we have a standard apparatus model, so that all started back from 2004. There was a lot of different types of apparatus. We designed a truck that works as a system for Norfolk County Fire. So currently the apparatus that we're ordering are pretty much similar year after year. So the procurement or the development process we've reduced quite a bit in the last 5 or 6 years, because we're not building trucks, we're just replacing them right now.
A follow-up, if I could. So when we're looking at this and we're looking at the equipment, and there's obviously an assessment done on those trucks yearly to see how those trucks are functioning and how things are working, be kept up to date, sort of deal. Do you find that we can keep a truck the 10 years, or depending on if it's a pumper or a truck or whatever, or are we finding that heavy use?
Yes, so we're replacing at 20 years. And what we're finding is leading up to that 20 years, we're seeing some, ongoing maintenance or more regular maintenance concerns. And then after the 20 years, we've had incidences where we've replaced vehicles at 20 years, and unfortunate things happen in other municipalities. They need a truck. We lend them a truck that we have just recently taken out of service. And it costs them significant amounts of money because there are parts failures, because they're all kind of hidden, because the kilometers don't reflect the actual wear and tear on the vehicles. When they're operating on a fire scene, the transmissions are working, the transfer cases are working, the engines are working, but the wheels aren't turning, so kilometers aren't a big factor in that. So
Well,
the 20 years, I'm sorry for cutting you on, but 20 years is quite standard, and it's kind of that's the end of the replacement schedule in a best practice replacement strategy.
That, along with the great men and women that are working with the service, so that's great, and thank you very much.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Read through the report, and I think it's an issue that's come up the last few years, that it takes so long from the time you order a truck till you get it. And there's those little things they call irrevocability clauses in there that, you know, they put a bid in on a price, but by the time they get around to building the truck, then that price is no longer valid, and they can adjust the costs. What are we going to be doing from the procurement end to sort of tighten up those contracts and make sure that the county is protected a little bit more? That, you know, when they put a bid in, and then a year later tell us, well, now it's going to cost, what was it, 70% more than what they had originally bid the last thing? So are we going to be working with some lawyers to get those contracts tightened up too?
Well, I can start and defer to my colleagues, but with the last, we've only run into that in my time anyways with the last round, and what we were looking at that point was there was unknown tariffs on aluminums and steel and all the products that were in there. So I think that was part of the protection that was being written in with the bidders. But these are things that are kind of were one-off on the last round, and even talking now with other municipalities, they're still facing some issues with the new 2027 emission standards. So vendors are very hesitant to put prices on, and they're pricing vehicles at today's price, with the caveat that if it costs more when the new standards come in, that the municipalities will be on the hook for that. But as far as tightening up the contract language, I would have to pass it off to my colleagues.
Amy? Sorry, Heidi. I saw you gesturing. Sorry, Heidi. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, through you to Council. So there are some things that we have already done. So Council will recall that we did an update to our purchasing policy, and at that time, as part of the review, legal counsel from the procurement office reviewed our purchasing policy and all of our templates for contracts, so they have all been updated. As it's noted in the report, the irrevocability period that is agreed upon or required by the county during the procurement process is something that we hold contractors to. If there is a situation like in this case, with the case of a fire truck, where we see some volatility in the pricing in the market on one or more parts of a fire truck, and a vendor is not able to hold their irrevocability period, staff only looks to agree to that and continue with the award if it would still be in the county's best financial interest to do so. So, for example, if we were to hold the vendor to the irrevocability period, and if they were not able to do that, and we would have to go to the next bidder, and the next bidder, even with the higher price with the first bidder, if it meant that the county would have to pay more by letting go of the first bidder, even with the adjusted price, if we went to the second one, then we would allow the first bidder to adjust the irrevocability period. And so I can assure council that staff have only ever made decisions related to the procurement of fire trucks, well, any of our procurements, but we're talking about fire trucks in this case, that would maintain the best possible value and lowest price for the county.
Thank you, Heidi. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. And that's what I think we got to make sure we check, that our contracts would allow us to do that. That you know, if we accept a contract and then they change the rules, can we just drop the contract because of that and go to the second bidder? So we got to make sure that there's little wordings from our end to protect taxpayers in Norfolk County, at the same time that you do understand the real world business, that when it's beyond the supplier's control, he's going to look for a place where it is to replace that income as well. So,
okay. Any other questions? No? Okay. So With that, do I have a mover for the staff recommendation that the information memo regarding fire department apparatus replacement schedule be received as information? A mover, Councillor Vanden Rishi, a seconder, Councillor Veery, all in favor? And that is carried. And as a side note, Chief Stillwell, I just want to say that obviously we wanted to make sure all of our equipment was in great working order today, as Norfolk County has experienced quite a large fire today. So thank you to all of your staff, and I hope everyone is safe and sound.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will certainly pass that on. And yeah, again, we have 18 apparatus committed to that one call, aside from other apparatus covering across the county. So we haven't had any breakdowns, which we're very happy about, and everybody's safe. So
terrific.
Thank you for that.
That's great news. Thank you. Okay, we're on to item 9.2, Public Works. 9.2.2, Simcoe Wastewater Treatment Plant Upgrade Status and Next Steps, PW-26-029. And Mr. Grice, will you be presenting?
Yes, through the chair, Public Works Report 26029 is an update on our efforts and plans at the Simcoe Wastewater Treatment Plant. This report is not about the technical design or the treatment processes at the facility. It is purely providing council with an update on the environmental assessment and staff's preferred project delivery method moving forward. As it relates to the environmental assessment, this project has been in our books for quite some time, and we've had numerous conversations about it. After some initial scoping, it was determined we should be exploring a centralized location for our solids handling at the Simcoe Wastewater Treatment Plant, and that required staff to update our environmental assessment. This included additional public consultation that was completed last summer and last fall, and these updates have now been submitted to the ministry. One key element that may be of interest to council and the public is that the new approach includes a new access road off of Victoria to connect to the plant and removes heavy traffic from going through that small residential neighborhood. And ultimately, in the future, this would connect to the developments on the southeast side of the county, kind of the Live, the Calabrex, and Woodway Trails development. So another corridor moving through town, which is a great thing. As it relates to the project delivery method, staff are suggesting we follow a progressive design build as opposed to our traditional design bid build process. With our traditional approach, we retain a consultant, we complete the design, we complete the procurement process, retain a contractor, and then build. Following a progressive design build, we bring the contractor and consultant on board at the onset of the project and deliver the program together. This approach is standard for many large, complex projects in municipalities, often used for water and wastewater facilities, and it allows for flexibility and helps us control risk. However, it's not something we've done in Norfolk County yet, so we wanted to bring this forward to be very transparent and share with you our preferred approach. Just as a recent example, the Port Dover Water Treatment Plant, which is just wrapped up thanks to Mariana's efforts and all of her team, was delivered with a traditional design bid build process, and it had over 60 change orders. That adds a lot of delay and cost to our program, and these are things that can be mitigated with a modified delivery. Furthermore, following a progressive design build approach provides various off-ramps for council, so we'll be back in front of you at various touch points, which we can choose not to move forward, so you're not committing to a program and a final cost today. This is just a procurement method that is used in many municipalities. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions. Mariana is online because she's actively working on a grant that is due tomorrow with our finance team for this project in particular. So she is getting that crossed off the list, but she is available online for questions as well.
Thank you, Andrew. Are there any questions? Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have some concerns with this, and I've spoken with Andrew about it. I am not a fan of design build, and I've tried to get some information of a recent project just last night, and I was kind of delayed, I guess, and it was to deal with the Gretzky Center in Brantford. Anyways, my question to Andrew is WSP, have they designed this $53 million project? Have they designed it to your satisfaction?
So through the chair, I did mention WSP to you in passing earlier. Hatch is actually the consultant on this project. No, it is not completely designed at this phase. We are certainly in the early stages, have some conceptual work, but final design is not done.
Who is Hatch?
Hatch is just another consultant. They're one of the big players in the industry, just like WSP.
Have we ever used them before?
Through the chair, we've used Hatch on numerous occasions.
Okay. In the report, and I'm going to take you through a couple of things. On page 1 of 7 here, right at the bottom, it refers to the type of system, and I'm certainly not familiar with it, but it says thermal hydrolysis, etc. So was the Waterford plant similar to this, the Waterford wastewater plant, or is it different?
Through the chair, no, the Waterford wastewater treatment plant is quite different. It leverages a lagoon system, so it is stored on site there and then land applied. One of the differences with the proposal in front of you is moving to our centralized location. We're doing as you mentioned, a thermal process. It creates a Class A product. Right now, many of our facilities, or all of our facilities, produce a Class B product in different forms that limit your ability to spread on farmland. This will create a food grade Class A product that is usable anywhere.
Okay, and I'm just, so that last paragraph on page 1, it says the centralized biosolids treatment facility using thermal hydrolysis, if I can use that word. Have we got a plant like that now, or is this going to be a new operation type of system?
So through the chair, no, we do not currently have a process using this technology right now. This would be a new process for us. It is not an uncommon process. ListDec is one of the available options, certainly been in the industry now for multiple decades, and this technology is used by many municipalities.
Who recommended that?
Through the chair, this is something that was evaluated at a staff level. We visited numerous sites and conducted site visits across Ontario and even a couple locations south of the border before some of the more recent challenges with our neighbors to the south, but we've certainly done our due diligence to evaluate the technology.
Okay. I'm on page 4 now of the report, and the CCDC contract that you refer to in that paragraph, I guess, second paragraph on the page, is that a design build contract? Is that?
Progressive design.
So through the chair, that is a standard CCD contract, but it is a progressive design build. So there's a bit of a difference between a standard or like a traditional design build and a progressive design build. Without getting into all the details, the progressive design build does not fix you to a price at the early onset. There is various off-ramps for council. That is kind of the main driver difference between a traditional design build and a progressive. But yes, it's a standard template that is used for many projects through the CCDC contracts.
Okay, and then if you come down to the next two paragraphs, where it starts to manage the owner's delivery, and it says on the bottom there, delivery method, a legal advisory consultant is recommended to proactively, let me get this straight, it's small print, manage liabilities from early procurement to protect closeout, I guess is the word. No budget amendments are recommended to facilitate any information in this report. However, amendments may arise in the future as the works are tendered or new projects gates, council off-ramps are crossed. Okay, so that tells me during the design and build that we're going to have changes, correct? And if we have those changes, if it's the Hatch consultants are telling us, here's what we have to do, we really don't have any say in it. I mean, if we say no, the project comes to a halt, or they go back to the drawing board, costs us money to come up with some more alternatives.
Through the chair, I mean, the idea of a collaborative approach, and really, so you mentioned the legal component to this. So one of the needs of a project like this is having legal on board to help us navigate through those things as we work as a team together. They kind of act as an independent arm. They're protecting our interests, but they're there really to protect the overall project. But like any project, there certainly can be changes as we work our way through design, and that's why this process is set up with the various off-ramps for council. So as we work our way through the design, if things are going to change and cost goes up or down, we come back, we report to council, and we make a decision on if we want to move forward or not. Yes, there may be some throwaway costs if we decide to not move forward, but we're going to have to do something that's facility at some point in the future, and we would just pick up the design work we've done to date and modify it for whatever we deliver in the future.
I don't, by the way, I don't dispute the roadway idea. I think that's a great idea up there, but I'm on page 5 and I'm down to the second paragraph from the bottom. And it says, using the design approach, bids will be received. Many require amendments at the point. However, the gated approach will allow council to approve packages of work for certain deliverables. Well, I mean, you're the knowledge of what we're building, and don't get me wrong, I don't think we have any idea what's the technical side of this project. It's how it's being handled, and the approach will also allow enhanced cash flow forecasting. And it tells me we're going to need more money possibly to do the project. And it is a $53 million project, and again, I'm concerned about it. But I have a couple of other questions, Madam Chairman, if I may. Design build versus a standard contract. If we said we don't want to try design build, we'd like Hatch, I guess, our consultant, to give us a project and an estimated cost. Could we do that, or is it too late to do that?
Through the chair, no, it is not too late for us to move in that direction. It's not staff's preference for the project delivery, but we could, if council's wish, we could deliver this following our traditional design bid build process. We would have to retain Hatch because this is not within their current scope of work to do the full design for this new system. They would design it, we would procure it, we could tender it to a contractor and construct it like we do anything else. That will take some time. One of the advantages to and again, we're doing a progressive design build, which is different than a traditional design build, is schedule. You certainly reduce the time for construction as you're working together and doing things concurrently. When you're talking about packages there, one of the advantages is we would be proceeding with early site work. So the road that you're talking about that would be advantageous for our community could proceed, before we issue a tender package for the process upgrades at the facility, for example. So they could be coming forward to council at different times with different off-ramps, but we may want to construct the road because it provides a lot of benefit. And if we choose not to move forward with the technology, at least we've made some progress on the project. Yeah. So that's kind of it's a timing advantage for project delivery. I mean, we've been talking about this project well before I started here and have yet to kind of get anywhere close to a shovel in the ground. This will certainly help accelerate that.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not here to criticize your approach on the project. I'm quite familiar with some of the design build projects, and my findings when I've looked into them are not very favorable for costs. They escalate, and we don't seem to have the control over it. But you just said Hatch is not capable of the design? You mentioned that. Maybe is that
sorry,
wrong?
Through the chair. Hatch is very capable of completing the design. My interpretation was you were alluding to, do they have a design where could we just go out and get a contractor to bid on it? They're not there yet. We would have to expand their scope of work to do the full design, and then we could go out and procure a contractor. But Hatch is a very capable consultant and able to do that work.
And would, if I ask the question, how long would that take to do that, to do that type of design?
Through the chair, design of that nature would probably take us another 12 to 16 months before we had a final tender-ready package, go through the procurement process, and then start construction, for which would be about another 24 months of construction.
And would that still meet our needs?
Through the chair, yes, it could meet our needs. You just run the time scale as well as potential change order during project phase, but certainly could meet our needs.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions from committee? Councillor Van Rishi?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. So just trying to understand this. This is, I won't turn my back, and I apologize having my back to you. This is a period of time. You anticipate a certain time in the project to start, and then it looks like it closes way into 2030. Am I correct in saying that?
Through the chair, yes, our construction schedule right now for kind of full build out shows, I'd have to scroll down for the exact dates, but we're showing, end of 2029-ish for for the work and 2030 for part of the other work. So yes, 2030 for construction.
So this is a new modern idea. This is something that's being utilized elsewhere.
Through the chair, absolutely. This is a approach that is used in many municipalities. Brantford is using it right now for their new OHL arena that they're constructing.
Right.
We use similar processes in Hamilton all the time. They're not typically used for your traditional linear work in the road allowance. If you're replacing water main and sewer and paving, those are pretty standard routine projects. They're typically used for your large facilities or your water and wastewater plants where there's a lot of unknowns, which makes it hard to design a fully complete package for a contractor to bid on. But yes, many municipalities use this method.
So there are many on and off ramps I see in the duration of this project, because it goes out, like I say, out to 2030 here. And financially, does that make, and I think I posed the question to Amy, is this a better financial situation for us to be spending, in the long run, it's a lot of money. Let's acknowledge that, first of all. But at the end of the day, we're looking at it in portions or envelopes of time with the payment. What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you, and through the Deputy Mayor to Council. So financially, at the end of the day, I think the benefits that we will see is in terms of being able to forecast our cash flow a little bit more efficiently. So you heard earlier this morning we were talking about our debt load, and while reserves have increased, which is wonderful, our upcoming debt and the value of our infrastructure spending is going to outpace those reserves. And this is where we may come to a pitch point on this project specifically, because our typical process is to issue debt at the end of a project. So we cash flow it up front, complete all the work, and then issue the debt after the fact. With a project that's this large, we may not be able to cash flow that all the way through, and so we might at one point midway through construction issue construction financing. And so what we're hopeful for is that this project delivery method will allow us to cash flow forecast a little bit more tightly, so that we can keep an eye on that and have a better scope for when we may need to do the interim financing.
I appreciate that. And back to Andrew then. A question is, obviously we know we have the need, correct in saying that? There's not a lot of options here. Something has to be done. This is a project that we have off-ramps and can change, or is that possible?
So through the chair, yes, this is something that does need to be done in some form or another. It is, an asset that needs replacement, and whether we do a single facility at Simcoe and then, develop those at our other wastewater plants or a centralized, something needs to be done. In terms of the off-ramps, yes, every time we come back to council, there is a decision to be made, thumbs up, thumbs down, do we proceed or not? So there's lots of opportunity for council to ask further questions and decide our path moving forward.
And just to check, the other facilities that we've worked on this summer and are continuing to work on will not have been wasted, even though we go to this type of project here.
Through the chair, nope, any of our other active construction sites or other design projects underway are not wasted. What I was trying to allude to Councillor Brunton earlier was if at some point council decides to pull the plug on this particular project and say, you know what, it's getting too expensive, it's not delivering what we wanted, there could be some potential throwaway cost for consultant work that has been spent to date. However, as you mentioned, we need to do something at the facility. We would just pick up that design and repackage it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't like the numbers on this one either, but I also realize that the Simcoe sewage treatment plant has had problems for over 20 years that the ministry somehow let us get away with, and it needs to be fixed. The new road access needed to be there 20 years ago as well. We need to proceed with that. And, this process and the big scary number on the budget, I know I've said this before, I don't like the numbers, but I believe them. I don't want to go through the Dover water plant scenario again, where we're first told it's going to cost $5 million to fix it, and then we spend that money and go, okay, well, now that part works, but now we need another 5 million for the next part, and we go through the process and tender that and get that fixed, and then they come back, well, now those two pieces work, but the next part needs to be fixed, and now we're up to like $25 million. If they'd have told us right up front that over the next 5 years it was going to cost that much money, we might have made decisions a little differently at the beginning. So this one lays out a whole plan for the next 5 years on what needs to be done. And yes, that if you want to change your mind halfway through when phase one that has to be done gets done, we can always slow that down phase two. But I'd rather see it this way. We know everything up front. The public knows everything up front. And yeah, we need to get started on it because we're 20 years behind schedule already. So.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Mr. Grice. So I'm not an engineer, I know, surprising, nor a procurement expert. So I did do some initial research on, because I wasn't really sure of the difference of the project strategy and the approach behind design build. And my trusty AI friends tell me that you know, there are many advantages to this, but the biggest disadvantages are certainly the lack of competitive tendering and cost control mechanisms, and then also related to staff. But as Councillor Van Passen just referenced, we cannot go through the same experience that we had with the Port Dover water treatment plant. I mean, that is still a giant bee in my bonnet that the cost overruns there, you know, understanding the change orders, etc. But it's in the millions of dollars. So I guess I'm really looking for someone to definitively say, we have full faith that this is the best approach, that there is accountability truly built in. I'm hearing the things about the jumping off points, etc. But that we can actually bring this project to the finish line, because it does need to be done. I want someone with the experience to truly say, yes, this is the right way to do it. Because I'm willing to try something different, because we can't go through the same thing that we just did with Port Dover with the water plant. Try something new, perhaps, but give me some degree of faith that there's accountability behind doing it this way.
So through the chair, just to beat a dead horse here, it's not a design build, it's a progressive design build. So they are different. So if you're doing your Googling and your AI, there's a difference between those two approaches. Progressive design build does provide more flexibility and control on the county end to protect our interest, which is great. Yes, as staff, we feel this is the best project delivery method. We had a workshop just last Friday with all the consultants, all of the staff, and all of the contractors that worked on the Port Dover water treatment plant to go over kind of what worked, what didn't work, what could we do better in the future. And this was a big part of the conversation that from a staff, a consultant, and a contractor perspective said would really help, you know, for these types of complex projects in the future. So as staff, we think this is the preferred method. You know, you have a budget in front of you right now. I'm not going to say that is the final number. Things do change, but that's the idea with having the off-ramp. So as we come back forward to council and we refine things, you know, if it's 56 and it goes to 60 and we say we can't do it, we stop.
Okay, to be clear, I did search progressive because I wanted to understand what the difference was. And then the other comment was really about making sure that the owner of the project, so in this case would be the municipality, that there is the experience level among staff to see the project through to completion. So that it doesn't end up, you know, being mismanaged later if you have transition. So I believe that we do have fantastic staff in that department at this moment in time. I guess I'm looking to ensure that we have the longevity in the team with the expertise then to see the project through, because there is a lengthy timeline.
Through the chair, yes, that is something. If you were looking at the pros and cons, one of the negatives to this approach is there is more staff time or an owner time involved in the project just to make sure it's successful. We're very fortunate to have Ms. Balaban as our project director, brings a lot of experience in the construction industry and knows her contracts very well. She's committed. She's never going to retire, so she'll be here to see this project through completion. But yes, it does take more staff time for this type of delivery, but it gives us a better product at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, do I have a mover? The staff recommendation is on your screen. Do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Councillor Veary, seconded by Councillor Duthie. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, we are Sorry, my apologies. Those opposed, Councillor Brunton. Okay, we're going to do the drainage reports, and then we will have our lunch break. So, 9.2.3 Mills South Norwich Drain Engineer Authorization, PW-26-036. Bill Mays, Drainage Superintendent, would you please like to introduce this report?
Through the chair to council, in front of you is the PW 2603 Mill South Norwich Drain. In July of 23, council appointed Headway Engineering to redesign the lower section of Mill South Norwich Drain, which I have up on the screen there, is the yellow section from Highway 3 south, just east of Cortland. Through the consultation process, the engineer did split the project out to deal with a subdivision in Cortland first, and then now is proceeding with the second part of the project. In March, we held an information meeting with all the affected landowners that are along the municipal drain up to the Town Line Road or Mall Road. The owners at Norwich Township identified some issues with the grade of the drain at the north end of the watershed. Some owners identified some issues or concerns with erosion along the banks of the drain. Staff are recommending council change the authority of the engineer to deal with all the issues on the drain under one report. Right now, the engineer's authority is restricted to just the one section. Headway Engineering have also they do a lot of drone flying and using LiDAR to come up with their watersheds, more of a new technology. All the little sub-watersheds in the area are going to change slightly based on what the engineers found already. In order to change the assessments for the drains or clean them all up, we're recommending the engineer be appointed on each of these smaller drains. As you can see in the picture up on the screen is the DeFraga drain, the D. Kovacs drain, the Cowan drain, and the Tisdale drain. They all go into the Mill South Norwich drain. They all contribute. They're kind of branch drains of one bigger system. So we're recommending the engineer look at it as a holistic approach to fix the assessments for everything and all in one shot. That's staff's recommendation, is just to change the overall authority for the engineer to be able to do this work all at the same time.
Are there any questions for Bill Mays? No, seeing none. The staff recommendation will be up on your screen. It is. So the recommendation is up on your screen. Do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Councillor Van Passen, and seconded by Councillor Vanden Rishi. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda is 9.2.4. And that is the DeWitt Drain, referral back to engineer, PW-26-038. And Mr. Mays, the floor is yours again.
Through the chair to council, in front of you is PW 26036, which is the DeWitt Drain, referring the engineer, or the report back to the engineer. So the DeWitt Drain was passed by council a couple months ago. We went into the Drainage Act appeals through the quarter revision. I met with the owners shortly after the quarter revision change, and through walking the bush lot and field, there is a water course that the engineer didn't identify in his plans. And we got out in the field and we found more. There's a storm system along Highway 24 that brings water over in, and so what I have up on screen, the owners haven't even seen this yet, which is and I'm not sharing. I apologize. That's better. So what I have up on screen, the owners haven't seen this yet, is the engineer has come up with a revised watershed. By changing the watershed, it's actually going to be bringing in 4 or 5 new landowners into the watershed. The orange line I have through the center is what the engineer originally had as the watershed that was presented to council. In changing the watershed, it's going to change the assessments to everybody. We looked at different options under the Act on how to correct the assessments. And then we finally determined the best way to do it is refer the whole report back to the engineer to correct the watershed, correct the assessments for everybody, and it'll have to go back through the entire process back to council once finished. I've got a commitment from the engineer that we will have a final report in hand by September's council meeting.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, seeing that, so the recommendation is up on the screen. Do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Councillor Michelli? Sorry, did you have a question?
Yes, thanks.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I did have a question. And
Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand.
No, I'm sorry, that's okay. I just was wondering if I could just ask staff, Bill, do you have any kind of a timeline that we might look for the engineer to make all these adjustments?
Through the chair to Councillor Michelli, I already have worked a lot with the engineer. He has come up with a revised watershed, and he already has the assessments done. What I've committed to in this staff report is we're going to send out a notice once council has a decision to all affected owners, especially the new owners that are getting brought in with the draft assessments. Give them a little bit of time to comment back before the engineer finishes the report. The engineer has committed to finish the report before we get to a council meeting in September. So.
Okay, great. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, are there any other questions? Councillor, no? You want to move it? Move staff, okay, Councillor Vanden Rishi is moving the staff recommendation. Councillor Michelli is seconding it. All those in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Thank you. Okay, and with that, it is approximately 12 minutes after 12. We will break until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking at any of those 3 options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colborne Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, "Through the mayor." If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, "Through the chair." Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying "through the mayor" or "through the chair" to councilor and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our Respect and Responsibility policy, Visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm excited to take you behind the scenes to meet Norfolk County's aquatics team in action.
I think the people are what make the job. I think working with the people that I do, we're a great team. We work really well together. That makes a positive work environment. That makes a positive work for the public as well. They see that we work well together, and I think that benefits them as well.
I still love coming here every day. It's an exciting job. It's always different. You're always doing new things.
Being part of our team offers staff the opportunity to develop essential skills in lifeguarding, teaching swimming lessons, customer service, first aid, and of course, teamwork.
I think swimming in general is a really great skill to have from a very young age, so being a part of children learning how to swim is super important to me.
It's a really rewarding process to see them go from not the greatest swimmer to a better or great swimmer. It's a really good stepping stone to what I want to do in the future.
It's just a nice variety, and everybody brings something different and special to the team.
Our aquatics team is dedicated to educating the community on water safety and drowning prevention.
You might be a quiet student coming in, and this job is really going to push you to find your voice and be like an impactful member of a team.
I love that it's different every day, and you get to meet new people every day and see some of the same faces every day as well. But my job is different every single day. I don't do the same, so it's amazing.
As a proud Norfolk County employee, I'm honored to be part of a team delivering life-saving skills to our community. Thank you for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour. I hope this video gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be part of our aquatics team. If you're interested in taking advanced leadership courses to become a lifeguard and instructor, visit norfolkcounty.ca.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero, here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. Throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind the scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
This summer, discover the hidden gem of Norfolk County, Ontario's garden. Stroll through historic villages where time seems to slow down. Feel the sand between your toes on our pristine Lake Erie beaches. From live theater that captivates to trails that wind through breathtaking landscapes, adventure and relaxation await at every turn. Meet the farmers who grow your dinner and taste wine and beer crafted right here. Experience Norfolk County this summer, where small-town charm meets farm-fresh flavor. Ontario's garden. It's time you came home to it.
Hey, Norfolk County. The next municipal election is happening this October. Keep watching to find out everything you need to know to cast your vote. New for 2026, Norfolk County will use a hybrid voting system, offering both in-person and online voting. Online voting will be available from October 9th to October 23rd, and eligible voters can vote on a computer or mobile device from anywhere with an internet connection. During the online advanced voting period, we'll have several online voting assistance centers set up to help with online voting. These locations will also offer the opportunity to vote using paper ballots as an advance voting option. In-person voting will be held on Monday, October 26th, Election Day, at poll locations across the county. Avoid delays. Check the voters list early to ensure your name, address, and school support are correct. It's easy to update your information online. Eligible voters will receive information by mail. Remember to bring your ID when you vote to confirm your identity at the polls. Visit norfolkcounty.ca/vote for up-to-date information, links, and resources. You can also call 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK or email elections@norfolkcounty.ca. Visit our website to subscribe to get elections news sent right to your email inbox. Norfolk votes. Make your vote count.
Hi, I'm Marissa with Norfolk County. As you've probably heard, we're making some exciting changes to waste collection in our community, and we want to ensure you have everything you need to know. Starting this August and September, every residential household in Norfolk County will receive 2 new waste carts along with a small kitchen container right at your home. For reference, I'm 5'6", and this is what the carts look like in comparison to me. First, we have a 240-liter garbage cart. That's enough space for 3 to 4 bags of garbage. And a second 120-liter green cart for your organic waste. And inside, you will find the kitchen container to make sorting easy. Garbage will be collected every other week, and organics will be collected weekly. Collection on the new carts begins September 28, 2026. We know every household is different. If the standard 240-liter garbage cart is more than you need, you have the option to downsize to a smaller 120-liter cart, which holds 1 to 2 garbage bags. If you'd like to request a smaller cart, simply visit norfolkcounty.ca/waste changes to submit your preference. If the standard size works for you, you don't need to do anything at all. Your carts will arrive automatically ahead of collection day. This information is for residential homes. If you're a commercial property, a residential farm, or just want more details about the program, visit norfolkcounty.ca/waste changes.
Hey Norfolk County, I'm Chris, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes to show you how Norfolk County manages stormwater in our towns and communities. Stormwater isn't just rain or melted snow. It's any excess water that runs off hard surfaces like roads, driveways, and rooftops. But where does that water go? And why is managing it important? Norfolk's stormwater systems include pipes, ditches, catch basins, and ponds that work together to manage this runoff. Stormwater systems like ponds slow the flow and allow dirt and pollutants to settle and release cleaner water into the environment. Without proper management, stormwater can flood basements, damage roads, and carry contaminants like oil, garbage, and salt into our rivers and lakes. That's why Norfolk County created a dedicated stormwater team in 2024 to better understand and maintain what we already have while planning for the future. This stormwater pond in Port Dover helps to reduce flooding and improve water quality. Over time, sediment and pollutants build up within storm ponds, limiting their ability to hold water. This creates an ideal environment for algae and invasive plants like Phragmites to flourish. This fast-growing species can block out the flow of water and crowd out native vegetation, reducing the habitat that local wildlife depends on. To restore this pond, we're removing the excess sediment and transporting it to a licensed site. We're also clearing invasive plants, reshaping the pond's banks, and upgrading the outlet that controls the flow of water. This work will improve water quality, allow the pond to hold more water, reduce flooding risks, and provide a healthier habitat for plants and wildlife. Stormwater management isn't just about what you see on the surface. It's also about the infrastructure underground. We use special tools to locate, map, and inspect the pipes and infrastructure that connect the ponds to the wider stormwater system. This helps us to understand how water moves through our communities and identify issues that need our attention. It's likely that you or someone that you know has been impacted by flooding, erosion, or drainage issues. All of that connects back to stormwater. Stormwater management isn't just about pipes and ponds. It's about protecting the communities and the nature that surrounds us. As Norfolk County grows, so does our responsibility to manage stormwater, and that's our job. With smart planning, hard work, and community support, we're building a cleaner, safer, and more resilient future together.
Welcome to Norfolk County, where land meets lake and opportunity grows deep and wide. Located on the north shore of Lake Erie, in the heart of southwestern Ontario, Norfolk spans 1,600 square kilometers, making us one of Ontario's largest single-tier municipalities. Our roots run deep in agriculture, food production, and advanced manufacturing, industries that shaped our past and are powering Ontario's future economy. Home to over 70,000, we are bold, diverse, and fiercely local. From Port Dover to Long Point, our folks are putting down roots, sometimes in sand, sometimes in soil, but always in a place they're proud to call home. Big land, big vision, unmatched potential. That's Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County. Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County. Hey, Norfolk County.
My name is Bowden Winicki.
My name is Lindsay Kaliokoski.
My name is Alex Ryan. I work as a park student.
I work as an economic development coordinator.
I work on the roads department in Delhi.
I work as a supervisor for waste management.
I work as a committee coordinator in the clerk's department.
Okay, what's the first question? What I love about my job is the people.
All right, what do I love about my job?
It's really the community. No day is the same.
It is because I get to work with a bunch of great guys.
It directly impacts really positively the residents of Norfolk County.
I love the people that I get a chance to work with.
Every day is different. The mix of things is what makes me happy and keeps me going.
First and foremost, the community. The people of this community are so welcoming.
Is the amazing team I get to work with every day here at Norfolk County.
Opportunity to help people, to help my community.
One of the things I love the most about my job is my team. I love who I work with and what I do while I'm here.
I get to work on projects and in programs that support our community, that help make lives better for the people who live here, who work here, and who come here to visit.
Every day you feel like you've accomplished something on the way home, and you're working with a bunch of great people who are equally as committed to the community and serving our communities.
The pace here is very good and great work-life balance.
They put wellness on the forefront, so I'm part of the Apple Committee, and there's lots of opportunity at Norfolk County.
Flexible work hours, great work-life balance, great staff, great friends, and of course, what's not to love about Norfolk County? We're Ontario's garden.
I love helping people, I love helping residents, and that's what makes Norfolk County a great place to come to work.
I chose to work for Norfolk County because I grew up in Delhi, so it's close to home, and I've enjoyed working for my community and my friends and family.
Definitely 100% the people. There are lots of community champions and everyone's been so kind and welcoming.
Because I was born and raised here and I wanted to help give back to my community.
I love giving back to a community that I grew up in. I love my team and I love that I can leave a legacy here in the community.
When I had the opportunity to come home and serve the public, I jumped at that opportunity.
I started my career as an area planner for this place. It's interesting that at the end of my career, this opportunity came up to come back and make Norfolk a better place.
Is being able to live and work in the community that we're a part of.
I did choose to work for Norfolk because I'm an engineer by trade and I like to solve problems.
And realized how rewarding it was to be able to contribute to initiatives within the area that I've always called home. I love it here. You should consider joining the public sector, joining the municipality, because it's so diverse. There's something for everyone. Local government is the closest to the people. We get to work with our residents day in and day out, and there is something for you in every department for Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County. Do you know how your property taxes are spent? Let's take a look together. First, we need to start with Norfolk County's budget. Every year, staff and council confirm the funds required to be collected from the property taxes paid by you and 35,000 other Norfolk County taxpayers. These funds contribute to Norfolk County's levy and capital budgets, which lay out how your tax dollars are used. The capital budget is also funded by the rate budget, the funds paid by residents known as ratepayers for water and wastewater services through their monthly water bill. The levy budget is used to deliver programs and services for residents ranging from emergency services like fire and EMS, waste services like garbage collection, recreation services like arenas, trails, and parks, maintenance services like snow removal and road repair, and human services like homelessness prevention and health education programs. Our levy budget also supports our libraries and museums, administrative services for council, and the many staff who keep Norfolk County operating. Services like recreation programs for children, adults, and seniors, and our Ride Norfolk Transit program are also paid for with property taxes and supplemented by user fees. And across Ontario, a portion of each resident's property tax bill goes to our local school boards. About a third of the property taxes collected are allocated to the capital budget or reserves for future capital spending, which includes other funding sources like the federal and provincial government, reserve funds, grants, debt, and development charges, as well as funds from the rate budget. Together, the capital budget goes toward longer-term projects, such as our investments in water and wastewater facilities, as well as building and renewing our parks, roadways, pools, arenas, and other things we use every day. So the next time you hear someone ask, "Where are my property taxes going?" you can tell them to look down, look up, and look forward. Your tax dollars are at work all around you every day. When you visit your local park with your family, drive to work on cleared roads, register for swimming lessons, get rid of that old couch you've outgrown, or contact Service Norfolk about that pothole on your street that needs to be fixed. Your tax dollars are also being invested in initiatives to improve the lives of Norfolk County residents in the years to come to make Norfolk County a better place for future generations. While Norfolk County's budget is prepared once a year, your feedback helps us make decisions and plan for the future. We are committed to listening to you so that our budget reflects what is important to our community. Learn more about Norfolk County's budget at norfolkcounty.ca/budget.
Today we're announcing an exciting partnership with Scott Lynn and Norfolk County Economic Development, and we're transforming transport trailers into mobile ambassadors. We're showcasing Norfolk's story of opportunity, excellence, and quality of life across all of North America, and Scott Lynn is the ideal partner with an amazing logistics network and will help us share our story all across North America.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before Council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, Council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's 2 entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have 3 main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those 3 options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to Council Chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to Council Chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to Council Chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for Council to call your name when it's time to present. When Council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons, and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, through the mayor. If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, through the chair. Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, through the mayor, or through the chair to councillor, and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our Respect and Responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/RNR.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm excited to take you behind the scenes to meet Norfolk County's aquatics team in action.
I think the people are what make the job. I think working with the people that I do, we're a great team. We work really well together. That makes a positive work environment. That makes a positive work for the public as well. They see that we work well together, and I think that benefits them as well.
I still love coming here every day. It's an exciting job. It's always different. You're always doing new things.
Being part of our team offers staff the opportunity to develop essential skills in lifeguarding, teaching swimming lessons, customer service, first aid, and of course, teamwork.
I think swimming in general is a really great skill to have from a very young age, so being a part of children learning how to swim is super important to me.
It's a really rewarding process to see them go from not the greatest swimmer to a better or great swimmer. It's a really good stepping stone to what I want to do in the future.
It's just a nice variety and everybody brings something different and special to the team.
Our aquatics team is dedicated to educating the community on water safety and drowning prevention.
You might be a quiet student coming in, and this job is really going to push you to find your voice and be like an impactful member of a team.
I love that it's different every day, and you get to meet new people every day and see some of the same faces every day as well. But my job is different every single day. I don't do the same, so it's amazing.
As a proud Norfolk County employee, I'm honored to be part of a team delivering life-saving skills to our community. Thank you for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour. I hope this video gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be part of our aquatics team. If you're interested in taking advanced leadership courses to become a lifeguard and instructor, visit norfolkcounty.ca.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero, here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. Throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Okay, we are live. We're going to pick up where we left off, but I just wanted to make note that Councillor Duffy has had to leave for a brief time, probably about 30 to 40 minutes, and then he will be rejoining us in the meeting. 9.3.1 Community and Development Services. Request to declare surplus and convey lands being part Hastings Drive, Long Point, designated as parts 2 and 3 on Plan 37R-7742 CDS-26-095. And Karen will be reporting from Realty Services.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of committee. Report CDS 26095 is being presented to you today on behalf of the applicants who are requesting to purchase from the county the parcel which lies between their property and the Hastings Drive. As indicated in the report, in 1998, parts of Hastings Drive were reconfigured. Most parts were closed by the former Township of Norfolk under bylaw 1681-98, and multiple conveyances occurred at that time. The parcel adjacent to the applicant's property was not conveyed, and the applicants today would like to obtain ownership to these parts. The purpose of this report is to declare Part 2 surplus to municipal needs, set the valuation, and authorize conveyances for Parts 2 and 3 to the applicants. The applicants are aware that they will be responsible for all costs associated with this conveyance. At this time, staff will take any questions council may have regarding this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from committee? Councillor Michelli.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Karen, just so I understand like the sort of history of this, that little sliver that we're talking about here is the owners of the property adjacent. They have basically been just going over that to get to their own property, right? All this time. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And so
Yes.
and their motivation for wanting to acquire this little parcel is just to kind of square everything up.
Correct, and then to have frontage on an open road.
Right.
Most of them were all done. There was just 2 of them that didn't do it at that time.
Okay.
Yes, so
Yes.
just formalizing their ownership. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay. So with that, the recommendation is going to be on the screen. Okay. And so the recommendation is that the information memo regarding lot creation in prime no, am I on the right one? No, I jumped ahead. Sorry about that. I'm like, there's no agricultural land. Do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Councillor Vanden Rishi, seconder. Councillor Michelli, all in favor? And that motion is carried. Now we're on to vacant agricultural lot severances. CDS-26-123. Alicia Cole, Acting Director of Planning Services, would you like to introduce the report, please?
Thank you. So, through the chair, at the April 28th council meeting, council passed a resolution directing staff to bring back further information regarding how to approach the province to allow severances outside of settlement areas on land that cannot be used for agricultural purposes. In this memo, staff have summarized the policies provided by the province that outline the lot creation process. In order to allow lot creation on underutilized parcels of prime agricultural land, the provincial policy statement would need to be changed. Council may consider directly discussing this with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing through events such as the Rural Ontario Municipal Association Conference or the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus Conference. When a new PPS is drafted in the future, there would also be the opportunity at that time for Council to provide comments requesting consideration for that change. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Councillor Vanden Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the reason I brought this up is so that we could find those avenues of trying to speak with the province to make some alterations, because it is silly. Years ago, we gave, there were lot severances, and I agree, I was on the township, Norfolk Township at the time, and you would get a severance, and sometimes it would be even a 5-acre because it was a retirement lot. But today, many of those same people are retired and finding a large lot, and many of them in Norfolk County, a large lot, kind of hard work. And it would be great to see the ability for those people to be able to split those lots is one of the reasons why not just agricultural land that's not being used, but the point is some of these lots could be severed in half or whatever so that we have opportunity for more rural lots. And it's important to me that we do find those avenues to be able to talk to the province. Roma is one suggestion. I would like to see a letter being written for an opportunity to have a sit down to explain to the Minister of Municipal Housing and Affairs that there's need. And I mean, we're still looking for more housing. This is an opportunity for rural housing, and I think it's fantastic. And I appreciate the work that you've done. And I'd like to have a bit of a discussion on understanding why it's important to be able to relieve some of those people who've asked me many, many times. Sometimes they have a lot up to 4 acres or 5, and they're saying, you know, can I not split this? And I know it's legislation by the province that you can't, but there's got to be opportunity for us to speak to the province to make this alteration, even if it is within our own municipality, and giving that right back to the council to be able to work with that. So, and I think Councillor Van Passen has brought up in the past, where on many places you have small plots where agricultural, you know, to work the farm, that piece of land on the farm is just not logical. So they leave it go barren, and the weeds grow and whatever. You know, you have to start using common sense if you want to find more areas to be able to develop. So anyway, I'd like to have some discussion on that. Thank you.
Councillor Veery.
Okay, we can just have some discussion. So just
well, we're kind of at the questions point, and then I guess we'll. Okay.
Well, that's kind of that was kind of where I was hesitating there. So, I guess just with this report following up, because I have when I was at EMO and Roma and was in those sort of meetings and things. One of the bit there's a question here. The bit of the feedback was, or not the bit, but a lot of the feedback was that, well, we can't do spot zoning, that it has to change for everyone or it can't change for anyone, kind of thing. And so I'm wondering, has planning, is there an opportunity to pursue sort of a case by case, or would this have to be an overall change? Do you think? How do I say this? I know you can't say it. What I'm saying is this a tree we can bark up, where we can actually try to make farm by farm or rural property by rural property exceptions, or would you think we'd have to go province-wide in order to address some of our issues?
Through the chair, I think this is a province-wide type of issue because the same rules regarding prime agricultural land apply to everyone. So I don't know how we would ever make a Norfolk-specific exception. I also want to note the province did pursue or consider in the last PPS update allowing farmers to sever 3 lots off their farm, and the general feedback from farmers was that they did not want this. So the province did explore this and decided not to move forward with it. And then I just wanted to mention that, but yeah, as in terms of doing it just for Norfolk County, I don't really know how we would go about that.
Sorry, I said that not right. So what I'm getting at is I realize we can't do it just for Norfolk County. What I'm asking is there a path forward that maybe you can see where? Instead
of area. So if it just said prime agricultural land cannot be severed, then we would have the opportunity to sever within the prime agricultural area. So that's sounds small, but it'd be a significant change. But again, it's something to discuss with MMH.
Well, no, that's kind of what I was getting at. So I think as we prepare to go to the next conference, like that bit of wording might be useful. That's kind of where I'm looking to say, like, how do we split hairs a little bit? But thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Good report. It sort of explains the background, but I hope that maybe we could get a little bit more if council agrees in a direction. But like one of the options that we've looked at in the past is there is a zoning that the province used called rural lands, which you're allowed under certain conditions to get severances and do those kind of things, except Norfolk County doesn't have any of those in that class in all of our area. And we did have an individual who went to the OLT to argue that, where we did like a spot official plan amendment and rezoning on his property, called it rural lands, and the OLT turned that down and suggested if we wanted to do it, that we'd have to hire a consultant for $1 million or so and look at every individual property in Norfolk County, find out which ones met the criteria to be rezoned as rural lands, redraw our official plan maps and our zoning maps, and then we could do it. And I guess our argument was, how does that make sense to you? Can't we do it as individual one-off, if a particular property owner thinks that his property meets the criteria to be classed as rural land, he can apply for that and have it changed. But I guess that's where bureaucrats think differently sometimes than the real world. But is there any section of the provincial planning statements that we could suggest that the province make a little tweak here and there to allow things like that? And like the other one that Councillor Van Andriessen brought up, back in the day, we used to have things called estate lots that were severed off of agricultural land, and they were anywhere from 1 to 5 acres. A normal residential lot had to be a minimum of 1 acre. Lately, we've been, we like to keep like surplus farm dwelling severances down to like a minimum now is half an acre. Isn't it possible that somebody who had a 5 acre residential lot that happens to have an underlying ag zoning, is there a way that they could sever that into 2 pieces or 3 pieces? And what particular sections of the PPS would we need to convince the province to change to allow that kind of thing that makes sense, but it just doesn't fit into the proper pigeonholes right now?
Through the chair, I think you're referring to the Lear study, which was drafted as part of the official plan review. We're just trying to figure out how to finalize it. There's more changes from the province in terms of official plans, so we're trying now to rejig our policy plans for the future. The draft of it did not indicate that Norfolk County will have a rural designation because the land is too high quality. So that is an option. I know some municipalities do have that rural designation where you can do severances. But again, I think maybe the minor tweak that could be made is what I mentioned about the rural or the prime agricultural land versus prime agricultural area. So prime agricultural area is made up primarily of prime agricultural lands, but also has some what the PPS would call rural lands. Maybe that's an option that could be discussed with the province. Or something like, if something's not a farm, maybe there could be some policy that says it can be further split into as long as it's a minimum size for the services or something like that.
Well, I think that's what I'm sort of trying to politely get around a way to asking is, AMO is coming up in August. Hopefully we'll get a chance to meet with the different ministers. Is there a way that we could get a little crib sheet with some of those details? It's one thing to go there and say, we don't like this, we want it different. It's something else to be able to go, well, look, if you just made a little tweak to this section of the regs, we'd be able to do this and that. And, if you had a little crib sheet that you could maybe make up before our team heads off to Ottawa, and we could sort of ask those questions and with real potential solutions that they could implement easily that would help solve this problem. So.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question is right on the line of Councillor Van Passen. So, Alicia, is there a way, and I didn't see it in the report, and forgive me if I missed it, but where we could actually, with these possible tweaks that Councillor Van Passen has mentioned and Councillor Van Andriessen as well, that we had some idea of the number of properties that this could apply to in Norfolk County, so that we are able to say if these tweaks are made, this is how many additional building lots we could actually come up with, which would be something to add to that crib sheet, that this could make a real difference in the total number of available housing opportunities.
Through the chair, that's something that we could look at. It would just depend on what criteria council is looking at. And I would think the province might mention we do have a lot of approved registered urban lots as well that exist that aren't built on that should be considered because they're just sitting there waiting to be built on, so.
Yes, and so I'm just wondering, I guess maybe I would want to maybe just identify how many of these, I know we used to call them estate lots, but those types of lots, whether they're, 3 or 5 acres, whichever, that that could be either split or divided some other way. So if we had, if it's possible at some time, if you could get that number for us, Alicia, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Van Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and what I really like to say is that because of the size of lots some of these people do have, they're not being used as for fields for farming. So this would also save those requests and concerns that we have from many farmers out there that are looking for a lot. Because we're not using up prime agricultural land. We're just that lots and green grass and it's too big for them, or they choose to want to, portion it off or whatever. So I think there's common sense here to say it's not being farmed now, and we have an opportunity to create more lots in the rural setting. Not everyone wants to live in urban centers. They look forward to living in a country setting. So, that's where I'm going with this, that I want to be able to answer to those people, yeah, there's maybe in the future an opportunity here to save agricultural land, as well as getting rural lots created that are already existing. We're just wanting to split them down a bit. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Chair. And again, Alicia, I don't... Okay, so I have even property owners that have houses on larger lots just outside of Dover. I'm not farming them. Similar to what Councillor Vanadri, she's talking about right now. And some of them are contacting me just even as a matter of being able to afford their taxes, being able to sever off. They don't need the big property, but they have the big property, that kind of thing. And so I realized that there's nothing we can do about that right now. I've got that. But as taxes escalate, we've added some farmland to our urban boundaries recently. And I just don't, I guess where I'm at is how do we, if you could help clarify, when the province says, yep, urban boundaries, is that just the answer to these people? Just wait for the next urban boundary outside of Port Dover or along Nelson and the Radical? Or I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but that just seems like, it just seems arbitrary to me, where we can say, okay, yeah, you can build over here, but not over here. So I guess, what is the answer to that, if there is one? Thank you.
Through the chair, the reason, so when the urban boundaries are expanded, that's to add more service land. That's what the province likes to see as well, as lands on municipal services. Something like outside of Dover, you could tell them that. It's not a great response because we could come around and it turns out Port Dover doesn't need any further land. So I guess the alternative would just be to see what comes of the discussions with MMAH.
Thanks, and through the chair again, I realize that that's not a great answer, but that's kind of what I'm getting at, is that they call and they say, why not us? We can't, it's becoming an affordability, whatever. And so I don't really want the answer to be, we'll sell your place and move somewhere you can afford. That's a worse answer. So I guess that's where I'm at. So yeah, I suppose that the message is clear that we need to get on it and make the most of our meetings at AMO and Roma, which I think we have been doing. Continue.
Okay, if there's no other questions. So my comment would be, Alicia, so what about in terms of getting the PPS to allow individual municipalities to make their own decisions instead of just a blanket thing? Because I know I actually sent someone to you a couple weeks ago and I knew really what the answer was going to be, but it makes no sense. Like there's house, empty lot, house, and they can't do anything with it. So would that be something to consider?
Through to you, yes, it would. Again, the PPS would have to change to say something along the lines of, I don't know, something about municipal opportunity to apply discretion or certain criteria where municipalities can allow this. But again, the PPS typically is intended to apply province-wide.
Now, I'm just wondering, just following up on Councillor Van Passen, is there any specific direction you need in terms of what was it, a crib sheet, to send along with us when we're going to Ottawa? Is that something you can do for us?
I did make some notes, so I think I understand what's being asked, and I can provide that.
All right, perfect. Okay, so with that, the recommendation is that the information memo regarding lot creation in prime agricultural areas be received as information. Do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Councillor Vanden Rishi?
Curiosity then, those the speaking notes that you're talking about there, do you want that included in there, that be prepared, or is this sufficient and the intent is there and you realize what we want?
I got the impression that Alicia direction was okay.
Right. Speaking notes are very, very important when you go. Thank you. Oh, so I'll move that.
Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Van Passen, all in favor? And that motion is carried. Okay, next on the agenda is 9.3.3, Annual Energy Report and Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan Update, CDS-26-111. And Sydney Claresy, Project Lead, Energy and Facilities, would you like to introduce this report? She's online? Okay. Welcome.
Yep. Thank you. Through the chair and members of council, this report today is to provide council with an update on Norfolk County's corporate energy performance for 2024 and 2025 relative to the 2023 baseline established within the originally approved 2024 to 2029 Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan. Overall, corporate energy performance has remained relatively consistent with the baseline, with some year-to-year fluctuations largely influenced by weather conditions, facility utilization, operational requirements, and service delivery demands. Electricity consumption remains stable and was reduced in 2025 relative to the baseline levels, while natural gas consumption and energy costs and emissions were impacted by a colder and longer heating season in 2025. As well as broader utility pricing and market conditions. The report also seeks council's approval for Norfolk County to join the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and ICLEI Canada's Partners for Climate Protection Program. Participation in this program is identified as an action within that approved ECDM plan and would provide access to a national network of more than 500 municipal partners, technical resources, implementation tools, additional funding opportunities and guidelines for developing the required 5 milestone framework in-house. There's no financial implications associated with joining the program, and the county has already completed the first 2 milestones independently. Participation would also formalize the work completed to date by the county, those first 2 milestones, and support the continued advancement of the county's energy and sustainability objectives, and help position the county for further future funding opportunities. With that, I'll take any questions of council.
Thank you, Sydney. Any questions? Oh, no questions for you. Okay. So with that, do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Councillor Vanden Rishi, seconded by Councilman Shelley. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, Sydney.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda, 9.3.4, Annalise Carr Aquatic Center Inlet and Pool Deck Replacement Project, Budget Amendment, CDS-26-131. Mark Bowe, Manager Parks, Arenas and Marinas. Would you like to introduce the report? Is he online? Yep.
Through the chair, I can then provide a brief introduction.
Okay.
So, report 26-131 regarding the Annalise Carr Aquatic Center Inlet and Pool Deck Replacement Project provides a minor but important update about some issues regarding the pool drains that were discovered during construction. So the pool inlets and tile work and repairs to the deck are moving along well, but during that work was discovered that the part of the drains around the perimeter of the pool would not last until the next kind of period of time where we do renovation. So we propose to add this work to the current project now, so that we will prevent future cutting into the pool deck for temporary repairs right after we've finished the current phase of the project. So the overall impact to that is $140,000 for the additional gutter work and tile repairs once the gutters are replaced. Be happy to answer any further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mark? Okay, no questions for you either. I guess I just wanted to add, I just wish that we didn't have so many repairs to the pool. It's quite unsettling, I guess, to say the least. Not that it's staff's fault or anything like that, but I think it just goes to show that we should definitely be in the market for some new resources here. So anyways, do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Councillor Brunson, seconded by Councillor Veery. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, Mark. Yep. Yep. Okay, the next one is 9.3.6, repeal of bylaw 2006-191, 841 Norfolk Street North, Simcoe CDS-26-144. At least, okay. Andrew? Yeah. Okay, and Andrew Wallace will be introducing this report. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Through the chair, the applicant has applied to repeal designation bylaw 2006-191, so the building would lose any meaningful heritage protections under Part 4 of the Heritage Act. Section 32(2) of the Ontario Heritage Act requires that council approve the publication of a notice of application. This is a 30-day period during which the public can comment on the proposal. Once this 30-day period is over, the proposal will be brought to council for a decision. Staff seek the direction of council to undertake this public notice process, a prescribed procedure under the Ontario Heritage Act. Thank you, and I'm here if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Andrew? Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question to you, Andrew, is under the current report in front of us, it says we do not proceed, I guess. My question to you is, if we leave it the way it is, under the heritage legislation, is there any obligation by the current owner to maintain the outside of the structure? Or does, like, do you follow what I'm saying? Like there's coining on the building, there's things like that. If it starts to deteriorate, is he obligated to fix it or no under the Act?
Through the chair, are we talking about 841? It's a dwelling at the north end of Simcoe.
We're talking about a house.
We've skipped over
I thought we're on the...
No, we skipped over that because that's going to come after the deputation.
I'll ask that question again then.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, so, pardon? Oh, sorry, Councillor Van Pasten.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to put up my hand. I got a little carried away, but again, there is a legitimate or a legal process involved in the designation, and all they're asking for today is that council start that process, and then another report will come back and a recommendation will come back. It's not like that the designation is removed today. It's just that we're going to move forward on this process. So I'd be happy to move that motion.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Michelli. All those in favor? And that motion, any opposed? Okay, and that motion is carried. Okay, next on the agenda is 9.4, corporate services, 9.4.1, summary of bid awards for the period ending June 23rd, 2026, CS-26-104. Jacqueline Hodgson, Manager of Purchasing Services, will you be presenting this report?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of Council. Report CS-26-104 is the monthly summary of bid awards There is one bid being presented today for Council's consideration and approval for washroom renovation in 3 Norfolk County facilities. Council will also see that there is a request for a capital budget amendment increase in the amount of $45,100. If there are any questions about the procurement process, I would be happy to answer them. And if there are any questions about the project itself, I will refer them to my colleagues in Fleet and Facilities.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Vanden Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, just as a quick reference, what are the 3 actual facilities? I'm at a loss of finding my page here.
Through the chair, so they are the Norfolk County Archives in Simcoe, Delhi Tobacco Museum, and the Port Dover Harbor Marina.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Councillor Vanden Rishi, seconder. Councillor Michelli, all those in favor? And that motion is carried. Okay, next on our agenda is 9.4.2, Water and Wastewater Billing Program Update, CS-26-110. Lisa Pye, Supervisor of Corporate Billing. Will you, oh, no, it's Ann. No, it's not Lisa. Okay, all right, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, committee. You are unfortunately stuck with me and not Lisa. So I will be introducing report on the water and wastewater billing program update. The purpose of this report is threefold. Is to provide a general update on the progress to date of our water and wastewater implementation program for billing services. As you can see in table 1 of the report, many of the key project outcomes are either in progress and on time or are complete. Staff are still confident and committed to the program, and great progress has been made to date, so we're very excited about that. The second purpose of this report is to provide a slight amendment to our water and wastewater collection policy, GP 47. As the committee will recall, this was approved by council earlier this year. Based on some of the work that we've done with implementation, we've come across just one technical amendment that we want to make to the policy itself, and that relates to estimates of meter reads when meter reads aren't available for a property. As you can see through the draft wording, we're just proposing that there's an escalating scale to the estimates. The estimates, while escalating, depending on the nature of the problem with the meter reads, they will get reimbursed to the resident. But we're trying to target and ensure that when there are issues with meter reads, not being able to get them, that we have timely access to the individual's units from a maintenance perspective. The third item with this report is we're looking for committee and council's endorsement to single source a 60-day contract extension with our existing billing provider, Earth Solutions, for collection of water and wastewater receivables only. So as part of the transition, staff were initially proposing that as the cutoff on the end of January 2027, that we would assume responsibility for all outstanding balances and responsible for the collection of those amounts. Based on a review of the program, we wanted to ensure that the approach that we chose would be most user-friendly from a resident perspective. As a result, we're proposing that any of the bills that will be issued by Earth in January, Earth will carry on the responsibility for collection of those, and then the first bill issued by Norfolk County will be payable to Norfolk County only. Once the 60-day contract expires, that would be the timeline for when the amounts are eligible to be tax rolled, so they'd ultimately become a property tax collection item. We're targeting or selected this approach in order to create obviously a smoother transition for residents, knowing that if they have an Earth bill versus a Norfolk bill, it'd be easier for them to know who they need to pay and ensure that they're not paying the wrong party incorrectly. The report itself does outline that we do have an estimate of the cost of that per month. Fortunately, based on some of the costs that we had included in the original implementation budget, we are able to reallocate budget savings within the existing program to ensure there's no additional costs as a result of this transition. Some of them are in the billing system area, and we've had relative good pricing on some of the retrofit to the facilities compared to what our budget was to allow for billing to occur in-house. Staff are optimistic that this approach will be best for residents as well as staff during the transition going forward. That concludes my my comments on this, so I'm happy to take any questions should there be any.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I just want to make a comment that on behalf of the first Mayor's Affordability Roundtable, I'm sure Mayor Martin is thrilled that this recommendation is coming to fruition, and I think it will be a good thing for the residents of Norfolk County and save some valuable dollars. So with that, do I have someone who will move it? Councillor Veery, second it. Councillor Brunton, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we are now at about 1:38. We do have 2 closed session items, but we're only going to enter into closed session for 1 item at this point in time. Do I need to say which one it is? Yeah. Okay, which one is it? The Port Dover. Yep. And we're going into closed session for 8.2. Just a minute. Okay, sorry.
It's 8.2 and it's only, that one's only for recency.
Okay. 8.2 is Facilities Review Master Plan, Port Dover Public Works Yard, and it's for a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. And with that, may I have a motion to go into closed session? Councillor Michele, seconder. Councillor Veery, all those in favor? And we'll now enter into closed session, and we will be out for 2 o'clock to start our deputations. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind the scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
This summer, discover the hidden gem of Norfolk County, Ontario's garden. Stroll through historic villages where time seems to slow down. Feel the sand between your toes on our pristine Lake Erie beaches. From live theater that captivates to trails that wind through breathtaking landscapes, adventure and relaxation await at every turn. Meet the farmers who grow your dinner and taste wine and beer crafted right here. Experience Norfolk County this summer, where small-town charm meets farm-fresh flavor. Ontario's garden. It's time you came home to it.
Hey, Norfolk County. The next municipal election is happening this October. Keep watching to find out everything you need to know to cast your vote. New for 2026, Norfolk County will use a hybrid voting system, offering both in-person and online voting. Online voting will be available from October 9th to October 23rd, and eligible voters can vote on a computer or mobile device from anywhere with an internet connection. During the online advanced voting period, we'll have several online voting assistance centers set up to help with online voting. These locations will also offer the opportunity to vote using paper ballots as an advance voting option. In-person voting will be held on Monday, October 26th, Election Day, at poll locations across the county. Avoid delays. Check the voters list early to ensure your name, address, and school support are correct. It's easy to update your information online. Eligible voters will receive information by mail. Remember to bring your ID when you vote to confirm your identity at the polls. Visit norfolkcounty.ca/vote for up-to-date information, links, and resources. You can also call 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK or email elections@norfolkcounty.ca. Visit our website to subscribe to get elections news sent right to your email inbox. Norfolk votes. Make your vote count.
Hi, I'm Marissa with Norfolk County. As you've probably heard, we're making some exciting changes to waste collection in our community, and we want to ensure you have everything you need to know. Starting this August and September, every residential household in Norfolk County will receive 2 new waste carts along with a small kitchen container right at your home. For reference, I'm 5'6", and this is what the carts look like in comparison to me. First, we have a 240-liter garbage cart. That's enough space for 3 to 4 bags of garbage. And a second 120-liter green cart for your organic waste. And inside, you will find the kitchen container to make sorting easy. Garbage will be collected every other week, and organics will be collected weekly. Collection on the new carts begins September 28, 2026. We know every household is different. If the standard 240-liter garbage cart is more than you need, you have the option to downsize to a smaller 120-liter cart, which holds 1 to 2 garbage bags. If you'd like to request a smaller cart, simply visit norfolkcounty.ca/waste-changes to submit your preference. If the standard size works for you, you don't need to do anything at all. Your carts will arrive automatically ahead of collection day. This information is for residential homes. If you're a commercial property, a residential farm, or just want more details about the program, visit norfolkcounty.ca/waste-changes.
Hey Norfolk County, I'm Chris, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes to show you how Norfolk County manages stormwater in our towns and communities. Stormwater isn't just rain or melted snow. It's any excess water that runs off hard surfaces like roads, driveways, and rooftops. But where does that water go? And why is managing it important? Norfolk's stormwater systems include pipes, ditches, catch basins, and ponds that work together to manage this runoff. Stormwater systems like ponds slow the flow and allow dirt and pollutants to settle and release cleaner water into the environment. Without proper management, stormwater can flood basements, damage roads, and carry contaminants like oil, garbage, and salt into our rivers and lakes. That's why Norfolk County created a dedicated stormwater team in 2024 to better understand and maintain what we already have while planning for the future. This stormwater pond in Port Dover helps to reduce flooding and improve water quality. Over time, sediment and pollutants build up within storm ponds, limiting their ability to hold water. This creates an ideal environment for algae and invasive plants like Phragmites to flourish. This fast-growing species can block out the flow of water and crowd out native vegetation, reducing the habitat that local wildlife depends on. To restore this pond, we're removing the excess sediment and transporting it to a licensed site. We're also clearing invasive plants, reshaping the pond's banks, and upgrading the outlet that controls the flow of water. This work will improve water quality, allow the pond to hold more water, reduce flooding risks, and provide a healthier habitat for plants and wildlife. Stormwater management isn't just about what you see on the surface. It's also about the infrastructure underground. We use special tools to locate, map, and inspect the pipes and infrastructure that connect the ponds to the wider stormwater system. This helps us to understand how water moves through our communities and identify issues that need our attention. It's likely that you or someone that you know has been impacted by flooding, erosion, or drainage issues. All of that connects back to stormwater. Stormwater management isn't just about pipes and ponds. It's about protecting the communities and the nature that surrounds us. As Norfolk County grows, so does our responsibility to manage stormwater, and that's our job. With smart planning, hard work, and community support, we're building a cleaner, safer, and more resilient future together.
Welcome to Norfolk County, where land meets lake and opportunity grows deep and wide. Located on the north shore of Lake Erie, in the heart of southwestern Ontario, Norfolk spans 1,600 square kilometers, making us one of Ontario's largest single-tier municipalities. Our roots run deep in agriculture, food production, and advanced manufacturing, industries that shaped our past and are powering Ontario's future economy. Home to over 70,000, we are bold, diverse, and fiercely local. From Port Dover to Long Point, our folks are putting down roots, sometimes in sand, sometimes in soil, but always in a place they're proud to call home. Big land, big vision, unmatched potential. That's Norfolk.
Hey Norfolk County. Hey Norfolk County. Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County.
My name is Bowden Winicki.
My name is Lindsay Kaliokoski.
My name is Alex Ryan. I work as a park student.
I work as an economic development coordinator.
I work on roads department in Delhi.
I work as a supervisor for waste management. I work as a committee coordinator in the clerk's department.
Okay, what's the first question? What I love about my job is the people.
All right, what do I love about my job?
It's really the community. No day is the same.
It is because I get to work with a bunch of great guys.
It directly impacts really positively the residents of Norfolk County.
I love the people that I get a chance to work with.
Every day is different. The mix of things is what makes me happy and keeps me going.
First and foremost, the community. The people of this community are so welcoming.
Is the amazing team I get to work with every day here at Norfolk County.
Opportunity to help people, to help my community.
One of the things I love the most about my job is my team. I love who I work with and what I do while I'm here.
I get to work on projects and in programs that support our community, that help make lives better for the people who live here, who work here, and who come here to visit.
Every day you feel like you've accomplished something on the way home, and you're working with a bunch of great people who are equally as committed to the community and serving our communities. The pace here is very good and great work-life balance. They put wellness on the forefront, so I'm part of the Apple Committee, and there's lots of opportunity at Norfolk County. Flexible work hours, great work-life balance, great staff, great friends, and of course, what's not to love about Norfolk County? We're Ontario's garden.
I love helping people. I love helping residents, and that's what makes Norfolk County a great place to come to work.
I chose to work for Norfolk County because I grew up in Delhi, so it's close to home, and I've enjoyed working for my community and my friends and family.
Definitely 100% the people. There are lots of community champions, and everyone's been so kind and welcoming.
Because I was born and raised here, and I wanted to help give back to my community.
I love giving back to a community that I grew up in. I love my team, and I love that I can leave a legacy here in the communities.
When I had the opportunity to come home and serve the public, I jumped at that opportunity.
I started my career as an area planner for this place. It's interesting that at the end of my career, this opportunity came up to come back and make Norfolk a better place.
Is being able to live and work in the community that we're a part of.
I did choose to work for Norfolk because I'm an engineer by trade, and I like to solve problems.
And realized how rewarding it was to be able to contribute to initiatives within the area that I've always called home.
I love it here. You should consider joining the public sector, joining the municipality, because it's so diverse. There's something for everyone. Local government is the closest to the people. We get to work with our residents day in and day out, and there is something for you in every department for Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County. Do you know how your property taxes are spent? Let's take a look together. First, we need to start with Norfolk County's budget. Every year, staff and council confirm the funds required to be collected from the property taxes paid by you and 35,000 other Norfolk County taxpayers. These funds contribute to Norfolk County's levy and capital budgets, which lay out how your tax dollars are used. The capital budget is also funded by the rate budget, the funds paid by residents known as ratepayers for water and wastewater services through their monthly water bill. The levy budget is used to deliver programs and services for residents ranging from emergency services like fire and EMS, waste services like garbage collection, recreation services like arenas, trails, and parks, maintenance services like snow removal and road repair, and human services like homelessness prevention and health education programs. Our levy budget also supports our libraries and museums, administrative services for council, and the many staff who keep Norfolk County operating. Services like recreation programs for children, adults, and seniors, and our Ride Norfolk transit program are also paid for with property taxes and supplemented by user fees. And across Ontario, a portion of each resident's property tax bill goes to our local school boards. About a third of the property taxes collected are allocated to the capital budget or reserves for future capital spending, which includes other funding sources like the federal and provincial government, reserve funds, grants, debt, and development charges, as well as funds from the rate budget. Together, the capital budget goes toward longer-term projects, such as our investments in water and wastewater facilities, as well as building and renewing our parks, roadways, pools, arenas, and other things we use every day. So the next time you hear someone ask, "Where are my property taxes going?" you can tell them to look down, look up, and look forward. Your tax dollars are at work all around you every day. When you visit your local park with your family, drive to work on cleared roads, register for swimming lessons, get rid of that old couch you've outgrown, or contact Service Norfolk about that pothole on your street that needs to be fixed. Your tax dollars are also being invested in initiatives to improve the lives of Norfolk County residents in the years to come to make Norfolk County a better place for future generations. While Norfolk County's budget is prepared once a year, your feedback helps us make decisions and plan for the future. We are committed to listening to you so that our budget reflects what is important to our community. Learn more about Norfolk County's budget at norfolkcounty.ca/budget.
Today we're announcing an exciting partnership with Scotland and Norfolk County Economic Development, and we're transforming transport trailers into mobile ambassadors. We're showcasing Norfolk's story of opportunity, excellence, and quality of life across all of North America, and Scotland is the ideal partner with an amazing logistics network and will help us share our story all across North America.
Okay, we are live. At this point in time, I'll have the deputy clerk read so we can, I have to do that first? Okay, that's right. Sorry, I forgot. So anyways, I just want to say, we did get back by 2, so that's good. At this point in time, I'd like to have a motion to reconvene in open session. Councillor Vanden Rishi, seconded by Councillor Michele. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are now in open session, and the deputy clerk will read from closed session.
Thank you. The open recommendation is that closed session report CAO 26-026 Facilities Master Plan Port Dover Public Works Yard be received for information, and that staff proceed as directed in closed session.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion to accept that. Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Duthie. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, we are going to, I'm going to be a little bit flexible here. Can I? I want to start with the waste. You're the chair. Okay. All right, we're going to start with item 7.4. Item 9.2.1, curbside waste collection program, service considerations for condominium, seasonal areas, private roads, and garbage container disposal, PW-26-039. All right, and Brian Gibson. Okay, come on up to the podium. There's a button on the right-hand side, and the tip of the microphone will turn red. It's really complicated here. Perfect.
There we go.
Okay. All right. So you have 5 minutes, and I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay. Well, thanks to the chair and the council for giving me the opportunity to come in. Everybody can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. What I wanted to present to council and staff is that while I live in a 16-unit condominium, it's a bungalow condominium, we have behaved for the last 9 years like just a residence. We take our garbage to the curb and it gets picked up. And it seems to us that we could do the same thing now. We have a 65-foot wide driveway. I understand that the new carts are preferred to be at the driveway, not on the curbside. So we can manage that. People look at me and say, you've got 16 units, 65 feet. How are you going to do that? Well, I'm glad you asked. For the last 9 years, our residents have, on their own, figured out that when you take bins to the curb, you don't need to leave a whole bunch of half-empty or third-full bins. So for recycling, we bring our bins up and we fill up the bins that are there and we go back. I'm one of the guys that goes and collects the bins and I take them back to their homes. And I don't deal with 32 recycle bins, 16 times 2. I deal with 13 or 14. My little wagon wouldn't take 32, but I can put 13 in there, and that's how much reduction we get just because we share the bins. So for our residents, we're not going to be doing anything different to go up to the end of the driveway into our condominium and fill what's there, keep the bins full, and go back. So we're guessing maybe 8 bins required on any garbage pickup. It might be less than that depending on time of year. So our request is to do a trial with us to see if our idea will work. We'll take the bins up. They will be spaced appropriately. They will be set back from the edge of the road as required. I don't think that specification is written yet because you'll have to allow for snowplow. So you'll have to set your bins back a little bit so that the arm can get over. So we'll put them where you tell us to put them. And we won't put too many because then we'll lose the spacing. We'll still allow part of our drive to be open so people can come in and out. And the trial we would like, if it was acceptable to council, the trial should go through the winter because we expect that there will be some learning for all of the county. With snowplows, we have a lot of freezing and melt and freezing and melt and freezing, which is going to impact how these bins are going to work. At least we believe that. So we'll adjust as we go through the winter, and maybe new specifications will be issued. We'll adjust to that. And we'd like the opportunity to go through that whole period so that at the end of it, you've had a good look at whether we can do it, and we've had a good look at whether it makes sense for us to do it, because it may not make sense for us. We think it does. So in our own mind, we've been doing this for 9 years. So nothing different for us. And for your truck driving by, it's just going to be bins spaced appropriately within reach of the arm. So there's nothing new for the driver. And that's all I got.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputation? No?
Okay.
There you go.
I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd especially like to thank Adam for helping out and encouraging us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming today. Okay, so with that, may I have a mover to receive the deputation as information? Councillor Veery, seconded by Councillor Duffy. All those in favor? And that is carried. Now with that, we will move to the staff report. 9.2.1 Curbside Waste Collection Program Service Considerations for Condos, Seasonal Areas, Private Roads, and Garbage Container Disposal, PW-26039. Marissa, Supervisor of Waste Management, would you please like to introduce this report?
Good afternoon, and through the chair, thank you. And we have a presentation to accompany the report today. Just waiting for it to load before I start.
Okay, we've got a little technical difficulty here. Okay, Bill, it's coming your way. The report presentation. Okay, do you want Tracy to share it? Okay. All right.
Are we ready to roll? All right. How ironic as we're talking about waste carts. So today I'm presenting staff report PW 2639, which outlines service considerations arising from the implementation of the new automated curbside waste collection program. Next slide, please. So just a quick agenda as to what we're covering today. So there's 4 key areas that we're focusing on: condominium waste collection, seasonal service levels, specifically in Turkey Point, private, narrow, and unmaintained roads, and a disposal program for old garbage containers. This report provides council with a clear assessment of current challenges, outlines service options, and presents staff recommendations that align with the approved transition to automated curbside waste collection. I'll walk through each of these areas, highlighting operational impacts, financial considerations, risks, and recommended next steps. Next slide, please. This report was prepared in response to Council's direction from the June 11th Council and Committee meeting. At that time, Council requested that staff bring forward a report outlining issues arising from the new automated curbside waste collection program approved by Council in various stages throughout 2024 and to 2026. In particular, Council was interested in understanding service impacts to condominiums, seasonal collection in Turkey Point, private, narrow, and unmaintained roads, and how those options align with the county's long-term waste management strategy. This report provides a detailed evaluation of service models and their impacts. Next slide, please. We'll begin with condominium waste collection. There are currently 48 condominium corporations in Norfolk County, representing approximately 1,665 units. As part of the transition to automated collection, all condominiums were required to reapply under updated technical guidelines approved by Council in January of 2026. These guidelines were based on safety and operational requirements such as road widths, turning radius, and the need for continuous forward vehicle movement without reversing and aligning with the automated waste collection service model. Historically, 28 condominiums received service under the previous program, with some condominiums serviced through common collection points, meaning garbage was piled in a large pile at the municipal street. Under the new automated curbside collection program, common collection points are not compatible with automated collection and create ongoing operational and enforcement challenges. The infographic illustrates that 25 condominiums submitted applications under the new technical guidelines, and 20 condominiums were approved, with 5 condominiums being denied service. 23 condominiums did not submit an application. Of those 23 condominiums that did not submit an application, 8 condominiums previously had municipal waste collection services. All condominiums were provided with a mailed correspondence and an email, if applicable, notifying property managers of the requirement to reapply. Next slide, please. The table on this slide provides a comparison of the number of condominiums receiving service under the current module and that will receive service under the new technical guidelines. Under the new program, 20 condominiums representing 732 units will receive municipal waste collection service. 28 condominiums representing 933 units will not receive municipal waste collection service and will need to arrange for private collection. The new guidelines reflect a shift towards a standardized, consistent service module based on clear technical criteria. The options presented must be considered not only in terms of immediate service impacts, but also their alignment with Council's approved policy direction on automated curbside collection and the long-term sustainability of the waste collection program. Next, we'll walk through the options available for condominium service delivery. Option 1 is to maintain the approved 2026 technical guidelines. This option reinforces Council's previous direction that municipal waste collection is only provided to condominiums where technical and safety requirements are met. From an operational standpoint, this supports safe and efficient automated collection, consistency across all property types, and alignment with how other municipal services are delivered, typically ending at the property line. The primary risk is perception, as some residents may view this as a decrease in service and will incur private collection costs. However, from a program perspective, this option maintains integrity, fairness, and long-term sustainability. Financially, this option is already included in the approved budget with an estimated annual cost of $128,000. Next slide, please. Option 2 would eliminate municipal waste collection services for all condominium corporations. This would create full consistency with other municipal services for condominiums and eliminate operational and liability risks associated with servicing private property. There is also a financial benefit, eliminating municipal taxes being used to fund services on private property, resulting in approximately $128,000 in annual savings. However, eliminating waste collection services for all condominiums would result in a loss of service for over 1,000 units currently receiving service. Next slide, please. Option 3 would reintroduce common collection points at municipal streets as an exemption for condominiums. Common collection points allow condominiums to pile all of their garbage and recycling in one area for collection. While this option alleviates the requirement for on-site waste storage facilities and allows for piles of garbage outside of the condominium corporation at the curbside, however, the condominium corporation would be responsible for arranging and funding private collection services from the common collection point. While option 3 could help mitigate service impacts for some condominiums, it introduces several challenges. Operationally, it reintroduces manual collection, undermining Council's approved transition to automated collection, and creates enforcement and aesthetics issues. Strategically, it creates inequity by offering a different service level to one property type and sets a precedent for further exemption considerations. While this option offers short-term flexibility, it introduces long-term program risks and inconsistencies. There would be no financial impacts with this option as costs are covered through private collection contracts. Next slide, please. Option 4 allows condominiums to set out their waste carts along the grass boulevard where feasible. This option maintains alignment with the automated system and provides a partial solution for some condominiums that have available boulevard space. However, it is limited in scope and introduces operational dependencies, including snow clearing responsibilities, potential parking restrictions, and increased enforcement needs. There are also financial implications of approximately $229,300 in total costs, including carts and collection. Overall, this option provides a targeted solution, but does not address all impacted condominium properties. Next slide, please. Option 5 proposes a one-time grant program of approximately $10,000 to $15,000 to assist condominiums with establishing private waste infrastructure. This would support transition without changing the service module and avoids ongoing operational costs. However, it introduces several risks, including a potential cost of up to $420,000, equity concerns with properties that previously self-funded waste storage areas, and a strong precedent for municipal funding of private infrastructure. It also adds administrative complexity and could lead to similar requests from other property types. Next slide, please. Based on the evaluation of all of the available options, staff are recommending to continue with option 1, maintaining the approved technical guidelines. This option aligns with Council's policy direction, supports safe and efficient operations, ensures fairness across property types, and maintains the integrity of the automated waste collection program. While there are perceived service impacts, alternative options introduce greater risks, including inequities, increased costs, and precedent that would be difficult to reverse. This approach provides the most sustainable and consistent framework moving forward. Next slide, please. Next, we'll move into the seasonal areas, specifically Turkey Point. Historically, Turkey Point has received enhanced service, including a second weekly garbage collection during the summer months. funded through a special levy to property owners costing approximately $6,000 annually. However, operational data shows that the additional Friday collection generates very low tonnage, approximately 1 to 2 tons per week, compared to up to 6 tons on their regular Monday collection. I personally was able to witness this last Friday, where there was very minimal waste set out. I would say maybe one every 20-ish cottages along the main Cedar Drive had waste set out on Friday. Under the new curbside waste collection program, this additional Friday service has been removed to ensure consistent service levels across the county. This has raised concerns from some seasonal property owners, and council directed staff to explore more options. Next slide, please. Option 1 maintains the approved county-wide service level of biweekly garbage collection and weekly organics collection. This ensures consistency across all communities, operational efficiency, and alignment with waste diversion goals. There are no additional financial impacts, as this is already included in the approved budget. The primary consideration is that some residents or property owners may need to adjust their waste management practices during these peak summer periods. Next slide, please. Option 2 introduces weekly garbage collection from June to September. This responds directly to resident concerns, but introduces several challenges. It increases operational costs, estimated at $17,300, creates inconsistency across seasonal areas in the county, is operationally inefficient, risks establishing a precedent of service exceptions, and risks reducing participation in organics diversion. There are also challenges in accurately applying a special levy due to changing waste patterns under the new program. Overall, this option prioritizes responsiveness, but conflicts with long-term program goals. Next slide, please. Option 3 allows residents to purchase an additional garbage cart for seasonal use from June to September. This option provides flexibility without changing collection schedules. However, it introduces equity concerns across the county and creates a tiered service model, establishes a precedent for certain geographic areas, is administratively complex, and challenges in cost recovery due to difficulty isolating seasonal tonnage. This option does not align with the waste diversion goals and could reduce organics collection participation. Estimated costs are approximately $54,300, with uncertainty due to assumptions and fluctuating cart pricing. While practical for individuals, it creates broader policy and consistency issues. Next slide, please. Staff are recommending option 1, new curbside waste collection program of biweekly garbage and weekly organics collection. This ensures fair and equitable service across all properties, alignment with council's approved automated curbside waste collection program, and support for operational efficiency and waste diversion. Alternative options introduce inconsistencies, additional costs, and precedent that would be undermining the long-term automated curbside waste collection program. Maintaining consistency is key to the program's success. Next slide, please. Next, we're moving into private, narrow, and unmaintained roads. These roads often predate current municipal design standards and present significant challenges, including limited width, limited maintenance, and difficult topography. These conditions create safety risks for collection vehicles and staff. Unlike condominiums, these properties do not have a governing body to coordinate private collection services and do not have a common area, which limits available alternatives. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the impacted areas representing approximately 174 properties. These are primarily located along the lakeshore and in seasonal communities such as Fisher's Glen, Port Ryerson, and Normandale. Each of these areas currently rely on some form of shared or centralized collection due to the physical constraints. Next slide, please. The proposed approach is to continue centralized collection points. This includes separate front-end bins for garbage and organic waste, controlled access for residents, and placement in safe and accessible locations. This approach maintains service access, improves safety, and aligns with operational requirements. Importantly, this is not considered a service exception, but rather a necessary accommodation. Costs are already included in the existing waste collection contracts. Next slide, please. Finally, a disposal program for old garbage containers. With the transition to automated collection, residents will no longer require existing garbage containers. Residents are encouraged to repurpose their containers where possible on their property. If residents are unable to repurpose their containers and wish to dispose of them, staff are proposing that a reduced fee of $5 per container be implemented for standalone containers dropped off at county transfer stations. Containers mixed with a load of other materials will be charged the regular tipping rate. And that the program is available for a 2-month period from September 28th to November 28th, 2026. Following that period, minimum fees will apply for garbage containers dropped off at the transfer stations. This program is designed for cost recovery. It provides a practical and affordable transition option for residents. Next slide, please. And finally, in closing and next steps, Council has approved several changes to the waste management program over the past 12 months through various staff reports. As per the procedural bylaw, any discussion related to service levels and contractual elements require a motion to reconsider. And this concludes the presentation of staff report PW 2639.
Thank you very much. There was a lot of good information in there. All right, are there any questions for Marissa? Councillor Brunton.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Through you to Marissa. Marissa, when you require or put out all these prices for the different options, our contract is by tonnage, correct? So those figures are estimates of weight? Like when you refer to the condominium at 128,000, is that based on what you anticipate to be a certain weight?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, that's correct. So we use the average household weight generated based on tonnage from 2025, and then figured the tonnage from there.
So they're all estimates then?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Is it possible to the Deputy Clerk, can I see slide 4 again? I think it's 4. I'm going back to the dreaded slideshow, but. And I'll ask my question sort of in between while you're looking for that to Ms. Bakla. So 48 condo corps, 28 of them used to get collection, 25 applied under the new technical guidelines for an exemption. Am I correct then that the math seems off somewhere? So some of those that applied did not previously get service. Is that right?
Through the chair to Councillor Duthie, that's correct.
And were they awarded an exemption?
I'd have to go back and look at the individual condos that did apply, that were receiving service, but there were 8 condos that were previously receiving service that did not apply.
There was 8 condos that were previously getting service that didn't apply. Do we know where they are?
I can open the list and get them for you if you give me a few minutes.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then can I also ask, of the 5 that were denied, roughly what were the reasons? Primarily, I mean, I realize there was a number of technical parameters that had to be met, but what was the overarching theme?
Through the chair to Councillor Duthie, the main reason for the 5 that were denied service were due to on-site constraints. So the inability for the truck to have forward continuous motion and the requirement for it to reverse to service certain units.
Okay, that makes sense, yeah. That's my questions for now, Madam Chair, until staff gets the number. Thank you.
Councillor Veery.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to Marissa. Just can you give me a sense of do you have a sense of how many calls or emails or concerns you've had from residents who are losing service? Like I just to illustrate for council, like is this, we've got a report, so it's significant enough. Is it a lot or a little that people are contacting you with concerns?
Through the chair to Councillor Veery, to me personally, I would say that it's maybe been about a handful of concerns. I can't specifically speak to what's been addressed through our Service Norfolk team, but calls that have been transferred to myself or emails for additional comment have maybe been a handful.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Vanden Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. If we go back to the beginning, how much money are we saving by the fact that we've transferred or going to the new system? There was a savings in that, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Vandendriessche, so if we were going to our new program, based on cost, it was about $966,000 per year by going to the automated system rather than continuing with the manual 4-bag system.
Did we have a cost savings on that? I didn't hear it, I'm sorry. No, 966 is the savings? No, that was the cost. Oh, okay. So 966,000 is the actual savings by switching over.
Through the chair to Councillor Vandendriessche, so overall costs for the new program are increased, but if we continued with the current program we have today, it would have cost us an additional $966,000 more each year to continue with the manual system rather than switching to the automated system.
Okay. And I have a question about the return of the whatever old containers one has. So you're looking that they'd have to take them back to a transfer station, and you would charge them $5. Is that kind of equivalent to the fact if I put it on the weigh scale, it'd probably be that? Is that what we're talking about?
Through the chair to Councillor Vandendriessche, so there is a cost for the disposal of those containers. So it's basically covering the cost for including it for the bin rental, the staff, the hauling of it to the landfill, and the cost for the disposal fee for the landfill. So that's all covered in that $5 fee.
So is that more than what it would be if you put it on the scale? Or is it less? Or is it equal?
It's basically to be cost recovery is what it's meant for. So we've looked at our overall cost for what it would cost to manage the transfer station, and it would be very similar to what it would cost if it was on the scale. However, you have to remember that we do have a minimum fee right now at the transfer station.
20, yeah.
So if you're under that minimum weight, you'd end up paying a flat fee. So this is less than that flat fee of $16 or $20 based on the transfer station you visit.
Exactly, exactly. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Just to maybe pick up on the point there from Councillor Vandendriessche, and my apologies, Marissa, that I didn't know this plan, but what was our intention previously, before this came forward, for the return of garbage cans?
Through the chair to Councillor Duffy, we were encouraging residents to repurpose their containers on their property and use it within their own property instead of trying to dispose of these garbage containers.
And is this something that other municipalities have done that have transitioned to this plan? I'm just really struggling that we're going to charge someone. We're the ones that made the decision to change the garbage collection strategy, and now we're going to make people pay to take back their garbage can that they've already paid for. So
We come up with the 900,000. We come up with the 900,000 savings. Can you clear? I don't remember. Okay, so tell me again, where do we save that money?
Through the chair to Councillor Brenton, so the savings is the cost per ton to collect using automated collection is less than the cost per ton to collect using manual collection.
Right, okay.
So that's where you're seeing that difference in the $966,000.
And we called that both ways back then?
That's correct. We received pricing information on all 4 options under the report.
Thanks for refreshing my mind. So the 900 is actually a cheaper price per ton?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this one actually is for our finance staff. So with this system, we are, and Marissa, just to repeat, we are saving $966,000, correct? Okay, very nice. And so through you, Madam Chair, to our staff, to Ms. Fanning, that would be, if I remember, close to 1% on the levy.
Through the Deputy Mayor Council, it'd be a little less. I think 1% was just over 1.4, so be above half a point anyway.
Okay, maybe like 0.6, 0.7.
Give or take.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more questions, we have a decision to make. Councillor Van Vassen.
I just can't get over this. I want to make sure everybody understands there are no cost savings. The cost of garbage went almost double but it could have been more. It's like I have this chat with my wife once in a while. Just because it was on sale doesn't mean you saved money. You still spent more money, but you didn't spend as much as you could have if it hadn't have been on sale. So don't get anybody thinking that we have cost savings somehow. We just didn't pay more.
In there somewhere. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you. My question, Madam Chair, through you is, I think, to the Clerk's Department. So if I understood correctly from the last slide of the report, we would technically need a reconsideration for anything that is outside of what was previously approved. So options, paragraph 2, 3, and 4 are fine because that's previously been discussed. So we can't, what I'm trying to understand is what can we actually do other than push those ones forward? Because if we don't have the technical reconsideration, I'm not sure that we can actually make any change.
So are you talking about, and when you're talking about, you're looking at the recommendation?
Yeah, so the recommendations that are before us basically say we're going to stick with the original plan because my understanding is that is technically all we can do at this moment in time.
Right.
Is that correct?
And then adding the new one in about the cost recovery fee of $5 per garbage container.
Right, because that wasn't previously considered on the
Correct.
report. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so just to, I guess, following up on what Councillor Van Passen said, I mean, it's not a savings, but Ms. Fanning, on we're talking about cost avoidances, correct? Like, it's the same, it's more or less the same thing. Like, it would have cost more, so we're not saving the money, but we are avoiding extra costs. Is that a fair way to say it?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Council, that's correct. So while our levy is increasing based on waste collection costs, it is not increasing by as much as it would have had we maintained our previous system.
So, yeah, I agree, it's not a savings exactly, but I want to be clear to residents that we did avoid, like almost $1 million a year in costs. It's not nothing, that's all.
Councillor Vanden Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My curiosity question is this. You've explained to us which condos, well, not exactly specifically, but you've told us a number of condos could do this, a number of condos could do that. When is this going to be settled for them and how they're going to proceed? Like, but to them, not us. We can make a decision, whatever, but it's with them. How are they going to, are you going to help them find a solution to their issue? Like, garbage got to be picked up somewhere, and it's got to be picked up either by private or by us. And this other method of putting the other bin in the common area, are you going to have discussions with them over this situation? Have they all been notified in their circumstances?
Through the chair to Councillor Van der Driesche, yes, if they didn't apply, obviously we didn't respond to them because they didn't apply through the program, but those who have applied and were approved have received information that they were approved, and those that were denied, they received the reasons as to why they were denied.
And those that were, if I may, if those that have been denied, have they come up with a solution to let you know that, okay, we found an alternative solution?
Through the chair to Councillor Van der Driesche, that's up to them to figure out a solution within their property. We typically don't go to individual properties to determine the best solution for private waste collection services.
Yes, but we had a number of the condo units that were serviced prior and are not going to be now, correct?
Correct, but we also had condo units that were not receiving service because they didn't meet the previous technical guidelines that managed to figure out and create space for their own private waste collection as well.
Okay, so you don't anticipate a flurry of phone calls?
Through the chair to Councillor Van der Driesche, we did only have 5 that were denied, and we had discussed with them the reasoning as to why they were not approved through our program.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so those are the questions to staff. At this point in time, we have a recommendation that is up on your screen. Do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Once you've had a chance to review it. Councillor Van Passen? Move it? Okay. And is there a seconder? Councillor Brunton? Councillor Duthie?
Madam Chair, can I ask for a division of the question specifically for the last piece?
Okay, just a minute. So you want, I just want to clarify, you want the one regarding the $5 per garbage container, you want that separate?
Correct.
Okay. All right, do we have any issue with that? Okay. All right. So what we'll do then is we'll start with that staff report PW-26-039 be received as information and then paragraph 1, 2, and 3 will be one vote. And then the next one will be further that a cost recovery fee of $5 per garbage container be implemented for disposal at transfer stations between September 28th, 2026 and November 28th, 2026. Am I clear on that? Okay. Councillor Brunton, we're kind of past the... Okay.
If I may, and I support it. I think Marissa's done a great job here trying to sort the mess out. It is a mess.
Okay, just a minute. I didn't get a second.
I second it.
Okay, I thought you were just speaking to the question. Okay. All right, you second it. My apologies. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
My bad.
I think I'm on the right report now, too. Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to comment. Marissa, you've done a great job. It's a hard thing to sort out, and I know, having worked in it for years, but I'll tell you this. I don't know how we got sidetracked on this condominium stuff over the years. It was never intended to be a service provided by the municipality. But I see the predicament we're in, and I guess this is a compromise that we've come up with, and I'm agreeable to proceed with it. It's still going to be a headache come September, but I just hope you pick up all the roadside garbage. Thank you.
Okay, so do the mover and seconder have any issues with separating the, in the question, that we do a kind of a two-part? Is that all right with you, Councillor Van Passen?
Yeah, no, division of question, that is a standalone, it can pass or fail on its own, so there's no problem.
Okay, all right. So we have a mover and a seconder. So the recommendation are the first three, the first recommendation is the first three paragraphs of the original recommendation. All in favor? What? We already did that. And then debate, and then he asked for a secondary. No, apologies. Okay.
Sorry, so we did questions, and then we did the mover, and Doug, sorry, Councillor Brunton spoke to the motion, but...
That's where I, okay.
Yeah. So, I don't, I mean, I get the program, but I would like to, I'm not going to support it only because I would like to reopen it, because I think there are some things here that we need to look at. So specifically, that with the condos in Port, we didn't actually hear from Marissa yet either where those condos were all, they didn't come from. So I don't know if we want to do that before we vote, which Marissa was going to look up to see where we didn't get the, okay, so fair enough. But we have some condos in Port Dover specifically that there are opportunities for us to continue services safely with alternatives that we've been down there and looked at. And so I would like to at least have the opportunity to present that alternative for council to discuss. The only reason I'm going to not support this, because if we don't reopen it and at least present those options, those residents don't have any opportunity after this to even consider their garbage coming back for collection. And so just briefly, there are boulevards out front of Richardson Drive all the way up that we've looked, there's enough room to have the containers there. We could continue. They're only eliminated because they aren't immediately on the road, but there is curbside on a municipal road that is a through road. So I would like to at least discuss that and have Marissa be able to present on that specifically, which she's not had a chance to do. So I'm hoping that we will just not pass this as is, reopen it. If council decides then not to give those condos the service still, fair enough, but I'd at least like to hear it, because we've not had a chance to do that yet. No, that's what I'm saying. So I'm not supporting this because I want this to fail only so we can have the reconsideration vote and then pass all this once we've at least heard how this is maybe possible to continue, there's, give or take 100 residences on that stretch that are on a municipal road. They just happen to have a driveway in between their residences and that road, and that driveway is what eliminates their service.
Okay.
So that's all I'm asking. So if we can just at least let that come forward, have it have the chance, defeat it or don't, but to just pass this without even having that, I can't support it for that reason only.
Okay. Is there any more debate on this motion, on this recommendation? Sorry.
Question, Madam Chair. Are we reconsidering what we directed?
No, we're not reconsidering anything yet.
Okay.
Nope.
Thank you.
Please use your mics.
Madam Chair, may I guess I'm just wondering, and perhaps I'll pose this to the clerk's office, if there were to be any discussion on a different alternative, as Councillor Very is suggesting that there very well may be, which I'd be interested to hear. The Richardson Drive one, that surprised me that wasn't included. Would it not make sense, and again, this is to the clerk's department, that perhaps we defer this until an actual reconsideration came forward? I'm not sure why there isn't a reconsideration at this moment, but because really our only option based on what's here, if I understand correctly, is that we pass what is said there in those first three parts, because that's already what was discussed previously. Right?
Thank you. Well, it's entirely up to council what they want to do, really. But if there is mixed feelings around the horseshoe, then deferring the report back to staff for more information might be, referring it back to staff might be an option that you have. You can amend the motion that's on the floor. The motion can fail. It's entirely up to you how you want to take this. If you wanted us to look further into perhaps a different way, then we would have to probably take a 5-minute recess and refer to our procedural bylaw.
It's not a referral. I don't want staff to do anything further. Then if I may make a motion to defer this item, not refer, defer. Because there's no reconsideration yet. So.
Yeah, just to remind, if you defer the report, it comes back exactly the same way as it is, and you have the discussion again.
But a reconsideration could still come forward separate from that, right?
Groundhog Day.
I'm happy to refer it. It doesn't change any outcome as such. There still needs to be a reconsideration if that's the direction that Councillor Barry wants to go.
Okay, the only thing that I want to be cognizant of is that the start date of this program is the end of September. And we are on recess the month of August. So we're putting staff kind of in a perilous position with not having a decision made today. So I don't know. I don't know why we can't just vote on it, see where it goes, and then move from there. Councillor Very?
Yeah, so where I'm at is essentially what happened here was basically Councillor Van Passen moved the staff recommendation, and fair enough. There was no, I think the issue is we can't make a reconsideration once that motion's on the floor. So yeah, we can defeat it right now if we want to hear the reconsideration. I don't know if we need to defer it. But if we defeat this motion now, then an alternative can come forward, which is reconsideration. My question for the clerk is, if we defeat this now, vote to have a reconsideration, discuss it some more, are we allowed to then come back to this one and pass it even though it's been defeated?
Thank you, Councillor Very, for the question. Through you, Chair Hoffman. So the problem is you have another whole process for reconsideration, so you would have to follow that within your procedural bylaw, which wouldn't normally be part of today. There is a live motion in front of council right now. Council either has to deal with that, or council can withdraw that motion on the consent of the mover and seconder. But with that motion in front of council, you have to deal with it first in one form or another.
Understood. So my question is still, if we defeat this now, so we can maybe potentially have a motion for reconsideration come forward, and then that motion for reconsideration either fails, we don't get the reconsideration, or we hear it, we talk about it, and then that plan doesn't come forward, where does that leave us? Because if we defeat this now, and we defeat the reconsideration, then what? And I'm asking,
Okay.
can this one come back up?
So, through you, Madam Chair, the resolution and the direction for council was established months ago.
Understood.
So even if this is just reconfirming that decision, so if that fails and then the notice for motion for reconsideration doesn't proceed, the original decision that was made by council earlier this year and in 2025 would stand as is.
Okay, I understand. So just through the chair then, so my issue is that we've asked for this, and there are some options here, and we're about to just say, no, we're not going to entertain the options. Why did we even do this? So I would like, I think the intention here was to say, can we help people retain their services? And we're about to just not even do that discussion. So what I'm hoping is that we can just have the discussion about other alternatives. That's what I'm trying. I don't care how we get there.
Well, one way we're going to get there is we have to vote on the motion on the floor unless the mover rescinds it. Councillor Van Passen, are you in any position to rescind your motion?
Well, thanks, Madam Chair. I really don't see the need to rescind the motion. I keep hearing talk about reconsideration of the original vote on this whole system. If I remember some of the wording in our procedural bylaw, one of the reasons you can't reconsider things is if we've spent more than $5,000 already on it. I do believe that 5 million is more than 5,000, so I think we've already exceeded that limit. We can't reconsider this program. This motion is just reconfirming the original plans that staff have looked at things, so I think this motion needs to be on the floor, this motion needs to be voted on, and we need to move on to the next part and deal with that $5 fee. So.
All right, and seconder, same way? Okay. So with that, I would like to call to vote all of those in favor of the motion. All those opposed? What'd you do? Well, me neither then. We have to do something. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? All those opposed? Okay, thank you. That motion is carried. Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a procedural clarification, council members are aware that if they do not vote, that is an opposition vote, correct? Okay, just
My
making sure.
apologies, I was daydreaming, if you can believe it.
Okay, the next motion on the floor is further that a cost recovery fee of $5 per garbage container be implemented for disposal at transfer stations between September 28th, 2026 and November 28th, 2026. All right, do I have a mover? Nope, he's going to say. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair.
Do I have to get another mover and a seconder? No? Okay. It's just okay. Sorry about that. All right. All those in favor? It's divided. Do we need... I thought we already did all that. We're voting on $5.
Yeah, it's a standalone motion. It's been moved and seconded. It got split as a division of question, so it can be on the floor. And, you know, I will do something that you don't normally do. I'm going to vote against the motion that my name moves, because I don't think we need to charge a separate fee. Like, if you're going to get rid of a dump, reuse it, do something with it, cut it in pieces and put it in your bin that they're going to dump with the truck, then it goes for free, right? Why do we got to make a special program to get rid of the garbage cans, you know?
Well, the thing too is that we may have a lot of people who may not be able to fit it in their vehicle to get it to the transfer station, right? So, Councillor Brunton.
If it's metal, take it to the fireman's drop-off. It's free.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so with that, yep, sure.
Sorry, I think we're maybe going in the same direction, but I just want to speak to it really quickly. again, we're suggesting that we make this change, and now we're going to ask somebody to go pay $5 to get rid of the garbage can that they may very well have just bought. That seems asinine to me. So yes, I'm not supporting that. Break it up if you want and put it in the green bin when you get it. Don't care, but we're not going to charge someone. I can't get behind charging $5 to get rid of a garbage can. It's crazy.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, we have a mover, we have a seconder. With that, all in favor? All those opposed? And that motion is defeated. All right. Councillor Veery.
Yeah, so we need something else then, because if we're not going to charge them $5, and now they have to pay the full tipping fee for the minimum charge. If they want to get rid of it, then they're going to pay more than $5 if they need to get rid of their bin, right?
Well, wouldn't it be silly to just go to the transfer station with just a empty garbage pail?
Okay, I'm just pointing it out that Marissa said it would be a full minimum charge now if somebody needs to get rid of it.
Well, yeah, but I'm sorry, I just couldn't see people just voluntarily taking an empty garbage pail. I'm sure if anything, it would be fuller, they would have other items.
Sure, okay.
Okay. Okay. All right, now, on to the next part. Let me just flip back some pages here. Okay, this is our, we have a few deputations. Now, first, is it Harish? Okay, did you want to speak? Okay, no. Okay, so I've got you first on the list. So what I'll do is I'll move you down to the bottom. That makes more sense. Okay, all right. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, next one is 7.2, Paul Verhoff. Item 9.3.5, repeal of bylaw 8126, 45 Peel Street, Simcoe. Okay, so if you'd like to come up to the podium. You have 5 minutes, and I'll let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Council. My name is Paul Veoff, and I lived and worked in Norfolk County since 1986.
Could you just go a little bit closer to the mic?
Sorry.
Thanks.
Yes. I'm here to oppose the application to repeal the designation bylaw 8126 to remove the historic designation building located on 45 Peel Street here in Simcoe. The former post office and custom building has been a feature neoclassic Georgian-style building in our downtown landscape since 1910, and to date remains a well-preserved historic jewel in our community. The building over its lifespan has been repurposed for use as a bank, municipal offices, and for over 30 years it's been an architectural office of Carlos Venton, a well-renowned and highly decorated heritage and restoration architect, widely regarded as one of Canada's most accomplished in his field. The building became the visionary birthplace of many restoration projects that have since benefited communities across Ontario, from the Legislative Assembly building to many municipal and community and including private buildings. Among his many accomplishments, Carlos Venton played a key role in saving Norfolk County's administration building, this very building, from demolition, demonstrating that preservation can be both practical and cost-effective compared to new construction. I had the privilege of working alongside Carlos Venton for 27 years and continue to hold deep respect for his passion and dedication to preserve our architectural heritage. His legacy is reflected not only in this building, but in many other projects across Ontario that remain in active use and are widely appreciated today. The application by the current owner to remove the heritage designation, despite being fully aware of its status at the time of purchase, appears to be driven primarily by an opportunity to increase profit at the expense of an important piece of our local heritage. It's deeply troubling that some members of council would favor the interest of one's individual profits over the legislative preservation of our community's heritage and history. There are no valid reasons expressed in the current owner application that justifies repealing the designation of this building to warrant the removal of the removal from the heritage preservation list. The application is incomplete and with incorrect facts that only seem to be driven by personal profits. On the contrary, this building, its significant architectural features have not been lost or irreparably damaged. The building is of utmost importance to the local history and has played a significant role in our community since 1910. The argument that the cost to maintain the building and the property taxes are not related is to the historic designation of this building. Removal of the designation will not change this at all. The fact that the building is listed for sale on the real estate market is an indication that the owner is wanting to remove any commitments to preserve and offload the property to seek profit. It is council and our role to continue to preserve and protect this heritage. There has been an overwhelming expression of support in opposing this repeal application by the local community and professionals in the field of heritage preservation. I therefore challenge councillors who previously voted against the recommendation of Norfolk County's professional planning staff to publicly explain the benefits of their decision. Specifically, I asked them to identify how the repeal of the designation of 45 Peel Street serves the public interest, strengthens heritage preservation within Norfolk County, or otherwise justifies departing from the recommendation provided by their own planning department. I strongly urge council to review and make themselves familiar with the distinct requirements to remove designation bylaw per section 32 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I respectfully ask our council to reconsider and dismiss the decision to repeal the designation of this significant historic building. More importantly, to maintain the vision and continue to preserve our local history and related structures, and to deter other designated historic significant buildings in our community from falling to the same fate and create a dangerous precedent. I'd like to remind councillors and Chair to look at the plaque above, Madam Chair. It says history, heritage, and diversity. I think we need to maintain that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. With that, are there any questions for the deputation? Okay, there is a question for you. Okay, Councillor Micheli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Mr. Vihop, thank you very much for your presentation, and I really appreciate the sentiments that you have conveyed. You are aware of the requirements for designating a heritage building?
To a certain extent, yes, I am.
Okay, so you are aware that they're very involved and very specific.
Correct. I believe the exterior of the building is designated. The interior is not.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. So I guess one further question, Madam Chair. Sorry. Are you familiar with the term adaptive reuse?
Yes.
Okay. Would you mind explaining that for council?
Adaptive reuse is using our current structures, heritage, right, either heritage or non-heritage structures, to facilitate other options for reuse, not necessarily the original intent, but still, because it's designated, still maintain the historic value of the building itself, which Carlos Venton did when he repurposed it for his own office for over 30 years.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? No. Thank you very much for your oh, sorry. There is another one. Councillor Van Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. The designation is on the exterior of the building. The concrete, it's basically concrete. Is that correct?
It's a brick stone building.
Yes. Brick stone. So when you say it's brick stone, is when it has to be repaired, Is that readily available?
Yes, it is, yep. I'm personally involved in the architectural business, and we have restored hundreds or maybe even thousands of buildings over the province of Ontario using stone and brick, yes.
Stone and brick. So is it more, obviously more costly than regular concrete or brick that we use today?
Not necessarily, no.
Not necessarily
No.
so. Okay,
No.
that's good. And the designation, is it also on the windows?
I'm sorry?
The windows? Is it the exterior or the actual glass?
It applies to the exterior of the building, which includes the windows, correct?
Which includes the windows. So the glass has to be purchased of the period. Am I correct in saying that?
No, I believe the glass was originally, prior to designation, already been replaced with a thermal pane.
Oh, okay, okay. So before it was designated, this particular building, the glass that was used in those windows was replaced already by a thermal glass?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Okay, so then if that would have to be replaced today, thermal glass is thermal glass?
Correct.
Okay, that I did not know. Thank you.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your presentation. Being in the architectural business, I'm going to ask you the question. The current owner or a future owner, doesn't matter to me. If the building on the outside is designated and it starts to deteriorate, are any of those owners obligated to fix it?
The owners are obligated to fix areas that are potentially for creating hazards for the public around, that move around the building. Yes, there is a requirement, and I believe Norfolk County as well has a bylaw that states that you have to maintain your property to a certain standard so that it does not become a hazard.
Okay, but that could be an opinionated thing. I call it the coining on the corners. Okay, let's say and it's stone and one of them falls off, is he obligated to replace that if it's not a hazard to somebody?
I believe he's not necessarily required to replace it, but he is required to maintain a safe environment for the public.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I was just going to say that afterwards we can maybe get staff. Yeah, okay. Did you have anything to add, Councillor Michele, or no?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to suggest that maybe these questions might be better for staff.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think you're probably a pretty good expert in the area. So thank you very much for your answers. They're much appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next on the agenda, 7.3 is Karen Scott Booth, re 9.3.5, repeal of bylaw 81-26, 45 Peel Street, Simcoe, CDS-26-109. Okay, welcome. Karen, you have 5 minutes, and if you want to glance up every once in a while, just hold up a finger and let you know when you've got 1 minute remaining.
Thank you.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of council, staff, members of the community, Deputy Mayor. My name is Karen Scott Booth. I'm a member of the Architectural Conservancy Ontario. I have been a member for the past 25 years and an active advocate for conservation and restoration of heritage buildings. I have actually restored, with my husband, 5 buildings. We live in a Part 4 designated property and have been for the last 25 years. And I have been active with numerous issues like this in the city of Cambridge and the region of Waterloo. We have also been recognized for the work we've done by the region of Waterloo and in Perth County. So I am not an architect, but I do have years of experience, and I was asked to come to delegate by some of the former partners of Carlos Fenton. I would like to say that I am extremely concerned with this issue, and I wouldn't have driven all the way from Waterloo Region if I weren't concerned. I have sent 2 letters to support the concerns, and in fact, checked the agenda on Friday to note that there were 2 important documents not included in the staff report, and that's why I'm delegating today, because I wanted to make sure that you have received them, that you've had an opportunity to review them, and that you understand them. And so one is a letter from the president of the ACO, Architectural Conservancy Ontario, which is an organization, nonprofit organization that has been around since the 30s. And so it's an advocacy organization with a mandate to preserve and conserve the best of our natural and built heritage. So people who are members of the ACO are very committed to that mandate. The other is very important, even more important than the letter from the ACO, is the letter from Paul Sapunzi, who is an architect with the Venton Group. And he sent a letter, and he also did the heritage evaluation of the property. And I think that's most important because that's one of the key pieces missing from the application by the owner. So if you haven't had an opportunity to review that, because it's quite lengthy, and I know if you did receive it, you just received it either yesterday or today, and I appreciate all the papers that you must be looking at. I would like to point out, though, that there is a requirement with a repeal that the character-defining elements that are identified in the bylaw need to be demonstrated that they have been lost. So if you are repealing a designating bylaw from 1981, are the character-defining elements that meet the criteria for that time period, have they been lost? And again, this building, and I haven't been to Simcoe before, just so you know. I loved coming through and looking at all your wonderful buildings, and I think I will come again, because I didn't realize what a rich inventory of heritage buildings you have. But I did drive by 45 Peel, of course, to see the condition. I've seen pictures, but I haven't seen it in person. The building is in disrepair, but the building is definitely solid, and the building is definitely significant. It's more significant now than it was even when it was designated in 1981 because of the reputation of Carlos Venton. And also, I'm sure you're aware of Bill 23 and how it's impacting heritage, the Heritage Act, in fact. So at the end of this year, all your listed properties will have to be removed from your registry. And so many municipalities are working diligently to designate more and more of their significant properties for their protection. And I know that because Cambridge, where I'm living in Waterloo Region, Cambridge and Kitchener and Waterloo are really under the threat of so much development, and our significant properties are definitely at risk. So I'm asking you to understand that the new criteria for designation are 9 criteria. It's in this evaluation. 9 criteria that could be met for designation. 2 must be met. And 45 Peel, the Venton building, actually meets 6 or 7 of those 9 criteria. This is one of the most significant buildings probably in your region. And if not in the province, because I am hearing from ACO branches across the province, they are very concerned about this issue. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Greatly appreciate it. With that, are there any questions? Councillor Michelli.
Karen, thank you very much for your deputation. Very interesting. Just so I'm clear, and maybe for councils, there are 9 criteria for designation. The minimum number of 2 is required for designation. Is that any 2, or are there 2 specifically that have to be included?
No, any of the 9.
Any of the 9?
Yeah. Okay,
and you're suggesting that 45 Peel has 6 or 7 of those
I would
9.
say if you review the evaluation, he has listed in his conclusion all the areas that have been met, and it's at least 6 or 7.
Thank you very much.
Right.
And by the way, the report is produced by a heritage architect who has heritage designation, so he is an expert.
Yes, thank you. Are there any other questions for the deputation? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Okay. Now, may I have a mover to what? Oh, that's right. Would you like to speak now? Yes. Okay, come on up. So like I said before, you have 5 minutes, and I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, council members, staff, and everybody present here. Thank you for providing us an opportunity. This is a little unusual, so I will start asking questions. Public came with very good speech, but do they really know the pain? We have put it for sale. They can buy it and do whatever they want to do with the building. If Ventin Group wanted to keep it, why they sold it? When we bought the building, it was sitting for sale for over 1.5 years. We bought it. We wanted to, come to the community. The building is good, but we came to know more and more about the heritage issues as we lived through. At that time, tenant was there. They complained that, okay, we have some issues with the windows, doors, and few other things. We hired contractor, local contractor, and they gave us, numbers, which was huge, enormously huge. We approached to the Heritage Department of Norfolk County. At that time, director clearly said, we are here to enforce the rules, regulations. We are not here to help. You find your own money. All right, at that time, tenant was there. We were not aware of much of the Heritage Issues Act and whatnot. We repaired it. We were not in a position to replace it. However, we got recommendation to replace the windows. They are deteriorated. Nevertheless, we moved on. And every year we have been, putting our money to upkeep the building. And everybody here present here, whatever their designation is that. I'm an engineer too. I understand many things there, right? I don't have to explain anyone. I'm a professional engineer in Ontario, okay? So when there is a building over 100 years old, one has to keep putting money into it. Money has to come from somewhere. All right. Ontario Heritage Act, I skimmed through over 100 pages, clearly says that owner's responsibility is to maintain the heritage requirements. There is no financial help. Municipalities could offer help if they want to. That's fine. We have approached to the city in terms of taxes. We have been denied. We said, we have been trying to get the tenant. We have been trying to, initially we didn't put for sale. We just put for rental. We attracted, many parties. I can name it, few of them. Some of them were for buying, some of them for rental. They came and see. Out of them, there was a party from Alberta. They wanted to open a daycare. I said, fine, wonderful. But then they declined. Chamber of Commerce, Simcoe, Church Services, another party from Hamilton, they wanted to open daycare, young couple, entrepreneurs. We said, we're gonna help you guys, come and open a daycare. They found something and they just turned away. District School Board from Brantford, Kids Learning Center, luxury hair salon. We have also got the Norfolk General Hospital, a diagnostic lab, data center, medical lab, in fact, the MRI centers. The issue came back and forth, and many more, because people called to my office and my real estate team on phone. And once they know it's the heritage, some people want to talk, some people, they don't want to talk, and they just decline it. Bottom line is that the heritage requirements are such a way that, to replace the 1900s stone, which came from the Credit Valley. I have the history of the building. So I'm just giving few bullets here. It's gonna take enormous cost. And the technology, what was used at that time, they consulted engineers from many different regions of the country when they built the building. Over 2 years, 2.5 years it took to, finish the building. So who's gonna replace it? Who's gonna pay for it, okay? So this is one thing. Now, people can put, online any comment and all, whether they live here in the community, they wanna contribute here or not. I have an open question. If take the emotions aside, emotions are not bring the food to the table. It's the real economic development. Are we really doing anything with the building? For over 2 years, we are burning cash on the building. Nobody want to buy, nobody want to lease it. So give me the option. Anyways, I come to another point of the insurance. As people are aware who are into the commercial building business, that insurance companies do not like empty buildings, okay? We have been declined by the insurance companies. I name it few of them. Economical Insurance declined it. Vavanesa Insurance declined us. Aviva, Travelers, Lionsgate, CHES, Agile, SD Mutual. They declined us. And few of them you find they just quote very expensive. I come back to the tax.
Okay, your time is up. Would you like to wrap up, please?
May I request for 1 more minute?
Sorry.
If I cannot speak more, I'm sorry, but I would like to give more information. But thank you very much, madam.
Okay,
Thank you, council members. And all I request, humble request to help us. I'm very thankful to the council members that they approved for de-designation in prior 2 meetings. And I request, humble request to de-designate it, help us out. We are in problem here. Thank you very much.
Okay, don't sit down yet, because I think there's going to be some questions for you, because they'll probably want to know what you were going to finish saying. Okay. Councillor Michele?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Rajput, if you had 1 more minute, what would you say?
If I had 1 more minute, what I would say, we invested in the community. We want to help here. We want to create more jobs here. We want to help entrepreneurs here. I have limited capacity, but all I can help, we have the building. In whatever form somebody brings the proposal, we can help them. We invested in the community, and we are all looking for help. For over 2 years, running cost of the building is high. We are burning cash. Imagine if the building is sitting 10 years idle, how much money we're going to be losing. So imagine the people here, right? Are they going to be empowering your own people or losing the money? Let's keep emotions aside. Our intention is not to demolish the building. We were very clear. Our intention is to bring the potential client in the building, which are just turning away from the heritage. And I read more on the Heritage Act. It's just painful. Why the owner has to bear all the cost of repair, maintaining of 100-year-old building. If heritage is important, I understand important, then why not the government chip in? Okay, or whoever wants to. Went-in Group, why they sold the building? If they care about the heritage, why they sold in the first place? Why they didn't buy again? We are happy to sell back to them. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Michele?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Rajput, thanks for that additional information. And I certainly appreciate the fact that you do want to do the right thing, but you need some help. But I do have to ask, were you fully aware that this was a heritage building when you purchased it?
We were aware in a form that, oh, it's heritage, but we were not aware that the heritage will bring a lot of these kind of issues. At the time, tenant was there, and we were just, kind of slow pitching, okay, tenant is there, rent is coming in. If some repairs are there, we will do it. But then when the bill came, bigger bill, then we kind of, oh, how do we do now? And then we approached the, Norfolk County Department and Heritage. We have been declined. We have been declined from the tax department. We have been declined from the Department of Heritage. We have been declined from the Economic Development Department. I had been personally to them, sir, help us out here. 2 years, empty building. I had been told from the tax department, oh, we used to help in terms of tax relief for empty buildings few years back, not anymore. 14,638 almost year over year. This is the number of 2025 taxes for a small building, right? There are many other buildings, bigger buildings, they may have lower taxes. I have to pull the number. But nevertheless, all I'm here requesting, humble request, please de-designate the from the heritage.
Okay, 1 more, and then we'll go to Councillor Duthie.
It's fair enough, Madam Chair. Thank you. So, Mr. Rajput, you mentioned that there were several insurance companies that
Yes.
declined to cover you, and that was the reason for that, though. To be clear,
Heritage and age.
was it heritage or was it vacancy?
No, heritage and age. And this number came not only now, it coming from the day we started this process of insuring. Right?
Okay, because just the reason I'm asking is
Now if I go back to them, they say, no, it's vacant, we're not going to insure it. These people are when the tenant was there.
Yes, but so that happened where the tenant was there, they wouldn't insure it, and now they're not insuring it because it's vacant.
Well, now we have, because I say it's my office. I provide engineering services, it's my office. Technically,
Okay.
we are looking for a tenant.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
it's just
Rajput.
a way around
Yeah,
to get some
I
input.
understand.
Anyways,
Yeah, I have some more questions, but I'm going to let my colleagues go ahead.
okay.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Mr. Rajput, thanks for being here today, and I appreciate that you entered into this certainly with the best of intentions and invested in the community. I think that's terrific. You mentioned that you are a professional engineer. You referenced a real estate division. I guess I'm wondering, you would probably have a fairly big list of contacts within that realm then. Have you had any engagement, and truthfully this was an organization I hadn't heard of, with the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario? Have you consulted them on this property at all?
Why do I have to go and consult with them, sir?
Well, I'm asking if you've had any interaction with them about,
I don't
restorations,
have to go,
etc.
I don't have to go. There are tons of organizations. I don't have to go to them if I don't need to. All I need to present here, that help us out.
Right, and so that is sort of what you referenced, and I guess the reason I asked the question is, it sounds to me, based on what I heard in previous deputations, that there are resources that are available, and so I was asking if you had reached out looking for any of those.
It is easier said on paper than done, and I'm very clear on it. I go to any department, think about Norfolk County. I came to several times for financial help, no help. So nevertheless, let's just cut it short. From the public, I appreciate their concern. We don't want to demolish the building, but if they have too much concern, we are happy to sell to them, buy it.
Okay, let's stick with the question that was asked, and Councillor Duffy, you were clear with your question. So, Councillor Michele, no more questions?
I don't think so, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, Councillor Vanden Rishi?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to you. Thank you for your presentation. Could we go back to a little bit about the insurance situation? Is this building insured at the moment?
That is correct, because I call it my office.
So it is insured?
Currently, yes, because I call it is in my office, but if I say it's vacant, they're not going to insure it.
Okay.
Yes.
So some of the repairs that you're looking at, because it's designated on the outside versus the inside, there's nothing on the inside. And I was told by the expert that the glass for the windows wouldn't cost you any more than what?
Madam, there is no record. They have presented it. If I go back to the contracting company, which a few years back, they gave me a rough estimate, so I don't agree what they say without any detail. If they are too much concerned, they buy the building and fix it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, council members.
Thank you.
Staff. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, with that, pardon? Yeah. Okay, sorry, just flipping through my agenda here because it's a little backwards. Okay, with that, may I have a motion to accept all of the deputations as presented? Councillor Duffy and seconded by Councillor Brenton. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, with that, we want to go to the staff report. Andrew Wallace's staff report. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to hope that this works for me, unlike it did earlier. Yes. Yay. Okay. Good afternoon. Through the chair, the applicant has applied to repeal designation bylaw 8126 such that the building would lose any meaningful heritage protections under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. The current owners of this building have put forward this proposal to repeal the designation. It was a designated asset at the time of their purchase of the site. Whilst the interior building is not of any historic significance and has been adapted to the needs of owners and lessees over the years, the exterior is largely unchanged since the building was originally built. This image shows the site in 1930. There we go. And this image is showing the building as it stands today with little to no change from the time of designation. The Ontario Heritage Act does allow for de-designation of assets, but this usually involves buildings that have lost their historic significance through irreparable deterioration, fire, neglect, demolition, or other significant loss of historic fabric. This is not the case in this instance. As can be seen in the two photos side by side, all the original features that would have been present at the time of designation in 1981 remain largely in situ and unaltered. The only justification given for the repeal of bylaw 8126 is financial. Information provided was anecdotal, with no sales or lease studies carried out to prove that the heritage designation is the reason that the building is currently vacant and in need of a tenant. It was also suggested that potential leaseholders were finding it difficult to get insurance for designated property. This should not be the case, as there are a number of insurers who provide insurance to historic buildings. Again, this was only presented anecdotally and did not come with any supporting studies or documentation. It should also be noted that in a recent OLT appeal, OLT 2500386, it was noted that financial hardship is not a criterion for assessing cultural heritage value or interest under the Ontario Heritage Act. This would apply equally to both the designation of a property as well as the repeal of the designation, existing heritage designation bylaws. During the prescribed 30-day public notice period, approximately 55 objections were received, along with 2 letters of support for the proposal, and 2 of which were received after the end of the consultation period. It is considered that the information provided would not meet the standards of the Ontario Heritage Act for the repeal of the designation bylaw and would fail to meet the requirements of the Planning Act in Section 2D, which requires the conservation of historic of features of significant architectural, cultural, historical, archaeological, or scientific interest. It is the professional opinion of staff that this application be refused, as outlined in Staff Recommendation Report CDS 26109. I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Mr. Wallace, thank you for your report. And I read it, and I saw the reference to the OLT, and then you've just done the same again in your comments. So I guess I'm curious, would this, if this were appealed to the OLT, would it follow the same process as any other development-related appeal?
Through the chair, basically, yes. They have similar powers under the Ontario Heritage Act as they would under the Planning Act. The main difference being, as outlined in the report, that anyone, any third party, can still appeal a heritage designation. So unlike under the Planning Act, where now it's only specified individuals in that wonderfully nebulous term, anyone can do it in either direction.
And then so our process would be the same in, and I'm asking for clarification, we would need to hire a lawyer then to defend us. We would need to also find an expert that would defend council's position, which may be unlikely based on what we have seen today. Is that a fair assessment?
Through the chair, that is my assessment, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to ask the same question of staff, and I don't know the act that well, but I asked this question of the gentleman at the start, Mr. Gibson, and there's a big difference between maintaining a building and safety of a building. And I guess, how does it, do you have the understanding of the legislation that can explain to me? I guess I'm getting the impression it doesn't matter who looks after that building, if they don't want to maintain it to an appropriate standard, we would be, I know it needs cleaned, I guess, but who's responsible? Do we, the municipality, at any point have to come out there and do work on it? I'd like to know a little bit more about it, I guess. So,
through the chair to Councillor Brunton. So it would be a property standards matter like any other property. This one, I guess, has an extra layer of protection because they have to comply with the bylaw on the property, but it's not up to Norfolk County to go and do the work.
Okay. as I said earlier, like there's coining on the corners, I call it. If some of that falls off, that's not a safety issue if they pick up the slab that falls off. But I'm concerned that this whole thing, either way we look at it, may be a problem.
Through the chair, there is another heritage designated property on the same street that did have bricks falling off, and bylaw did get involved and the building department as well, because it was a safety issue. So you'll see there's scaffolding on it.
It was a safety issue?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe just to follow up on what Councillor Brunton is asking about, and maybe just to clarify this. So ultimately, whether it's a heritage building or not a heritage building, the property standards bylaw, even if there is no safety issue, our bylaw department operates on a complaint basis. So if some of those coined corners were to come off and it just looks unsightly, no safety hazard whatsoever, but somebody complains, that's when bylaw, through our property standards bylaw, examines the building and then makes a decision as to whether or not they are going to, basically ticket the owner, right? And that's then up to them to exercise their options of appealing that ticket to the bylaw appeals committee or whatever, avenue they want to take, right? So, in a sense, the building, if it falls into disrepair, falls under the exact same county bylaws as any other building that someone complains about. And so there is no requirement by Norfolk County, and that's why I'm asking staff, to ever get involved with any of the actual repair or remediation of a building and to finance it.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Can I get a mover for this? Sorry. Do I have a mover for the staff recommend? Okay, Councillor Duthie, are you moving it?
I would move it, and I'll speak to it, please.
Okay. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Michele. All right, any further debate? Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have made my position known on this topic in the last two times that it's been discussed. I appreciate the sentiment shared by the property owner. However, I think there are a number of things that need to be considered. I truly appreciate the 53 objections that were received. That's quite a lot in terms of what I've seen in the last 3.5 years sitting around this table. I have read every single one of them, and I must tell you that I had a great deal of pride in reading them based on the care that the community members felt related to that building and its heritage, and the role that it has served in our community going forward. So I thank all of the people that have written in specifically to it. I cannot support repealing the heritage designation on that building. To me, like I said the last time, it is no different than building a house next to a farm and then later complaining that it's dusty when they're harvesting. This building has been designated since the 80s. They knew what they were getting into, and there are resources available to try and assist. And I also have no desire for this council to move forward with this and end up in a position where it is likely to be appealed to the OLT. We know that the cost on fighting that is somewhere in the neighborhood of $30,000. I'm not interested in spending $30,000 to defend a position that we shouldn't even be in the first place. That is a waste of taxpayer money, in my opinion, and so I simply could not support it. So I am, again, moving the recommendation that says that it be refused.
Thank you very much. Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in seconding, I would want to reiterate some of what Councillor Duthie just mentioned. This matter has, as he said, garnered a lot of public interest and attention, and in a sense, it really shouldn't have. It's to me, a very straight matter of following the established heritage rules, following the legislation provided by the Ontario Heritage Act that lays out the requirements for repeal, and those requirements are supposed to have very, very solid evidence for even considering the repeal of a heritage property. So without that clear evidence, and with all due respect to the applicant, I appreciate the financial situation that he has found himself in, and I hope that there will be someone can come forward to maybe make some suggestions to him or to help or assist him in some way. But nevertheless, the rules are the rules, and I really think that that this is a matter that should be upheld. Again, 55 people. I too was very moved by some of the arguments and the facts presented in the emails we received from several very qualified individuals, and so I'm very happy to second this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Michele. Are there any other? Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I guess somebody has to offer a different point of view, so luckily I'm here. I love old buildings. I'd like to save all of them. And I'm getting too old, I guess, but I remember early 70s, mid 70s, the province developed the LACAC, the Local Architectural Conservation Advisory Committees, and they went and they helped get heritage designations on buildings. There was funding available for the repairs. There was tax credits available or discounted tax rates on those buildings with that designation. And I think that's exactly the way things should be, because the reason we want to keep these heritage buildings, because it's a benefit to our heritage and culture, to society as a whole. And when something benefits society as a whole, well, that should be paid for by society as a whole, not the individual. But all of those refunds and grants and things have run out. They're no longer available. So now whoever happens to own these buildings, the community expects them to foot the entire bill for all the extra cost. And don't tell me there's not extra cost, because if somebody throws a brick through one of these windows, they're not looking at replacing a $1,000 window. They're looking at replacing a $10,000 window, because it has to match the original design and build. And that's probably one of the reasons that insurance companies don't like insuring them. And, to have the staff report say, well, there's no proof of that, there's only anecdotal evidence. Well, there's also no proof that it's not true, only anecdotal opinion both ways. So, let's take the whole thing. Yes, we had 50 or 60 letters of complaint or comments, and I would say the vast majority of them are in respect and deserved respect of Carlos Venton himself, not the actual building. And I knew Carlos, I worked with him back in the day, wonderful man, did great work around, but yes, he used to own that building, but his company sold it, so obviously it wasn't that important to them. It's not registered, like it was built by the federal government. It's not in the Federal Registry of Heritage Buildings. It's not in the Provincial Registry of Heritage Buildings. So yes, locally it's recognized, but if it was that important to the federal government, they wouldn't have sold it, and they would have recognized it themselves too. So still that firm believer that it's for sale. There's 60 people wrote letters. Maybe if they all kicked in a little bit of money, they could buy it, and then they could do whatever they want to do with it. But the original designation was put in place during a time when there was funding available for the repairs. There was funding available to help subsidize the taxes, and none of that's available. So those conditions have changed. So it is a very legitimate request to repeal the designation of a building, because it was given under certain conditions, and those conditions no longer exist. So I won't be supporting the motion on the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Veary, nothing? Okay. Councillor Vanden Rishi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to thank staff for the work they've done, and I respect the fact that there is a process here. and the process has taken its steps. So it's not fair to say that it should never have come up. I think it's really important that people have an opportunity to be able to put the process in motion, and it's been done. We've heard from people. Our staff has done their job. I, too, was a member of LACAC in its day, and yes, we did pound the streets to find buildings to be able to designate, and at that time, there were dollars available, and I agree with you, there are none today, and it makes it very difficult for those. My concern is insurance. My concern is buildings become derelict, so I'm very concerned about that, but I am assured that the cost of, say, glass on the window, if it's done to the time that it was designated, which was the 80s, that they can use that, and that stone is still available to be able to repair that. So I'm glad to hear all that. I didn't know that originally. But like I say, anyone has the right to appeal this and take the process on of de-designation. But anyway, I'm still debating my support or not. Thank you.
Councillor Michele?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, and I certainly take what Councillor Van Passen's comments were about the changes, and the world is different now with regard to heritage. I totally understand that, and you know, those grants, tax breaks, all those things don't exist, but perhaps you know, a future council might be able to consider some kind of relief in some financial way for people like the applicant that we're hearing from today. But we do have to again comply with the rules of the Ontario Heritage Act for the time being, because that's what they are. And maybe just for Councillor Van Andrieschie, there are firms out there, and that's why our first deputation on this topic mentioned that it is possible to accurately replace the brick, the glass, the windows. There are firms out there that actually do salvage buildings and then repurpose all of that brick. So it is possible to do all of that. Thank you.
All right, if there's no more comments, I'll make my final comment before we go to a vote. This has been an extremely stressful situation, actually. I've dealt with a lot of the individuals who are very supportive of this designation being maintained on this building by Mr. Venton. It's very important to our community to maintain our culture, and as we heard earlier today, we wouldn't be sitting in these council chambers if it wasn't for Carlos Fenton. So I think that's very important. And even though someone may interpret some of the letters as being just, yay, Carlos was a wonderful man, to me that was probably good enough as well, because he was a good man and he did great work. And I want to be able to live in a community where I continue to see this great work. The building was purchased with the knowledge of heritage designation. I do not want this going to the OLT. I don't want to have to waste taxpayers' dollars on a frivolous fight that we shouldn't even be in. We shouldn't have even gotten this far. So anyways, I will definitely be supporting the motion, and I encourage all of my colleagues to be very mindful of the time and energy of the 52 people who sent in letters of support and all of the professionals, and I would also be respectful of our own staff and their decision. So anyways, with that, Councillor Duthie, do you have something?
Yeah, may I ask for a recorded vote?
Okay, I was going to do that too, so, okay. Recorded vote, please.
Councillor Brunton? Voting on the motion on the screen, correct? Correct.
Could you use your mic?
Yes.
Councillor Michele?
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen?
No.
Councillor Very? Councillor Duthie?
Yes.
Councillor Van Andrieschie?
Yes, to no avail.
And Deputy Mayor Huffman?
Absolutely, yes.
That's carried.
Okay. With that, we're just going to take a quick 5 minutes here, and then we'll finish up our very quick agenda items and go right to closed session. Oh, we're going right to close now. So we're going to go right to close now, but we're going to take a quick 5 minute for people to get a coffee and stuff. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before Council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation / Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing / Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, Council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's 2 entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have 3 main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those 3 options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, through the mayor. If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, through the chair. Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, through the mayor, or through the chair to councilor, and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our Respect and Responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/RNR.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm excited to take you behind the scenes to meet Norfolk County's aquatics team in action.
I think the people are what make the job. I think working with the people that I do, we're a great team. We work really well together. That makes a positive work environment. That makes a positive work for the public as well. They see that we work well together, and I think that benefits them as well.
I still love coming here every day. It's an exciting job. It's always different. You're always doing new things.
Being part of our team offers staff the opportunity to develop essential skills in lifeguarding, teaching swimming lessons, customer service, first aid, and of course, teamwork.
I think swimming in general is a really great skill to have from a very young age, so being a part of children learning how to swim is super important to me.
It's a really rewarding process to see them go from not the greatest swimmer to a better or great swimmer. It's a really good stepping stone to what I want to do in the future.
It's just a nice variety, and everybody brings something different and special to the team.
Our aquatics team is dedicated to educating the community on water safety and drowning prevention.
You might be a quiet student coming in, and this job is really going to push you to find your voice and be like an impactful member of a team.
I love that it's different every day, and you get to meet new people every day and see some of the same faces every day as well. But my job is different every single day. I don't do the same, so it's amazing.
As a proud Norfolk County employee, I'm honored to be part of a team delivering life-saving skills to our community. Thank you for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour. I hope this video gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be part of our aquatics team. If you're interested in taking advanced leadership courses to become a lifeguard and instructor, visit norfolkcounty.ca.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero, here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. Throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I'm proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind the scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
This summer, discover
Yep. Do you want to do that?
You can just pass it over to me.
Okay, I'll pass it. I'll pass it over. Okay, we're on air. Could I have a motion to reconvene in open session? Councillor Vanden Rishi, seconded by Councillor Duffy. All those in favor? And that is carried. At this point in time, I'll pass it over to the Deputy Clerk.
Thank you. Just to reiterate, while we are recording live, we went into closed session pursuant to Section 239F of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, for advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and that was moved by Councillor Vanden Rishi and seconded by Councillor Brunton. And now we have reconvened back into open session, and the open recommendation coming out of closed is that the closed meeting update regarding the Woodway Trail Ontario Land Tribunal appeal be received as information, and that staff be proceeded as directed by council.
Could I have a mover for that? Councillor Van Passen, and a seconder, Councillor Duffy. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. So at this point in time, number 10 on our agenda, motions. There are no motions. Number 11, there are no notices of motion. 12 on our agenda, other business. Does anyone have any other business? Hope not, because there's no staff left. 13, announcements. Any announcements? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to remind everyone the Norfolk Pro Rodeo is going on in the big city of Nixon this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They're bringing world-class competition right here to Norfolk County, and hope everybody has a chance to go out there and visit. It's great to bring the whole family. The kids would love it, and there's a lot more going on than just the rodeo at the event. So.
Awesome. Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to inform everyone that this coming Friday, there will be a euchre night at the St. William's Community Center, and there is hope that that will become a weekly event. Thank you. It runs from 7 to 9.
And I just wanted to add that it's a big weekend in Waterford. The Branch 123 Waterford Legion is hosting their part of the 100th anniversary of the Legion. So I will be bringing greetings on behalf of the county, and there will be a band and barbecue and that kind of thing. And another great milestone for Waterford is Wishbone Brewery is celebrating their 5th anniversary, and they're going to be celebrating at the Ukrainian Hall in Waterford. So you can get tickets ahead, or I believe tickets at the door. And so yeah, and then Sunday, it's a busy weekend, is the Dog's Nest celebration. So I will be speaking on behalf of Norfolk County at that event as well, and looking forward to it. There will be quite a few different amenities there. It is a cash-only event, so I believe there'll be food trucks, etc. So bring your cash and celebrate Dog's Nest. Anybody else? No? Okay. There's no late session. No, we already did that. All right. Councillor Michele, would you like to adjourn us at 4:12 p.m. and second it by Councillor Vanden Rishi? All those in favor? All right, that is carried. Have a great evening. Enjoy the soccer on TV tonight.